Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the business end of Call of Duty. Done are the pub cups and fun cups and all the other derogatory terms we can give the community supported world. We are at the Sunday that we've been waiting for. And you might notice to my left, we don't have our usual face in Major Chafin. It's the more handsome, more beautiful man from Canada, Colin Moore. Man, you've got some experience. You've done online, big lands. You've got one of the widest lexicons, bringing it to the EU. I hope you're looking forward to today, brother.
See, Pablo, I mean, I said I was going to hand it to you for the intro. I'm jumping in for Major. I'm super happy for this one. I mean, you're flattering me with all the compliments that you could give. But, I'm just happy to be here. Happy to finally get challengers kicked off with for the Modern Warfare 3 season with Boston right around the corner. These are some important games to not only see where these teams lie in competition, but where they're going to fall moving in towards this LAN as well. So it's going to be important seeing how these teams fare out. We're into the top 8 now for Europe, and it's going to be double elimination from here on out. So it's just going to be nothing but a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We're going to be heading straight in. You guys can see that we've got the DevX Not Boys of Beans, Bands, Hicksy, and Nasty. That doesn't feel right, though, because that's Team War. It is going to be Steve Vortex. It is going to be Mythics, Big Ben Mythics, and we're going to be up against Team Pulsar. Now, that is going to be F. Dizzy, Linny, and Pack. Now, it's someone we haven't had an opportunity to cast over a great deal, but we have got a little bit of experience with them. We've been doing VODs with them on the side. We've done some pub cups with them. They're a very talented team, but Colin, this is going to be a bit of a step up for them, trying to deal with a really, really storied side that comes in the form of Steve Vortex.
Yeah, I was going to say that, this is a big moment for Team Pulsar because when you look across, I mean, this is Devious X Notorious, very well ironed out roster, a roster where you look at them on pen and paper and they should be going toe to toe with War every single time inside of these cups. So you're looking at, Devious X and Notorious to really bring the heat into this game. I mean, you can introduce Weeman, Mythics, Harry, Vortex. They don't need no introduction for this matchup. It's Team Pulsar who we're going to be keeping our eyes on because, like you said, I mean, Dizzy and Linny, still trying to work their way into the competitive scene, really cement themselves in European competitive Call of Duty. Linny, one who is, probably the newest on this roster, Pac and FDOT, who have shown incredible improvements back in Modern Warfare 2 and into Modern Warfare 3. I feel like this is their chance to kind of seize those improvements and really work on them. And with this roster, see if Team Pulsar can actually weave their way into what could be, a brand new team to keep our eyes on here in European Call of Duty. So it's going to be exciting. And I think when you look at this Team Pulsar roster, Pablo, I think the one that always jumps out to me is going to be Pac. I think back on Team Falcons, back in Modern Warfare 2, Pac always was a really fun player to watch back with the tack in his hands. And even after leaving Team Falcons, I saw nothing but improvements with him. Same goes for FDOT towards the end of the season. I think both of those two players were just incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. FDOT is the kind of player that can absolutely turn a game on its head. He's someone who can put up incredible numbers, sometimes shows a little bit of naivety, and that's what he's got to iron out this season. But for me, it's all about Dizzy for Team Pulsar. This guy's the in-game leader. He's flirted with some of the top teams, but never really been, as you say, cemented himself. So this is a big opportunity for Dizzy to just prove his worth. We know Liddy in the past, he's had a little bit of time away from the scene, but he was an incredible player back in the day, and this is a great opportunity for him to get his feet back in the door and do something. And what a way to do it with Team Pulsar. But they have got to overcome this massive obstacle in Steve Vortex, Mythics, and Weeman. Now, Weeman is a player that we absolutely talk about all the time. It's someone that we feel should have been in the CDL. He's never really had the opportunity. He's probably the best, if not one of the best ARs in the EU, and it's just never really worked out for him. So hopefully this season, with a bit of consistency and putting up some big numbers, but mainly Colin being able to put the boys from Team War to bed, solve that puzzle and start to win some tournaments.
I feel like that's the monster in the closet for every single team, Pablo, right now, is who can beat Team War, who can take down this team inside the cup. I feel like if somebody can take down Team War today, that is going to be incredible confidence heading into Boston. So we're going to have to watch out to these teams if they can accomplish that feat. But before we get to that, we got to focus on these two inside of this matchup. We can take a look at the maps for the series too, because Subbase is going to be our map where we kick things off with. The Subbase hardpoint. This is with all the changes that we have recently seen. So there are a couple new hard points that I'm sure you and I will have to coach our viewers through as we are moving in towards it. Terminal Search and Destroy, another one that, you know, we won't be seeing any changes with the Search and Destroy or the Control, and the Control will bring us back in towards Invasion. But that Invasion hardpoint, you know, another one, if we do go to map 4, that we will have to explain all the changes for the hardpoint rotations yet again, Pablo, and then an Invasion map 5 to kick it off. So triple dose of Invasion to end off the series.
It's like being back at the start of this season all over again. Invasion in Karachi was so popular. I'll be honest with you, Colin, no sub-base probably really did need an overhaul. It's probably the one mapper. I know everyone kind of throws the toys out the pram a little bit a week before a huge major. You get this kind of sea change of hills, but sub-base needed a little bit of love. That P2 to P3 in the original format was just a little bit too much of like 2 money hills back to back. If you got in the right position, you were good to go. So yeah, that's going to be super. Again, Invasion, a little bit more of a weird one. We've got to have a conversation about that courtyard hill and why it even exists. But yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup and a triple Invasion. These guys sometimes think they just lack the imagination to just mix it up, but sub-base has been a preferred choice of a Steve Vortex side for the last few months, so this should be super exciting.
Yeah, no, I feel like sub-base, you know, people were comparing it to Bocage back at the start of the game, and, you know, now it's the kind of ping-ponged its way back. I do enjoy the changes towards the P2 rotation now for sub-base a lot. I find that the P2 to P3 rotation is really well. I just feel like the P4 now, nothing needed to change for the sub, but you know what? It's what we're dealing with. We can hop in with it right now. Devious X Notorious gonna be on the right. Team Polestar going to be on the left, and it is going to be the initial better spawn for the hill for Devious, but they're trying to work their way to see if they can flip these P2 spawns.
Yeah, it's guys, if you are watching, the colours are slightly the wrong way around. Major's got the flu. He's having a moment. He'll get it sorted. Don't you worry about it. So just keep your eyes out for those. Those red arrows are going to be actually DevX not, and the yellow arrows are going to be Team Pulsar. So if you guys get confused, we are going to try and, but it is going to be a fairly mixed kill feed as the teams try and settle into this sub base. And again, this is just going to come down to that battle for P2, and it does look like it is going to go the way of the boys of DevX not.
Yeah, you see Lucifer, Harry, already working in towards Snow. He's going to be watching the cross through P5, but he doesn't need to do anything, really. Weeman and Vortex are picking up all the kills on the map right now. Pablo, this has been flawless so far from Devious X Noctum. Pac going to clean up Vortex top office. Pac's going to find 2 as well. This is going to start Team Pulsar for this hopeful break. Dizzy trying to lock this kill down to Weeman. Has a little bit more help. Still losing out on teammates, and Mythix is going to clean up the rest. This is quite the start from Devious X Noctum.
Yeah, it is. It's been really, really good for them. Again, it is going to be the Team Pulsar boys just looking to get set up for P3, largely chalking the remaining 20 seconds of scrap time from DevX not. That's going to be a gift to them. You know, one thing, Colin, that me and the Major talk about often is that Steve Vortex side's ability to convert, you know, a single kill into an extreme amount of time. And they've done that from the rip. They've got themselves a 60-second lead, and now they've got the opportunity to break down that Team Pulsar hold on P3.
Dizzy just looking for a way in right now. FDOT could be watching for the players from top Snow. Here comes the drop from Vortex. Dizzy trying to minimize the damage right now. He's going to pop off too. Pot cleans up Vortex, who did sneak through for the moment, but this is Team Polestar trying to stabilize and soak up as much time here inside of P3 as they possibly can, but they are just having trouble at locating these players right now. Harry's being quite the issue from the warehouse. Finally cleaned up there from Pac, and Team Pulsar are gonna look to clean up this last 25 seconds and get every last bit of it.
Yeah, and they're going to need it because going into P4, they're going to have to break down a solid DevX not team. Weeman's just been protecting that middle lane, and that's just flared it over to Mythix. So Big Ben Mythix just looking to ensure that none of those boys from Team Pulsar are able to flank or get into a position to take any time on this P4. Now, this is going to be pivotal for Team Pulsar. If they're not able to break this down, that lead is going to get extended out even further as it flips over, Colin. This is a huge moment for Team Pulsar and early doors in this hard point.
Not only this from Vortex, just finding the angles needed. Mythix, pinpoint accuracy from top third. 85 playing 43 right now. A lot of ground to travel here for Team Pulsar as Devious and Notorious trying to locate these players. Afton and Park going to open things up a little bit, put some pressure on this hill, and through Catwalk, you see the break starting to form. Weeman locates them to help. The shots are there from Mythics, and that's going to be a quick double kill to slow things down once again for Team Pulsar as Devious X Notorious, they have crossed the 100-point mark, Pablo, and it's getting a little bit dangerous for Team Pulsar. They've just not been able to break these setups that Devious and Notorious have been putting together.
Yeah, you've got to look at those spawns. It just gives you such a stranglehold over P4. Now, they tried, Team Pulsar, to get in a few different ways. Dizzy tried to get around the back, but was dealt with by Harry. And then you saw that push from the front that both Mythics and Steve Vortex were just able to deal with. However, it does give the opportunity now for Team Pulsar to try and get a solid setup. But again, they need to spread those players out across a bit more of a geography, or they're going to find themselves being pushed quite hard and quite quickly at the early part of this. You can see number one there, and F-Dot is just looking to cause some chaos down the middle and protect those players as the guys from Devex not look to transition over to this P5.
Great point out, Pablo. F-Dot just keeping the pressure on for Devious X Notorious. Dizzy up top. F-Dot 5 in a row on his way to the cruise missile, and what a big pickup it would be if you can have that streak on board. A little bit of bad timing there for F-Dot, and no streak will be inbound, and Vortex finds the kill onto Lenny. That's a quick 4 down. Devious X Notorious, they get the break on P5, only with 15 seconds left, so not a lot of time to be picked up there on P5, but the whole case is that they have broken Team Pulsar now, and now Pulsar, they have to put their focus back on the rotation to the second set, and it's going to be bringing us back to P1. Pac and F-Dot doing their best at holding things down over towards the catwalk, but Mythics is slowly sneaking his way. Weeman being above him. Keep your eyes on player number 4. He's actually going to be spawning Devious X Notorious all the way backward towards P3, so this is a very chaotic kill, number 1.
Yeah, you expect it to be highly contested. You want it to be contested. You don't want to lose any more time. The story of that first rotation is largely about that 60-second gap, which the guys from Team Pulsar just haven't been able to solve that mystery yet. They haven't been able to bring it any deeper. So it is going to be about them being able to contest P1 and now get into position for P2. A big gunfight goes down. You can see Pac puts Vortex into the blender, and that's going to allow, in fact, it was F-Dot allows them to maintain that spawn coverage over towards P2. So this is vital now for Team Pulsar. Colin, you've got to ask the question, if they're not able to get this time over towards this stronghold that they've got now, this might be chalk for them.
I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. My eyes are going to be on Lenny. 5 and 15 is just not good enough here in the hard point for Lenny. Gonna have to turn up in the second set of rotations, but he killed by Weeman. Luckily from Self, F-Dot and Dizzy pick up the rest. That's a 3 quick kills there for Team Pulsar. And Lenny's gonna get the spawn all the way back. They flip things out. Devious X Notorious, they're blessed with the spawns in the back. Pac, he knows what's coming. It's death by Weeman. And Devious X Notorious, they have broken in with 30.
Well, Subbase just gifted the boys of DevX not 40 seconds if they can hold on to it. But a big break from the boys in yellow is going to see Team Pulsar manage to get on. You pointed out how poor Lenny was doing. He's obviously very much double negative. He's got himself a couple of kills, but that is a play you've got to look to now to go big. We know he's been off the scene for a little while, but he's got to go huge now. These are make or break moments. No more pub cups, no more messing around. This is the business end of the deal. Those spawns still going the way of DevX not, but if you are able to contest, if you are the Team Pulsar able to contest this hill, you are set up for the next hill. Problem is, Colin, they got absolutely bullied off it in the first rotation.
They did, but luckily for Team Pulsar, Devious X Notorious just weren't able to lock down any of that time P3. So Team Pulsar, they're going to be a great spot. Lenny up top finds one. Couple shots there from the Renetti from Dizzy, not going to be able to lock down that kill, and I'm looking to fish for a couple more, but that's not where the action is. Vortex feeding all the information to the rest. Pac's going to take care of Mythics. Couple kills back and forth, and Vortex is on quite the route here, going for a tip in the water, but he pulls the spawn out for his teammate. And now Lenny, F-Dot, they got to turn things around, and that's a quick 3 down for Devious X Notorious. 19 seconds left on P3. Another spawn in the back for Pulsar, so it won't be too much damage done, as this is brought down to what could be a 20-point game.
Mate, that is exactly what you want to see if you're a Team Pulsar fan. 20 seconds from 60 seconds, you take it all day. They managed to get that 40-10 split on that P3. Unfortunately, you did see Harry manage to get the squads over towards that P4. So this is going to become a battle. You know, they've done well kind of holding onto this hill, but now they've got to do the complete opposite and break down this incredibly strong DevX Not side, who have already got set up, looking for those flanks around the back and making sure that they've got a little bit of geography. Now, Colin, you've got to watch out for number 8 there and Ben Mythics. He's going to surprise everyone.
Yeah, Mythics hitting the flank. Weeman sitting nice and pretty inside the hill. Here comes the contention from Lenny, and he breaks it. Weeman's taken down and going to cause a little bit of chaos right now in the setup of Theseus and Notorious. And Afdot's going to double down. Pack top third. Afdot, a little bit of trouble. Vortex and Maze. Last one standing for Devious X Notorious. And nobody's just able to pinpoint him. 15 seconds left on this hard point. Devious X Notorious has been able to push their lead back to a whole 50 points, and we're heading over towards P5 once again, and look who's starting to heat up here. Lenny, now 15 and 22.
He absolutely needed to, Colin. He just defended that P5 from warehouse, top warehouse, and incredible style. 2 big kills is going to put his team on the potential to be able to turn this. They can go, not only can they draw, they can go in the lead. That's huge for this team. Team Pulsar, if you're going to do it, get it right in that late part of the second rotation and bring this back. Again, we're still looking at a 20-second game. Can they break the puzzle that is this 20 seconds, though? It's looking strong for them. There is going to be a push from warehouse, and watch those 2 players in Weeman and Mythics just looking to potentially break through mid. This is a pivotal moment in this hardpoint. Early days on this Sunday 2K.
I think Devious X Notorious is their last chance for the break. If not, they have to look to P1. Vortex making the way through P2. Easy clean up there into Lenny. Last one on point. Pac easily wiped down. That's a quick 5 in a row from Devious X Notorious. This is a tie game heading into the 3rd set of rotations of Subbase, and Mythics looking to go rogue here. Bottom servers, Vortex, unfortunately, for Devious X Notorious, going to lose his fight over towards ramp, but the setup is here in P1, and Pac, he's going to look to drop this cruise missile in. Lucifer gets killed from top third. F-Dot going to double down. Vortex now a lot of work to be done here on ramp as Team Pulsar, they have broken in. 20-point lead now. Can Team Pulsar do it once again and tie us up here in P1?
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting towards the end. 209 plays 220. It's an 11-second game in this very first game of kickoff. It does look like the boys from DevX have got the kills they needed to get control. 30 seconds is going to be enough for them to potentially see this. So this next break from Team Pulsar is vital. And they've spawned out over towards Warehouse. Now, this is going to see the majority of the team trying to push. The pinch is on. Have the boys from DevX not read this? Kills, skulls everywhere. This is not what you want to see if you're a Team Pulsar fan. They've got the contest in though,
Lenny.
and now they've made it so that the next hill is the only one that can be won on. They can't win it on this P1. Back to P2, Colin.
This needs to be a quick break from Pulsar. Lenny, 4 in a row now, starting to work his magic on the flank. Mythics inside, gets 2. Finds a third on Lenny. Mythics for all 4. Inside of the point. In the back, it's F-Dot. Can he go big? F-Dot finds 2. 12 seconds left. Devious X Notorious now the spawn to the back. Lucifer, he knows. He's going to spin things around. Lenny gets cleaned up in the rotation. Pac is broken back in. 7 seconds for Devious to win. Pac, can he stay alive? No trophy, but the help is here. And Team Pulsar fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. Poplo for the win in map 1. It'd be big.
There's only so much little time, and it's 7 seconds needed by DevX. Now, Team Pulsar still maintaining some control over this P2. Still plenty of time. The question is Dizzy going to be able to do enough? They're so far away. DevX not got one player in Steve Vortex. Can their talisman be the hero? I don't think he can. 3 seconds remaining for Team Pulsar to turn this round from a 60-second lead. It is going to be 1-0. 1-0 to Team Pulsar. Major totally threw me with the colours.
Oh, Team Pulsar in the 2nd set of rotations. Poplo, talk about a comeback from nearly 100 points down, it felt like. And Lenny, we highlighted him, had to turn it around, so he did. Turns up for the team, especially in that last 3rd set. I cannot believe what we saw there from Team Pulsar. 32 and 16 out of Pac as well. We highlighted him at the start of the game, and you know how well he could do with an AR in his hand, and at times he just seemed like he was unkillable. Devious X Notorious, I mean, they started off so well. Poplo, where did it all go wrong?
I mean, you've got to look. First rotation, 60-second lead. Second rotation, they maintain that 60-second lead for maybe halfway through. Now you get to that P3, and Team Pulsar started to put up a really good defense, which they've been bullied off in the previous couple of rotations. And then they just started being able to break down any hold that Devious X Notorious had. It started to become a contest over a couple of hills. And then as you see the momentum start to switch around, you pointed it out, Colin. Linny started to pick up, F started to heat up, Dizzy was getting picks, and Pac started to get important kills. Now, one thing that Team Pulsar haven't been able to do really, really effectively, which is kind of a Steve Vortex template almost, is turn simple kills into big time, and they've just done exactly that. Oh, incredible performance, Colin.
I feel like Subbase is just one of those maps where you need to find those multi-kills, and I think FDOT and Linny to be able to do that in the second and third set of rotations just gave so much room, you know, for Pac and Dizzy to work into their positions, to set up on those powerful angles and make sure that Team Pulsar had the rotations or even had the breaks at times. So many hero moments from individuals on that Team Pulsar squad, and a 250 to 243 win, a heartbreaking loss for Devious X Notorious is surely going to wake myself up here inside of this EU Challengers Cup 1. We got Terminal Search and Destroy coming up next. Team Pulsar looking to ride that momentum. Devious X Notorious, I mean, how can they come back from that one now? We're just going to have to find out, Pablo. We're going to toss it to a quick break while we get things set up for this map number 2, folks. We'll see you right back on Major Chafing's channel. And we are back here with the Search and Destroy on Terminal. Team Pulsar, what a comeback in Map 1, 250 to 243 on Subbase Hardpoint. And Devious X Notorious, I'm sure they are certainly shaken up here. Pablo heading into this map number 2. Now looking to turn things around on the defense. Mythics looking to stop this plane push with Vortex on his wing. Vortex, a little bit more work to be done here. Player in cockpit with the bomb. F-Dot there, and Linny through mid. No way.
What?
Team Pulsar wiped them off Terminal.
Well, they went for the more difficult A plant, and they just absolutely it looked like Vortex was going to dominate from outside playing, but it is going to be F. Liney and Pack just looking to bring the heat and just get the kills in the end. Bomb not needed, and it just becomes a TDM. Carrying on that momentum from the hard point column, looking really strong. Question now is we were at the height of the game before it started. Like, what can Team Pulsar do to break this mystery that is Steve Vortex? Well, looks like it's going to be the other way around, but I'll tell you right now from experience, you just can't write these boys off at all.
Oh, I mean, these are players on Team Pulsar that, you know, maybe you look at them and you think they're inconsistent. You know, they don't have those accolades. They don't cement themselves in challengers just yet. But when they get going, when they are on fire, they are seemingly unstoppable at times. And losing out on map number 1, like Devious X Notorious has, it's lit that fire now of Team Pulsar that is making them a really deadly team going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can expect a few big brain strategies coming out of Steve Vortex now. Sometimes he can have a slow S&D, but he'll be pulling the strings. And I've left the audio on the Twitch channel, so now we're getting Colin Moore and me here again. Let's go, boys. Double time. But yeah, it is going to be a bit of a cautious start, mate. So yeah, it is going to be a little bit more cautious. I think the boys from DevX not looking to get that first blood.
And this is how you work Terminal. You fish for that first blood. You force the rotations out of the defense and try to work a plan somewhere along the line. Liney is going to equalize with a pick on a wee man. Some beautiful shots there down over towards Burger. And this is an interesting one from Team Pulsar, or is from Devious X Notorious. They're going to rush it right down through Bookstore to get this bomb down on B. Pac. Rotating up towards the top third to see if he can stop this. 17 seconds left. Bomb looking to go down. And Pac's going to stop it as well, keeping his life alive. Mythics in a 1 versus 2. And there's just no time to do it all. Pac just has to work for the planter. And Mythics isn't even going to get that chance.
What is the answer? Team Pulsar just looking so strong at the minute, playing the lives, getting the picks, and the boys from DevX not just looking a little bit lost at sea for ideas, and just a really kind of standard vanilla push towards the B bomb site. Liney's able to hold down, get 2 picks, first blood, gets the bomb carrier, Mythic's forced to pick it up, and he just gets jockeyed for position. These are simple fundamentals, but we do expect at some point Steve Vortex to just start to turn things around, twist things around, and really start to shake up that rhythm right now. The Team Pulsar seem to be locked in.
Dev not down 0-2 is showing they need to find some way to lock it in themselves. And finding that first blood, you would have thought that would have been a round win, but seeing out of the bomb plan is different. Mythics again gonna have a lot on his plate. Similar situation. You find the kill this time. Aftot just shoulders it. Mythic's gonna back him down, but ready to explode on his side. Mythics has the help of Vortex as well. It seems like this is going to be pushing towards A. Mythics goes down. Vortex, though, finds 2. Looking to get all 3. But Dizzy gets away.
Yeah, that's backed them up. Does look like they're going to have a think about potentially a transition. You can see number 5 there, and Harry is just looking over that B-bomb site. So they're still kind of hedging their bets a little bit. The fight's going to go outside the plane. But Steve Vortex is going to get a pretty straightforward kill on Dizzy. The fight isn't going to come back, and that is going to be a round on the board for Dev X Notorious. They're going to need that. You feel, Colin, if you go 3-0 behind, it's a bit of a psychological blow, a bit of a confidence killer, and that potentially could see you on your way to a bit of a slap. And so a really important round to get on the board for the Dev X Not boys.
In Terminal, it's kind of one of those things where you can't really get demoralized on this map because you live by the push, you die by the push. It's either you're all in or you're not. Yeah. And right there for Team Pulsar, I mean, they just try to double down on the plane push. They find the kill onto Mythics as well. Just that player back playing Vortex, finding that double kill. At MCW, it shreds at range. And for Team Pulsar, I don't think this is going to stop them and their momentum. So moving over towards the defense, up 2-1. Bomb in the hands of Lucifer, heading over towards Terminal. Vortex through mid, not able to lock down the kill on the tarmac. It's a 1-for-1 trade between Dizzy and Harry, and that's going to leave us in a 3 versus 3. F-Dot solo playing over towards plane.
Yeah, this is a big moment really for DevX Not. They're trying to get that playing control. They've got an opportunity. They've got the man advantage. And Steve Vortex on fire, 6-2 on a 4 streak right now. The boys from Team Pulsar are probably going to want to take him off that. And you can see how cautious he is. A little bit of cat and mouse. It's going to be a big kill for F-Dot, though, as he just even things up. Well, and it's going to be a 2v3. There's not much time left on the board. And that bomb is not in a fun place if you are Steve Vortex.
Vortex again, just stuck in an unfortunate situation with only 30 seconds left, and got that bomb in your hand. Like you said, it's very unfortunate. Though on 5 in a row, a cruise missile wouldn't be too bad, Pablo. I'd say, you know, if you end the round with a cruise missile, I feel like that is a total win. This is still very early days in the search and destroy, so DevNot definitely not feeling like they are out of this game just yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised Team Pulsar not knowing that he's potentially on that and maybe trying to hunt him down a little bit. I think the geography just a little bit too far for them and they don't want to gift him that. But it is going to be 3-1. But yeah, that cruise could come in handy. Even if they're not able to potentially get kills off it, they're potentially going to get some information. So really important that they got that in the back pocket. Not yet, quite yet though. He's going to need that first blood, so expect the boys of DevX not to just look to get Steve Vortex that support he needs to put that in the back pocket. Team Pulsar with another 2-round cushion. Again, looking really strong. Incredible performance coming out of F-Dot and Pact, teaming up for 4-3 and 4-2. Colin, you've got to ask the question though. DevX not 2 players on a donut, and Weeman and Mythics. You start to feel if they get involved in the game, it's going to be a completely different second half of this S&D.
I want to give Mythics a little bit of leeway because, you know, he's been playing a tough role on this defensive side, playing for that first blood situation. This time, repositions out towards luggage and finds that first blood onto F-Dot. So, starting off with the breadstick now. It's the round, so that's the turnaround you're looking for, Pablo.
Yeah, I think F-Dot going to be unhappy with that. It is going to give them that one-man advantage, 3-1. That's a very clever play from the Steve Vortex side. Get that first pick. We've put the pressure back onto Team Pulsar. They've got to try and get bombed down. You can see this crazy position right now. Dizzy all on his own with no real support. No one's going to be able to get that trade. It's going to be a pretty easy kill for Harry as he drops loose and Vortex comes in to put the pressure. Colin all on Pack with 27 seconds. It's not looking good.
I mean, so surgical in this round from DevNot. Mythic starting things off, and then one by one, Harry finds a kill from AC, and Vortex so quick in and out of terminal. This is the DevNot that you're expected to see. Hawk has no options in this round as the time just drains away. He's trying his best not to feed anything more to this team. No more kills. Vortex, Mythics trying to finish it off, but he's not going to give him the time of day. So a lovely round there on defense from DevNot to bring this back to a 1-round game, Pablo. And realistically, I have to say, the repositions is what does it for me. Not kind of going for those kind of one-for-one plays, playing very, I guess, safe this time.
Yeah, caution actually works for them, and we're starting to see that Sunday Steve Vortex start to turn up 8-2 with the Predator in the back pocket. A big moment, really. Yeah, just, you know, we expect to see it. It's business day. No more pub cup. Steve Vortex looking to ensure that he gives himself the best possibility to get back into the CDL, back into the top league. Right now, they've still got a long way to go. It is 3-2 advantage is still going to be with Team Pulsar. Steve Vortex is going to drop out that Predator, force everyone inside and try and gain as much information as possible. He is going to drop straight onto Pack, so that's going to be first blood, and that's going to be advantage Dev X not.
Look at this.
And that's Zeppelin in the background.
Harry already back playing with Mythics. This is a full rotation. So much information for DevNot right now to suffocate this B play. And Team Pulsar just do not have the read. Luckily, Linny gonna keep Weeman on that donut. Keeps us into 3 versus 3 and gonna shake the tree of DevNot for now. But that bomb's gonna go down towards B, and this has to be a full retake from Team Pulsar.
Yeah, we've got it planned, finally. So it does look like we finally get bombed down. Boys have been playing TDM for way too long. It is going to be 3v3. You can see, though, number 60, Vortex, looking to potentially get a play around the side. So this could be very interesting. I don't think Team Pulsar have read this. First shots go down. Managed to play the lives, but they're now trapped in that little cubby over towards B long. And there's going to be a nade of doom. It is going to be Linny and Dizzy who managed to get that pick. It is going to be Steve Vortex in a 1v3. The defuse is on.
And F-Dot's not going to let him take that defuse down. So what a retake from Team Pulsar. He said DevNot felt like they had Team Pulsar a little bit trapped there, especially with the rotation out of Vortex. Great timing through long haul, just not able to secure the kill. And doubled up just over towards the golf cart. Harry goes for the challenge out, and he's met by the full wrath of what was Pulsar in that moment, and that's going to push them back into a 2-round lead. Off of that retake, it should have been a DevNot round. It should be 3-3, but Shoulda, coulda, woulda, and that's a cruise missile burnt as well, so a lot invested for nothing to take away.
Yeah, F-Dot as well. Just, we've long said that he's a great player who can be a little naive at times. Well, it does look like he's ironing that out slowly, but surely a very aggressive push from Team Pulsar. There's going to be a ward of attrition over towards Eskies. We do see that first blood is going to go the way of DevX not as Liddy finds himself into the next round. So man advantage for Dev. Team in yellow again. It's going to be another one as they fall by the way. It's going to be Dizzy all on his lonesome, and just like that, Colin, it's potentially going to be a one-round cushion.
Dizzy's been tucked away for long enough. He's finally going to make himself known, and just look how quick Def-Not are able to snap their fingers and say, enough is enough, Poplo. Wee Man in that round finds 2. Pushing from 0 kills across these rounds into 2 and 4 now. So big round there from Def-Not. Once again on their defensive side, they look outstanding. It's just moving into these offenses now is where they look a little bit shaky, a little bit disjointed, and you're gonna have to find some unisons to finally string together 2 rounds.
You look for, as analysts and casters and whatever, we look for trends and patterns. And one thing we will say about that Team Pulsar side, very aggressive in the game modes they play. They start very, very hyperactive, and it's complete opposite from DevX. Not tend to be a little bit more cautious. They have players who don't start great, but once you start to hit the latter part of that game 2, get into control, they start to fry. And this is what worries me for Team Pulsar. DevX not just slowly but surely starting to get a foothold into this S&D. You said it before, Colin, about how surgical they've been. And, it does look like they just lean forward, they get the kills.
And that confidence that you're highlighting from Pulsar is gone. They're scared to get aggressive in this round. Very patient out of them, not really allowing any gaps in the play, not letting Def-Not push one of these lanes and forcing them to, if they're going to take a site, they have to do it together. So the rotation back over towards Terminal. Linny's going to spot a couple shots there, needs to play his life, and he's giving the information over towards the setup inside plane. That possible push is going to be out, but all bangs are giving away. That it is a rotation back over towards B. Pac is here. He spots it. He gets out. 24 seconds. This is going to be a B execute.
Yeah, this looks like they've got the stun check. Whoa, it's going to be a big kill. Manages to drop Pac. It is going to be slight control of the bomb site. It is going to be Linny with a little bit of opportunity, but he gets taken down. Dot does manage to reply with a nade onto Steve Vortex, but with 9 seconds remaining, it's not going to be enough. Is F-Dot going to be able to do it? No, he's going to get taken down. F-Dot finally gets dealt with, and Dev X not. You can't say just like that, but the control and the transition and the communication must have been on point. No more cushion, no deficit. It is parity restored.
And you see exactly, what makes this team so good. Each player watching a lane and winning their individual fight. I mean, you thought for a moment the player that was pushing from blue could just slide in, take that bomb planter down, and that would be time really out of the hands for Def-Not. They gambled with that round, and it paid off, and that is such a boost now for them to tie this up 4-4 heading into the back half of Terminal. This is a swing round for both teams. Whoever wins it might be able to put it away. Mythic's 3 players. He's got to back up. We saw this back in the first 2 defenses. Mythic's played this role, and it did not work. Yes. Vortex needs to pick it up once again. Finds one, but that's all he'll get.
All she wrote, as he said, that's going to be a big moment right there for F-Dot and the boys. Wee Man's going to come in behind, though. Can he get the fix? He's going to get that shot right down on F-Dot, so that's a big player for Team Pulsar. Put into the next round. Pac and Lindo up against Harry. Are they going to do it? It's a Pac. It's a 1v1. You can see right now that bomb is down, and these guys couldn't be more equidistant from the bomb. There's going to be huge moments as they try to transition. Plenty of time potentially for Pac to be able to get that bomb, but he realizes that he's going to be viewed from anywhere. He's going to have to find himself, Colin, a better position. Potentially, this is going to come down to a TDM moment.
Some of the best ARs in EU Challengers. Pac is the timing. Spots it up with the shot. Harry now, a chance back into this one. The stun's going to land, and Pac stop third. 22 seconds. The time is ticking away, and Harry has already rotated down towards Eskies. Pac is clueless, but the shots are out now for Lucifer, and the time's down to 13. It's a race. It's down to the 1v1. It's Harry to be ice cold, the devil in disguise. Def-Not take the lead in Terminal 5-4.
I was nervous. I mean, I've got squeaky bum and I'm not playing, and that absolute nerves of steel from Harry to not only, he just needs to play his life, but he gets the kill and gets his team at a match point. An incredible turnaround in the game. But again, we talk about that capability of a Steve Vortex side to turn things around. Now, normally, I'll be honest with you, at this point, Steve's usually down. He's usually pulling the strings, but he's put up huge numbers here, 11 and 5. Can this Talisman, one of the best, most storied players in the EU, get his team restored to parity in this series?
Well, this is their chance to shut things down. Dizzy playing a similar role to Mythics. He's going to drop the smoke, and they should know this. Vortex, he's going to hear the sound and rush it. Dizzy is down. F. Nate cooked. A little bit of damage there, and actually Pox going to find a kill down long haul. F. in the reposition. Needs to play his life here. Cannot afford to go down as Vortex finds a second one. Or no, Pack's going to find a second one. Weeman and Mythics traded out 1v1 yet again. This time it's Weeman versus F. And Weeman's going to spot the cross. Breaks through the glass. A lot of noise there for F. Over towards luggage with the bomb down inside terminal. Weeman is going to have to go recover it or take the gunfight. And F. is getting all the timing right now. The full wrap around. They are mirroring each other. And nobody has the information, Pablo.
29 seconds on the clock, Weeman. The old god versus the young god. This could be really interesting. MCW's in hand. It's going to be F.4. The winner is going to put them at 5 all major apologies. It's an impulse. But Colin, it is going to be. We talk about the smell of a round 11. It is going to be that round 11. They've gone toe to toe. Who's going to take the advantage? You'd feel the confidence of that resurgence in that middle part of the round is going to be with DevX not, but F. puts his teams back to parity. This is a huge round. It's going to be either a 2-0, which is a big blow to DevX not, or they're going to tie things up and make the control round super interesting.
This is a big cup for a lot of teams heading into Boston. This is their chance to lay it all down on the line, show exactly what you're made of heading on to LAN. And for Team Pulsar, you're going to be more impressed with this. Round 11, their chance to go 2-0 up on the offense. Mythics back into the front lines here of playing. That nade's going to slow down the offense. And I like this reposition from Mythics, playing a little bit deeper down to the plane. A little bit safer this time.
Yeah. Still got a big job to do as the fights go out. No one with first blood just yet. It is a bit chaotic around the bomb. It does look like they've got partial control of the plane, but those yellow arrows are in and around. That's going to be a big kill for Mythics. Gets the first blood, no response. So it is going to be 3v4, Colin, as we sub 52nd. And that bomb is still not down.
Mythics just looking for an angle. Fast as he could. He's going to spot the flare on bomb. Shots to the wall don't land, and Mythics is going to stay alive, keep this a 4 versus 3 with 30 seconds. Team Pulsar, they are trapped at the moment, and they need something. They need a lifeline out here. Harry's going to slowly push his way in. F. goes for the plant, and Harry's going to swing on the bomb plant. F. gets overwhelmed. The team kill, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Dizzy in the 1v3, 16 seconds left. The flank is coming through, and he's going to swing Vortex. That is it. DevNot, they tie up the series 1-1. The search and destroy on terminal. It goes the distance, but it is going to make things certainly interesting in the series.
Yeah, you got to look to that big player. Talisman, 13 and 6, dropping two damage. Incredible performance from the leader of DevX Not, and that's going to tie things up. It was a super performance. 10 non-traded kills and an S&D is ludicrous. Joined by Harry on 9 non-traded, totaling for 23 kills and an S&D between two players. Really big comeback. At one point, they were potentially staring down the battle of a 3-0 in terms of round deficit. They brought that back. How important was that one round so early? And that it just goes to show the difference. The margins are so tight.
And for these teams, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game to kind of start off this stream, Pablo. 1-1 heading into the control. A game mode where, us as casters, we like to highlight it a lot as the swing map mode combo. But, for this series in particular, you look what's ahead, and it's a triple dose of invasion. So winning on this map, especially in a respawn for control, heading into that hard point, you're going to be feeling really, really good. And, you look back at maps 1 and 2, they're certainly neck and neck. I mean, you look at this series and you cannot really give an advantage to either one of these teams heading in towards the controls. So this is going to be a really, really fun map 3.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I think 3 invasions are going to be interesting. These guys are going to get to feel each other out and understand each other. We are going to be heading to a break, guys, as we lobby up for the control. We're going to be right back with some more Sunday 2-Cup action, and we can't wait to bring it to you.
Welcome back, everybody, into map 3. We got control on invasion between DevNot and Team Polestar. This is going to be a swing map mode. Teams being tied 1 apiece after Team Polestar with a heroic win on sub-base hardpoint. And same goes for DevNot, just terminal search and destroy. So start off the offense here. DevNot looking to get this A zone captured as quick as possible. A stack of 2. And player number 3, Weeman, looking to pick up the stragglers.
Yeah, this has been a preferred strategy. The boys of DevNot, they've been trying to get this A site. They try and get control over A long, and they did that straight away. Harry with a big kill all the way down onto Pack, and that gave them a little element to be able to get forward onto that zone. But that's been largely dealt with. So there's going to be point A secured, and focus Colin going to shift over to point B, and they are already over there. This is potentially going to be a very, very quick round. We're not even out to 20 kills for each team.
I know, this has been a quick one for DevNot. Again, like we said, surgical with their knives. FDOT on a 5 spree for Team Pulsar, finally going to be cleaned up. DevNot avoiding that cruise missile. Harry's going to pick off a quick 2 and is going to start this siege of the B zone, though Linny and Dizzy going to cut things up a little bit for themselves, slow down this offense, and try to work a couple more kills. Dizzy's cleaned up with a flag, and that's going to be the green light to go for DevNot. Vortex, the second one there with the Pack. FDOT, he needs to find a kill here, maybe even 2. And top broken, Vortex, he's going to be the one to fall.
Yeah, FDOT manages to get the pick on Steve Vortex, who was largely on the zone. But again, it is going to be about control for the boys of DevNot. They're just going to be looking to wrap themselves round, and these kills are just slowly but surely starting to eke into the Team Pulsar horde of kills. There's going to be a 4 life advantage, and it is going to be still only a partial on that first tick. They haven't yet managed to get that geography. This could become down to a TDM style, though, with that 5 life advantage. Only 15 plays 10, 1 minute remaining. Plenty of time for DevNot Colin to do this.
Weeman quickly finds his way into the point, but as quick as he gets in, Linny takes him out. Nice 3-piece there. It's going to bring us into a 9v11. Team Pulsar at the disadvantage on their defense, but we know control, and we know that can go away in an instant. Lovely there at a Weeman to find Dizzy in the corner. Hawk over towards Fire Truck, though, denies the A Street control, and a little bit of a different route here being shown for Devious. Hawk being sneaky in the corner. Can he clean it up with the Renetti? Yes, he can, and he knows one is just around him. Mythics chows it, but the help is there from Dizzy, and that's a 3 down for DevNot. 18 seconds left, 7 playing 7. Last push territory here for DevNot, and FDOT going to be on the front line here for the tank. Vortex finds 2. He's going to start over towards B. The time will be stopped at 6 seconds on the dot. And again, it's down to Pac and Linny to see if they can stop it.
Yeah, it's going to require a big push again. Incredible work from Team Pulsar to bring this back to 5 lives, plays 5, but they've got to have to get those boys off the hill. You cannot write a DevNot team off at any point. That kill feed goes really red, but there is going to be a TK in the process. It is going to be 2v2. Advantage is going to go to Team Pulsar, and they're going to get another round on the board. Now, Colin, that's going to be huge in terms of a confident boost. They thought they were looking good in the S&D. They got, you know, that mid-game regain from DevNot, managed to see them through, and now it is as an instant fight back from the boys of Team Pulsar, and already this 2K shaping up to be super exciting this early in the day.
It really, really is from Team Pulsar. I mean, you never count them out there on the defense. Even playing down in lives, they band together, and Linny with a 3-piece to kind of ignite that flame once more for this team. In the respawns, as soon as they get it going, it seems like they never stop. So on their offense, where are they going? It's going to be a quick hit to B. 3 players here. 1 playing over towards the old P1 setup. As quick as this B site gets set up, it is knocked right back down. Dizzy, the only one right now for Pulsar to find the kill. Poc's going to secondary. This one almost snaps over towards Weeman. It would have been incredible, but back to the drawing board for Team Pulsar to get this first segment cemented in.
Yeah. You know, we talk about the ability of DevNot to have players that just step up. We saw in the S&D with Steve Vortex. We know that, like, so Weeman 11 and 9 right now can go huge, but it's something that we've only really seen come out of FDOT and Team Pulsar. So to see Pac start to, you know, look to snap on players, look to put up big numbers, can only be nothing but good news. They are partially through that second B tick. It is going to be the more standard push for them to get that, making that A control a little bit more difficult. But Colin, they've got a 1 life advantage, maintaining that, you know, that slaying ability, going toe-to-toe with what is largely a really incredibly slaying side. So big moment for Team Pulsar. Can they add another round on the board? But that kill feed, Colin, looking very yellow at the minute.
Oh, look at the mini map here. Pulsar, they're in a very dangerous territory, and I think we all know what this looks like, Pablo. It looks like a spawn trap. Harry's going to set up over towards Cement, backed in towards Palace. Pulsar, they know what they need to do. Let's fight their way back out. Dizzy, the job is done. They clear out towards P2. Now pushing down B Street. They find the Wee Man in mid as well. So Harry's starting to feel this pressure. Repositions, can't find the kill onto Dizzy, but luckily for him, Mythics cleans up the rest, and Dizzy has to slow down.
Yeah, Pac just looking to use that slight diversion to try and get some momentum down 8th Street, but it is going to be Steve Vortex who just read that and gets the pick. It's going to put the boys of Team Pulsar in red, just back on the back foot as they try and, you know, push back around that B Street side to try and get into the spawns, but it's largely being red. But some nice trades coming out. They were able to break that stranglehold towards B Street just purely with trades, and it's moments like that from Pac when he's able to win his one-on-one in the middle, and he's going to push through. This is a good advantage now. They just need to get those picks, and they do, Colin. They're able to get a few over, but those yellow arrows are going to keep coming at them. They're so close, almost within touching distance of that A zone.
Oh, Defnod, it just seems like they're a Hydra at times. Pablo, you cut off one head, two grow back in its place, and it's just... Invasion is one of those maps where if you cannot hold your angles, if you cannot hold that space on the map, somebody else on the other team will hold it for you. And as soon as one kill is found from Pulsar, 2 is found from Defnod elsewhere on the map, and they're so good at controlling these spawns from Team Pulsar, draining down this time. Only 10 seconds left and a 3-life gap here. So you're going to need something big once more out of Pulsar. And Vortex looking to shut it down. Finds 2. F-Dot on the cross. Shut down once again. Lucifer's going to find that last one. And Devnot with the equalizer. We're 1-1.
Yeah, F-Dot with the heroic push across Firecar, not able to do it in the end, gets easy kills. He did try and get onto the points, but again, it just shows you how difficult it is. The players having to go a little bit rogue in order to get on, because the stranglehold from the defensive side can be so strong, and this is largely down to the inability to control those 2 central buildings. If you don't get that A zone immediately, then it makes it so difficult, especially if you can't get control of those 2 center buildings. And that kind of vanilla push to B is what's largely done them in the end, and you can see how important it was for Devex not when they tried to get that A zone and it became a war of attrition over towards B. So really the attacking side's not really able to break the puzzle at the minute. There's going to be nades over, but the slaying has been incredible, and that kill feed remains yellow as Devnot look to push onto that B zone.
Yeah, and nobody here to stop this one. Do you use the Shrike of your pocket? Looked like he had all of his Shrakes, but not going to be able to use the SAE or the attack chopper. This B zone, I mean, you might as well chalk it up right now if you're Team Pulsar. You're losing members over towards A, and you haven't even been able to look at B at this point, Poplo. So, yeah. Wee Man sneaks his way into Laundry somehow, and this is going to be an issue for Pulsar. This is left unchecked. Wee Man should be able to find a couple kills here, and he's just going to dash over towards A, see if he can draw some attention to himself.
Oh. A really sluggish start to the third round for the boys of Team Pulsar, who don't seem to have any kind of response. I mean, Mythic's just absolutely melted that player. It's just wild why they've left it. But again, just using that diversion, forcing potentially Team Pulsar to think about both. It is going to be a push through middle from Weeman. It does look like he's going to try and get that central control. You can see number 6 Impact looking to get shots down. Finally, the boys of Team Pulsar, with a little bit of geography control there, make their way across the halfway line. Again, a really surprising start in this round for them. Very, very sluggish. And it's going to be, again, you pointed out before, they're going to attempt that spawn trap and starting with the front line of Linny, doing a very good job of it.
I feel like Devnot may have bit off a little bit more than they could chew in this round. I mean, that B zone was free as ever. Now they're facing down the barrel of what is a lost defense when this round was looking so good off the start. Only 10 seconds left. Pac, big win there on a Harry. Traded out by Weeman, and they stopped the clock at 7.8. Right now, Pulsar, the way that they've brought this back, they're okay to give this one out. They're going for one last shot. Lenny slides in, and 2 players stacked on the side. That B zone is finally captured.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Vortex likes to flirt with the pre-10 seconds or the post-10 second, but again, just right to the nail, and they're going to have to try to get over. They've got so little time to get this 8 point. 15 lives, plays 14, a slender life advantage, almost means absolutely nothing. It is going to be Harry just trying to protect himself with that trophy out towards this A zone, and again, those yellow arrows just looking to converge, and again, Team Pulsar just a little slow. It is going to be a big pick from Linny, though, as they looked to maintain Slender 1 life lead, and F-Dot just doing some damage in the middle. And we talked about this control of how vital it is to get control of these middle buildings if you want to push over to that A zone.
No matter how slow and sluggish Team Pulsar are, looks like they are never out of this game. Reminds me of the tortoise and the hare, the race here. Pablo with 15 seconds left. Pulsar, can they put it away once more? Pock on the inside of the bus stop. Big win onto Vortex. Now they doubled up the site once more. Only 9 seconds left. Harry, he's got to go. And he's got to go now. Unfortunately, Dizzy set up on the take. He's going to deny that. Team Pulsar off to a slow start in round number 3, Pablo. They somehow rally back, and I feel like that's more of a blunder from DevNod in the way that they began in that round. I mean, that B zone took so long to get finished off. And they went for the gamble play over towards bus stop. They had so many kills off the start. They thought they could just bully their way back over towards that A zone, but in doing so, they just left themselves wide open.
I mean, they're going into a defensive round. The attacking rounds haven't been so strong for either team. But again, you've got to ask the question. They had a player at time over to the B zone when it needed a tickle in order to get it over the edge. And they just didn't pump him on. They just opted for the A, used the other player as a distraction. But I don't know. You almost screaming at them. Just get on the B zone and get the time that you need. They don't do it. And we find ourselves in a 2-1 to Team Pulsar. You can hear that Predator does get launched out. It doesn't get anyone, but I'm sure some information is gathered. It is going to be an incredibly yellow kill feed. Again, we expect this on the defensive side as the boys of Team Pulsar Colin tried to push over to A. It is going to be that stack towards B and this ward of attrition over towards this B street.
Mythic's going to back up into dark. Nice trades here from F-Dot. He's looking to find his way in towards top broken and actually reads over towards Harry for that DVD alley, but he'd be able to find that kill, so Linny alone has the time stopped for now, but he's going to have to keep himself alive and has some backup there from Dizzy. Nice shots on the Mythics. That's 3 down. Last player, it's Harry towards mid-tank, and they know exactly that. F-Dot, he's going to find it. What an amazing jump up there from F-Dot. Not many people can do that, but he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, an incredible player at times, and a player who can be, magic and just absolutely dominate the map. One player we would like to point out though, Linny has just absolutely come from strength to strength. He's not firing as well maybe as Pack and F-Dot in this. It's so close, but the kills he has got have been so vital, and that kill feed, it's great to see it when it goes red. But again, it's just going to be Harry pinned all the way back. You can see just how much control right now the boys of Team Pulsar have got. Those yellow skulls are not going to be great if you're a DevNot fan, and they're going to be fighting for the hill. But again, it's so much to do. Steve Vortex cleans up A, and it is going to be a second attempt again. But can they dig Linny out of the back? Yes, finally they can. Some control restored, but as soon as they do that, Dizzy is back there to put them under pressure.
Yeah, Dizzy going to force his way up. 20 lives versus 15. Minute 17. This could very well come down to lives at this point. Dizzy's going to stop that time in, and Vortex is going to be caught on the cross here. 2 players looking to slide in. Dizzy throws the stun, but Mythics with the cleanup there. That's going to keep the time taken away down to a minute 11.
Oh,
Wee Man is just keeping this back and forth going. Vortex looking to pick up the pace here, and he will. Nice kill there onto Linny. 16 lives versus 12.
Yeah, it just looks like number 5 and F-Dot is just waiting for that support to come in. This is going to be a big fight between him and Steve Vortex. Steve Vortex is going to get tagged up, but he's going to play his life, and it's this kind of just ability to be able to not get killed, just play and make sure that the concentration is on you. Finally does get taken down, so a little bit of control as they push their way up to spawn. But again, they haven't been able to really finish off. Pack, can he finish it? No, Mythics is going to be there. Big Ben Mythics is going to get that kill, and again, it's going to be, back to the drawing board. They're not going to have many more attempts at potentially pushing this A zone, and right now their inability to be able to get that last little bit of geography is what's costing them. It is potentially looking like it is going to be around 5, Colin, as we hit that 20-second mark with no real answer from Team Pulsar to break this puzzle.
I mean, Pablo, as the time just drains away in this round, look at the engagements across the scoreboard for every single player. Nobody is having a bad game right now. Everybody's having a great one. I mean, you look at Dizzy, 19 and 29 isn't amazing, but I mean, Dizzy's had his moments inside of it. He's had some incredible moments for himself. And I feel like this series from start to finish, since we began back on Subbase, this has been quite the slugfest. Just 2 teams entered the middle of the ring, and their feet have not left that middle of the ring. They're just punching each other back and forth.
I think when you look at the previous encounters, we've obviously seen some of the community cups coming out of the rotation, Katana rotation, Deviants, Deviants, and Notorious. We've seen some of the S Hub. There has been, largely a little bit of control from Steve Vortex's team, from Team War as well. But you look at those ES Hub COD agent guns. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. We've seen Team Pulsar doing really well. We've seen Clutch Rain doing really well. So we know that they can mix it up with these big teams, and this is exactly what they needed to be able to do. Largely, these great players sometimes just fall off in the kill department against these Steve Vortex, Ben Bant side. So this is great for them that they're able to go toe to toe with them. And as you say, that the kill feed goes yellow, but it is going to be a TK for Wee Man on Harry. So big moments again. This is a huge round. We, looking at one team potentially will be going into the advantage into what will be an incredible hardpoint.
Lenny all alone, stunned up, and Harry's going to be able to take the pressure off of A. F-Dot sitting inside fire doors. He's forced off with 8 HP. He's going to play his life as they back down. A little bit of mid control here. Wee Man on the flank in, caught, but still walks away with a kill, finessing his life back over towards mid tank, and that's where he meets his demise. Pac's going to finish off Wee Man, and that's going to be Pulsar hopping on towards this B zone. Nobody here to stack just yet, but the kills outside. Pac and Dizzy find 2 through mid, and look how far back Devious and Notorious are, Pablo.
Yeah, I think they've largely realised that they're going to have a slow push if they want to gain B. Only 1 tick needed, and that's going to be a heavy stack. You can see Linny and F-Dot just going to make sure that B zone goes over. Going to give them a solid 147 in order to get that A zone. But you still got to say, on the scheme of things, this is still potentially advantage DevNot as they, the defensive team. No one yet to be able to get both zones, and that A zone has remained untouched, with the exception of that first round where the DevNot boys weren't able to then transition over to B. So big moment right now. It does look like though, Colin, Team Pulsar looking to repeat what they tried in that second round, where they're going to try and get that spawn control, and a couple of players are going to be in the back.
Well, here's their chance. 2 down. Spawn up for DevNot inside of Rugs, and that's going to be the chance to fight for it. Linny, unfortunately, the car blows up, and that puts Pac in an island situation. The backup has arrived. F-Dot inside of Laundry. Pac goes down, but F-Dot finds 2. Can't reach the zone. Big kill there from Vortex, and is he going to have to deviate from this plan? Play a little bit of TDM here. 48 seconds.
Yeah, 12 plays 17. It's going to require one big push. Team Pulsar with the advantage, but they need to get onto the 8 point finally. You're going to see that 3 stack, so the zones are going to fly through. The yellow arrows are going to need to converge. Trades are going to be all important. Trophy's going to need to be down. Wee Man gets a big pick. Mythics gets a big pick. Lucifer, Wee Man, that's going to be a wipe, and that is going to be a reset for Team Pulsar. They're going to need to try that all over again. That's the first time, Colin, that we've seen any A control like that. Are they going to be able to pull that off one more time?
Well, it doesn't get better than that for a break at A. 30 seconds left. 10 playing 12. Only 1 segment needed at A to find Pulsar up 2-1 inside the series. Big round here for both teams. 15 seconds, and Mythic's going to clean up the flank. F-Dot closest here. Can he reach the zone in time? Mythic says no. As the time ticks away, DevNot beaten and bruised, but they are never going to fall. That's a 2-1 right now as they take their lead in the series.
Yeah, incredible performance from DevNot. He looked under pressure at times, but again, no attacking round win right there. It's starting to get reminiscent to Tuscan back in the day a little bit, this invasion control. But yeah, big plays. Wee Man 30 and 26, dropping nearly 5k worth of damage, gets the final kill. But again, a big performance from both teams. And it comes down to small margins. You managed to get the 3 stack, but not able to get that one over the line for Team Pulsar. Despite these incredible stats, I mean, the interactions alone in that control are completely wild, and you only get that at the top end of challenges. Incredible performance to put themselves 2-1 up. It's squeaky bum time, Colin, for Team Pulsar. They're going to go into a hard point, and they, as much as they're cracked, this is the golden zone for the Steve Vortex side, that latter part of a series where they're now in control.
Follow, these 2 teams are literally neck and neck when it comes down to skill level, it seems, inside of the series. I mean, Pulsar are right there from winning these. They had 3 players positive 30 kills inside of that invasion control Over on the side of DefNot, I mean, they had 2 players positive 30 kills, one on 29, one on 28. So, I mean, the engagements are absolutely crazy. But with that swing map going the way of DefNot heading towards this invasion hardpoint, we talked about it prior to that map number 3, but that is a lot of momentum now for them heading into this last respawn of the series. And this being a triple dose of invasion, we're going right back into an invasion respawn, Pablo, as scary sights for Pulsar, especially considering the start that they had back on Subbase. They cannot find themselves down like they were back in map 1.
No, not at all. Now this is going to come down. Who's had the best practice? Who's played the best teams? Who's assimilated the maps and assimilated the strategy, the change in hard points? This is going to be new to almost everyone, but it's going to be interesting to see who's able to efficiently execute the strategies and at what kind of pace they're going to be able to do it, because that's largely the key at a time like this when we see a big change in the meta. So we know Steve Vortex teams are usually well scheduled, usually well trained when it comes to this kind of stuff. Now this for me is going to be the Dizzy map. This is has Dizzy trained his boys enough with the new kills, and we're going to be heading straight into this hardpoint. 2-1 for DevNot. Colin, it's going to be incredible hardpoint. This is a huge map for Team Pulsar this early on the Sunday.
This is DefNot's chance to push into the next rounds of the winners bracket and send Pulsar into the loser side of things. It's important to mention, too, that last time these two met up in Modern Warfare 3 was back in the Rotation Cup number 1. It was the loser bracket run for Pulsar that beats DefNot in the losers finals, and it was a 3-1 loss. So this is Pulsar's chance to rectify that loss, see if they can push it to a map number 5, Pablo, and give them their chance at revenge.
Absolutely, yeah. It is going to be a little bit of an advantage for DevNot. They've got themselves a 23-second lead. It is early days, not able to get a contest on, but you can see that attention and detail now going over towards that P2, over towards Forks, and already there's going to be a little bit of a war attrition, but it is going to be advantage DevNot. They were there for the spawns, and it's going to be, I think they're going to get surprised at those spawns as Team Pulsar do manage to spawn behind them at Palace. So a big fight and a big opportunity for the team in red to take advantage and get some points on the board.
Well, over and towards P2, it's looking like DevNot want to give no time up at all, but FDOT and Pac looking to be a little bit of an issue. Harry on the flank, and he's going to be snipped out. Now, low to the back, it's Vortex. FDOT going to find that kill. Takes DevNot off at the time, and is going to force these spawns over towards Palace. FDOT's going to hop on 4-1 on a 3 spree, looking to extend this into possibly a cruise missile, but here comes the lethals and the tacticals and the setup for DefNot. It seems like they want no time of day here at P2. They're just going to pass by this and head over towards the bus stop.
Yeah, it's going to put Team Pulsar potentially in and around a tied game, but it is going to give the boys an opportunity of DevNot to just get set up for that P3. So a big moment right now. Can Team Pulsar break them down? It was the story of the first hard point, was that DevNot looked so tidy. I mean, you can't man in an AR, but man in a Renetti. But again, that you look at that first hard point, you know, the boys at DevNot got themselves an early lead, but then slowly but surely started to let it to slip. This is going to be interesting. Are Team Pulsar going to be able to bully their way onto this P3? I think if they're able to do this and turn this lead round, this could be a big squeaky bum time for DevNot. You know, they slightly off the pace, slightly off the boil in this hard point.
They find their way in, but great out of DevNot to exit the zone, kind of force Pulsar into the inside, trap them, and then surround them. Mythic's going to pop off 3 now. He's on a streak alongside Weeman, who has found himself 4 in a row. Team Pulsar just cannot get anything going on this rotation as they are completely wiped away. And with 16 seconds left, they need to focus on the setup now for P4, which has moved past Treehouse now over and towards the courtyard. So we get to see for the first time on stream here for EU Challengers this P4 invasion.
Yeah, P4 originally was a little, I think it was a little bit too much of a stronghold. If you got the spawns, it became almost a fortress to try and to deal with. Now that it's a little bit further forward, I mean, Courtyard's still a little unusual, but it becomes a very challengeable hill. But you've got to look, Mythic's absolutely flying right now. Predator in the back pocket, 11-2, unstoppable. And we talk about having to deal with players who can just dominate a map, and this is exactly what Team Pulsar are having to deal with. Ben Mythics, who is frying, really enjoying this invasion, and it's a 60-second lead again. Is this going to be the story of the first map, or are Dev not going to be able to see this lead out?
I feel like Pulsar, they just need to find some momentum here. They just haven't been able to string anything together when it comes to kills. It's just been so back and forth, or it's been only Defnot inside of the kill feed. And Wheatman's looking to keep that story similar. He's going to find another two-piece there, hop back in towards the zone, and that is going to be another look over towards this rotation. Now P5 has moved away from where previously was in Palace, and that is going to be outside of Blue on B Street. So we get to see the setup in the back towards gas station. The spawns are a little bit finicky for this one. With Bach looking for the player up in towards Treehouse. Around with the Renetti. Drops on down, but Wheatman's still going to hunt him down. Mythics on the flank. No idea where these players have gone to. They are on the hunt for these members. Mythics up top, but the Renetti won't be able to beat out Dizzy. Linny gonna double down, but Harry gonna be able to keep things a little bit chaotic inside the hill. It is Pulsar soaking up the time.
You've got to ask the question. You were at the end of the first rotation, and not one player in Team Pulsar is on double figures. They've got themselves a 60-second deficit. It's time to start picking up the kills, start to get the trades, and you really need to pick up the pace. One of the problems has been that they're just slightly slower than the boys of Devnot, not even close in terms of slaying. A big moment for Team Pulsar as they head towards this second rotation. Kill feed's still yellow, and they just haven't been able to unlock what is been a mystery so far in this Devox not side and hardpoint, and you just feel that Steve Vortex's team just want to get this done, get the 3-1 and march on.
They are dominating right now in Invasion, and I mean, this is very much a map where you're looking to solidify angles all the time, and with how fluid Devnot are at rotating through this map, I mean, it seems like they're everywhere. And they're hiding away and just ready to pounce on these Pulsar members whenever they are seen. So Pulsar are gonna have to break this chain now. See if they can weave their way back into it. 65 to 140 into P1. Linny gonna find an angle sliding in. It's Harry. He's cut down as well. Linny's gonna find two in a row. It's Mythic's turn. He finds one. Dances around. Won't be able to get the second. 14 seconds going over towards Deviants X Notorious as we're looking to P2. Pulsar now looking to set up.
Yeah, they're going to need a solid hold on this. We're getting into that weird Goldilocks zone where Devnot not going to need tons of time off the remaining kills in order to apply the pressure to Team Pulsar. So a huge moment for the team in red. Mythics is going to add the pressure and add the pain as he looks to drop that straight onto the head of Linny. That is going to take the players off the hill for a couple of seconds. Not allowed any scrap time. Pressure just completely applied, but we do see a little bit of a yellow skills as it is going to be Dizzy. Just gets a few picks and is able to just get a little bit of a geography now. They're able to get the picks onto Weeman. This could be absolutely huge right now. They need to get more time. They've managed to bring it back again to a 70-second deficit, but they need the rest of this time. This is a huge moment. These 30 seconds could count for everything into this mid-stage, this second rotation. Weeman, though, has been frying right now. He's huge, 17 and 13, not far behind Mythics, who's 21 and 9. What a performance from the young man. Dev not looking really, really strong for their money. And again, they're going to take the scrap time. They don't give you an inch, Colin. You can't move the pressure. Completely maintain turning the screws in this invasion.
And I feel like a little thing that has to be pointed out about Team Pulsar inside of Invasion Hardpoint that just was so present. Back on Subbase is Pak, 9 and 16. Back on Subbase, he dropped plus 30 kills on the map. And without that, out of Pak, you're looking over towards Dizzy, Linny, and F-Dot, who have been having quite the performance. It's kind of like the story we sung for Linny back in map number 1. You need Pak to turn up here inside of these rotations. If not, Pulsar might be looking at the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a potential lower bracket run if they're able to turn things around. They have managed to clip into that 100-second zone, and they've managed to get themselves back to a 60-second deficit, but they need to go huge. They need their plays that were so vital in that first hard point to start to put, big numbers up. 15 and 18 from Dizzy. We expected them not to put huge numbers up himself, but Pak on 11 and 17. F-Dot normally frying, not exactly, absolutely dominating the map. And right now, this has been a story of Ben Mythics dominating this incredible hardpoint so far. And again, that kill feed just remains too yellow. If you're a Team Pulsar fan, they need to start getting picks. They need to start getting trades. Right now, it's staring down the barrel of another 70-second deficit. And it's going to be that really, really awkward courtyard kill where we expect contests and we expect spawns. Like number 2, Steve Vortex just pops into Palace, and it's going to be a surprise. We do see, though, Colin, number 8, Linny may have read this, but it's too little too late.
unfortunately, I say for Team Pulsar, Pablo, 143 to 183, a 40-point lead is very manageable. That's one good hill being back into this game. And for Team Pulsar, you have to put some respect on these players. They have kept this as competitive as they have, and as many times have we seen the kill feed just light up yellow for Defnod. Team Pulsar definitely have a chance of bringing this one back with one solid rotation. And we're looking over towards P5 now, back over towards Broken Blue. The push through B Street is going to be here. Harry on an angle, spots out Dizzy. He's going to be known. F dot peeks him. Harry's gone. And Vortex now looking to patch this one up. The Renetti won't be able to lock down the second. And this is a moment now. Weeman, a little bit alone here. Going to be walked on pockets. Absolutely burned. And the help is out for Weeman. Lenny trying to put some pressure back on. Rushing Weeman. And it's going to be Dizzy to take him down. The break is out.
Oh, if we see a resurgence in this map, like map 1, this is going to be insane. Team Pulsar within 40, as you say, you talked about how manageable it is. Well, a kill feed again goes yellow, but the Team Pulsar is starting to heat up, starting to get those picks. Again, guys, sorry if you're not being able to see time right now, but we talked about that ability for teams to be able to convert a few kills into big time. Team Pulsar has been able to do it. It is potentially looking like the scrap time is going to go the way of Devnot as they sub 210 it, and there's going to be a battle over towards that P1. This is going to be absolutely huge right now for both teams, and this is a very difficult hill to try and control, to try and maintain any kind of, you know, control over. It's very contestable. We're going to have to see some big moments right now for that team in red.
That's 3 down with an unfortunate team kill. Lenny forced it towards a hero position. Free Fire's there, can't find the second. Vortex tucks back in towards DVD, and he's just going to be hopping this hill as best as he can. 220 to 167. Lucifer, another one. Dizzy looking to get in towards this time. Looking to take away here. Minute 27 in regulation. This should be enough time for Defnot to put away without it going towards time, as okay, or Dizzy's going to be known there. Harry, again, just keeping this one back and forth. Vortex and Weeman clean up the rest around. Lenny just trying to find an angle with the Renetti. He cleans up the player inside, picks up the gun, can't lock down the kill on the Vortex. We're going to P2, and it's Pulsar here first.
Yeah, they're going to be set up over towards Forks. Just keep your eyes number 1 there. And Harry is just going to try and make his way over. That's a nice solid setup, but those skulls are not going to be helpful as that individual there loses his gunfight. It's going to be F Dot who loses that gunfight, and it's going to see Devnot back on the kill. It's going to be a big job for Dizzy to try and hold this down from back Forks. He's going to get picks. Linny misses his shots. That could be huge. Manages to pick it up. Going to retain a small amount of control, but you can see those yellow arrows starting to make their way over. 2, 3, 4 plays 180. No one right now able to control P2, and Colin, you feel like this could potentially be going the way of a P3. There's going to be a little bit of a momentum shift as the boys of Dev not able to get back onto this hill. Only need 14.
This is it. Last push, last chance. F Dot, Vortex, Harry, everybody popping up in the feed. Dizzy looking for the flank, cleans up by Mythics, and back on we go for Defnut, but nobody's on the time. To be here, he finds the finisher, and now it's going to be a race to P3. Pablo, last chance here for Pulsar. F Dot, he knows that, and he is racing out. The runners are on, and he's going to reach here first, and the kills through mid. Team Pulsar, they have their chance to stay alive.
Yeah, the problem for Team Pulsar is that they're in transition, and those yellow arrows are potentially going to have the ability to see them from behind. So a big moment right now for F Dot. He's got to try and protect what is going to be a 3-man push, potentially a 2-man push from either side. Steve Vortex is going to be there, able to get the pick. That's going to be all she wrote. You feel so many players so far away. 4 seconds remaining. Devnot looking so strong in this hard point. Look great in control. They're going to see it 3-1 and advance on. First game in this Sunday 2K. Colin, an incredible performance in the end.
Yeah, 3-1 victory once again for Devnot over Team Pulsar inside of these Challenger Cups. And that is going to be a little bit, I'd say, heartbreaking for Team Pulsar after the performances that they put on back in the Search and Destroy and the Control. I mean, this series was so close for Team Pulsar, so many chances to win this, and even a 3-0, it felt like for both teams it was there. It's just Defnot, they clutch up when they needed it most, and then that hard point just so consistent from start to finish. There's a little bit of a chance for Team Polestar in towards the end. You started to see that comeback form once again, Pablo, but I think that it's just more to be said about this Polestar team than Defnot. I mean, Polestar really trying their best to keep this one alive. So looking back at the series, here we go. That sub base. I mean, what a crazy way to start things off. 250 to 243. It was Team Polestar to kick off. What a wonderful comeback it was to view. And we head over in towards the search and destroy on terminal round 11. It was a 4-2 lead for Polestar once again, and then that comeback 4 rounds in a row for the side of Defnot. That brings us into the rest of the series, and it just seemed like Defnot, they just got better and better as the games went on.
Yeah, this has largely been a game of Steve Vortex. You know, you take away the hard points where there was obviously a huge momentum push. The team also are very aggressive from the rip, so they, you know, able to get that first round. But then you see Steve Vortex start to step up. He goes double figures in S&D. He gets one of the highest scores in control, and he starts to dominate this hard point as well. So a big moment for him. He's the in-game leader. He's the talismanic figure. And again, you talk about, you know, from an individual perspective, Colin, he's got a lot to prove. He's been trying to get back into the top echelon of Call of Duty for so long. I think he feels like he's, you know, largely being kept in the cold when he doesn't need to be. I think this is his year where he wants to step up. You know, he's got his own issues when he's got to deal with the big boys, those 4 players in Team War, and right there in the way of the thing that he wants the most. But again, an incredible game. We're going to have games for the rest of the day. We're going to have some big matchups. We're going to be covering like the Clutch Rain. We're going to be covering Team War, and we're going to be looking how Devnot get on. This is the double limb though, so Team Pulsar are going to fall down to losers, I believe, and we're going to be there for the rest of the day. Colin, it's been exciting so far. Hope your voice is ready for it, brother.
Oh, I am so ready, Pablo, and I feel like this is a story for Notorious X Deviants heading into this year of challengers for all these players. It's a story of redemption, and it's one that I'm excited to tell throughout the entirety of this season. Definitely that monster in the closet of Team War that they're going to be waiting for now inside of the semifinals. So Team War Falcons is a winner of that, moves forward to play Devious X Notorious. Pulsar moved down into the lower bracket, and we are going to be waiting on seeing who is going to be the next up on stream, folks. So bear with us. We're going to head to a quick break, get things set up. We'll keep you as notified as we possibly can, and we will see you here for some more EU challengers very shortly. semifinals now. Teams playing for top 3. We last saw Notorious Devious play up against the likes of Team. It slipped my mind.
Impulsor?
Team Pol, yeah, and
It's been a
early
long
in the
night
morning
for
for
you.
me. It's early in the morning for me here in Canada.
Did someone
but-
play ranked a little bit too late, Colin?
Oh man, I was all over that. But yes, PRS, they fall down into the losers bracket. Devious Notorious, they move up farther into the winners bracket, into the semifinals, and I think they're going to be playing Team War. And we're going to be looking into Clutch Rain versus Noctum White in our semifinal match, Pablo. I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, oh man, this is, I mean, everyone's like, why don't we cover the other game? But we've covered them so many times, whereas this is like a bit of a healthy matchup for us. Obviously, we're really interested to see how Clutch Rain get on. They've been one of the teams that have got the potential to really deal with those top 2. We've got Twiz, Rafi, Brezzy, and Cobra. Brezzy is a storied legend of the CDL. We've got Rafi, who's one of the big S&D players in Europe. And Twiz and Cobra, you know, Cobra's one of those players largely fighting for the kind of spot that Abuza and Lynn took in the CDL. And Twiz is one of these players that's had an incredible, you know, improvement in his game. Noctum, on the other hand, Colin, Resi, detained, Cruz, Xiao Cruz had a great year last year. Hopefully he can get that again. But we really, big S&D moment, we really need to see whether they can come good in the respawns against this French side.
I think for Noctum Esports, coming off of a Game 5 win versus 5 as well, that S&D just goes to show just how far they can really, you know, bring these matchups into each other. But we are hopping in with a Skid Row Hardpoint in for our match number, or map number 1 for this match, semifinals. This is for top 3 inside of our EU Challengers Cup number 1. So heading into P1, it's going to be Clutch Rain for the early points. Looking for the break here is Noctum, but Brezzy immediately stops the push, and Wardy, Detain, go down.
Yeah, Xiao Cruz are nice too, but one of them is going to be one of his own teammates. And Colin, this is one of the maps that's remained unchanged. That didn't really need touched anyway. Some reasonable hard points. That it is all about this P2 though. We do see players going early, trying to get as much of a lock on P2 as possible. It is going to be a nice fat bit of time for Clutch Rain as they take 30 or more seconds from that. It's going to be potentially a large chunk of that kill. So Noctum Esports, Colin, already on the back foot and really do need to get control of this P2, but it's not looking that way right now.
Oh, Brezzy up top, even with the Rifle 9 in his hand. I mean, this is not an easy spot to take him out of. He even has the help here. Cobra is going to be able to wipe away the pressure from Tunnel. You can see those purple arrows in the minimap, just how far they're spawning away from this point. I mean, some people have said this reminds them of P2 Hackney Yard back in MW 2019. I mean, like, between this and the old Palace Hill back on Invasion, I don't know which one I would rather challenge, Poplo, but it is not an easy hill to break, as you can already see Noctum are rotating with 30+ seconds left.
Yeah, we're not even at the mid stage of the first rotation. Clutch have got themselves a 72-second lead, and Rafi and Twiz haven't really picked their pads up at all. Brezzy yet to drop with a Predator in the back pocket as we hit this alley P3. This could be the first opportunity for Noctum to really put on a defense. They're gonna have to go big again. Twiz is gonna get that kill, and that's a player I would love to highlight. It's someone, you know, if he goes big in a game, Colin, Clutch Rain are gonna do really, really well, but it is going to be Noctum who need to get off the mark. It's going to be 100 seconds and they've got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Noctum, they need to get something going. It's going to be 3 down, and they finally get their first point here on Skid Row, down 96-4. Cobra's going to break right back in, almost snaps over towards Wardy, but Wardy looking to do his best now to hold on for Noctum. Unfortunately, Clutch Rain knocking on the door of P3. Detain's going to back on down. The contest is in. Brezzy just looking to hold on. Wardy, Detain are here to back them up. And I like that you bring up Brezzy, Poplo, because I feel like you can throw a head-to-head in between both of these teams, between Brezzy and Wardy, who have both had their own, I guess, tenure inside of North American Challengers. There's going to be a lot of experience to bring to these teams, and I think both of them are going to be looking to have big games today.
Yeah, Wardy kind of been hit and miss, has been really inconsistent this year. But Brezzy, on the other hand, often kind of, we think of him as the EU Kismet. We think that he's a player that could potentially go back into the CDL and do a really good job, but
I
just
agree.
not getting the opportunity. One of the really interesting features about playing with and against Clutch Rain is obviously connection plays a part, something people don't often like to bring up, goes against the idea of gun skill. But it really, we've got to talk about another element. It's about game management. So both these teams know going into this, the connection is going to play a part. When Clutch Rain host, they're potentially going to have a little bit more of an advantage, and it comes down to in-game leadership and that game management. And Colin, Clutch Rain have got it right to the best part, over the last few months in cups, but now Noctum Esports really going to have to employ a little bit of brains in game management to kind of counteract the potential for those connection issues.
Yeah, Clutch Rain making it all the way into the grand finals for the rotation 122, and fortunately, Dance and Co, they just are living for those grand finals so far.
Yeah.
It is their I would say it's like their safe space this year in MW3. But here's the rotation with P5, and the cruise missile's going to be out. Brezzy looking to drop the hammer down on Wardy, who actually manages to kill onto Rafi before going down. Unfortunately, though, you see Noctum loses a second as Rezzy top P2 to be dealt with. Now Twiz looking to work his way in. Nice shots there onto Cruise. 3 down for Noctum, and Clutch Rain continue their domination here on Skid Row.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be number 8 and Twiz. Those guys, a little bit of a time glitch on the hard points, so you're not able to see, but I'm going to guess Twiz is largely going to be that hill kit, and why his interactions are so low. 5 and 8, you would expect a lot more out of a dynamic player, but he has been potentially getting the time for the boys of Clutch Rain, who've got a monumental lead, 130 seconds. They have started to slow down a little bit, but knocked them still way off the pace. Zhao Cruz nearly double negative of 4 and 9. Wardy negative 11-13. Again, no one positive on the side of Noctum, with a huge job to do against this very imperious French side. And again, what is the answer? Again, it's so difficult when you take into account all the factors that can play against Noctum Esports right now. But Colin, you've got to ask the question, they really do need to start getting kills more than anything else.
It really reflects the score that we're looking at, 172-40. Not a pretty game so far for Noctum, but this is a good set of kills they've got here in the rotation of P1, and some time to back it up. Tane takes the fight to Cobra, and that long-range battle going to be won from Apps. Rafi now going to follow things up, back and forth in the kill feed. It is still Rezzy holding on. Swing out Rafi, Detain trading. Back in they go, and it's going to be a double kill from Detain, met by a double kill of Brezzy. And things just a tug-of-war here for this P1 control. 18 seconds left. The rotation Cruz is here with the Rival 9 in hand, but he's got to be careful. Rafi looking to set up for tunnel.
Yeah, not the most ideal weapon for holding down a suppression point with such a big distance down, kind of Barber Tunnel and over towards that P5 area. It's going to make it difficult. So he's going to have support from Wardy with the MCW. So going to give them a little bit of time. They've started to fight back a little bit. A little bit of game brains coming into it now. They've got this P2 rotation, but again, they need that support. You can see number 8 in Twiz just making his way down. He is going to get dealt with. So a really nice hole. First time we've seen it really from Noctum Esports, starting to pick things up. Big kills from Detain. Again, a player that can go absolutely ham when he needs to. Finally starting to see a little push towards the positive on the KD, which is going to build the confidence, Colin, of the boys of Noctum. We've brought this back to within 100 seconds.
Pablo, Skid Row is just one of those maps that in the second set of rotations, if you can, get that early rotate over towards P1, it can become a money hill if you lock down those lanes with the MCW. And then if you manage to sneak away with stringing P1 and P2 together, and that is nearly 120 seconds that is possible, nearly maybe 80 at least between the two. And Noctum have cut this down to a 78-point game, now rotating over towards P3. If they can find a quick break, they'll be right back into this.
Yeah, Twiz with a big kill, though. You feel if he doesn't get that kill, that could be advantage back over to Noctum just for that control of that alley hill. But it is going to be those purple arrows starting to flood over. They're going to need to get these trades. This is so important. And again, they're just going to be pulling it into the blender. As Rafi with the big job again. Rafi 14 and 16. You feel if he was able to go positive, that lead would be cemented even further. But right now, Noctum Esports just not able to get any control of this alley hill. They're going to just give it one more push. 25 seconds remaining. They're going to have to fight for every little bit of time, Colin. They're going to have to play some perfect hard point right now.
It is the words we genuinely try to avoid saying as casters, but it comes up in moments like this. Perfect hard point. Can they do it? Resi over towards Purple already. Spots the player in God Stairs, but there's a reason why they're called God Stairs. It's not easy to hit those shots. Cobra is going to beam Resi, take him out of Barber. Now only one player on an island over towards that Barber Hill. All alone inside. It's Wardy to try to hold off the rest. He's going to find the first one, 18 and 19. Now he has brought himself back into this, and he's just holding Clutch Rain at bay. Cruz looking to work his way through those God Steps. He's not able to find the kill into Cobra. Here comes the Cavalry. Clutch Rain. Wardy, can he get it done? No, he can't. Rafty finds 2. The break is in for Clutch Rain. That's 3 down for Noctum, and this could be it, Pablo.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on this. It's going to require one big push from Noctum Esports if they want to remain in this hard point. It's been a battle of war of contrition almost in this second rotation. Noctum Esports bringing it back, you know, much more improved performance in terms of kills and in terms of a little bit more control. But Clutch Rain just looking very solid. A handful of seconds remain, and Rafi on a 5 spree starts to pick his gun up 20 and 18. And that is going to be a Clutch Rain with a solid victory in this round 1, in this game 1. 113 plays 250. How you got to say that's a slap, Colin?
Yeah, it is. They got the 113 points. Pablo, at one point, it was 96-0 to start this game off. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that to, you know, start map 1 in your semifinals. You look here, too, and even across the board, I mean, nobody on Clutch Rain having a poor game. Twiz does go negative, but Twiz playing more of the, you know, rotation role for his team and, you know, was caught in those rotations quite often. The rest of the team picking it up, stringing together kills, multi-kill after multi-kill, and Clutch Rain is just a dominant way to start off this series. Now heading in towards this second map, I think we can just kind of brush over that Skid Row, Pablo, and take a look back at our map set. I mean, first time we're actually going to highlight this map set for the series. It's Karachi Search and Destroy up next, followed by 2 other Karachis. So a triple dose of Karachi for the middle portion of this, and we get a Skid Row and Invasion for the bread of this burger. If it does go to a map 5, that Invasion Search and Destroy, that's going to be one hell of a ride.
Yeah, this is going to be you know, again, we just got to plumb for the imagination of the teams, but it just shows you just how condensed the quality of the map pool can be at times. So again, it takes, you know, you look at someone like Steve Vortex's side, they will work hard on the least popular maps so that they can throw that cat among the pigeons and really shake things up in their map choices, whereas a lot of teams starting to prefer Invasion and Karachi. It's been like this since the start, and again, you always pray for a slightly more expanded map pool, but right now it's got to be the Karachi S&D that the boys of Noctum have got to go big in. Now, we've got to highlight that this is really their game mode. They're a very, very competent S&D side. Look to the likes of Jed Detain, who can go absolutely huge, but they still, you know, it's not like they're facing a team who can't play S&D. Brezzy is a, you know, a storied legend. These are guys with big brains, but Rafi is the player that you're going to be looking at Clutch Rain, who's going to be largely leading those strategies and looking to play. And he's kind of the player that always ends up in that 1v2 or 1v3 and goes clutch as well. So it's not going to be easy for Noctum, but this is a big, big opportunity for them to bring it back.
And Rafi too, I like this team that Rafi has found himself in for, you know, this season of Challengers too, because it kind of brings me back to the mind that Rafi has and how good of a player he is in this IGL role. I think back to Vanguard when he was on, you know, Toronto Ultra EU for a small little change. I think it was only for the one tournament that he did play, and he brought a lot to that team in such a short moment. It just shows the amount of skill that he brings to the team and the amount of knowledge that he brings to a team, and the respect is kind of due for him on a team like Clutch Rain, with the skills that he has behind him, between, you know, the come up of Twiz, Cobra after a strong year last year, and Brezzy too, how good Brezzy has been inside of Challengers. It is just, it's a dangerous team that you look to make waves inside of this scene. So I'm excited to see what we get in our next map. After a dominant Skid Row, we got Karachi Search and Destroy coming up. We're going to get these players lopped up as quick as possible, and we'll be back with some more EU Cup 1. Welcome back, everybody, to map 2. We got the Search and Destroy Noctum Esports down 0-1. Clutch Rain, a dominant Skid Row. Almost 100-point clubbing Noctum Esports inside of that first one. But now heading over to the Karachi Search. Noctum looking to bring this one back. My name is Seymour, with me Pablo. And Pablo, we are in round 1 with Clutch Rain with a life advantage.
Yeah, Zhao Cruz going to hit round 2 early in the game. Wardy with bomb, and again, just a little bit of a cautious approach. They know how dangerous this Clutch Rain side is, but I'm sure there is mutual respect on the other side. There is going to be Twiz on the chase. He's going to put Rezi into the next round as well. And it's going to be Brezi who manages to fall. And Colin, that's a big kill. There's the brains out of the side. Going to be a 3v2 with 30 seconds on the clock, and bomb still not down.
Brezi going to put that controller down. Funnel his thoughts over towards the rest of his team, but Wardy gets a second one. He escapes down in towards bottom church. Twiz chasing now, 15 seconds left to race over towards the bomb, and Rafi's gonna get caught by the player in back alley. Detained. What a big kill that is. Twiz spotted now, low HP, but he gets the kill with the nade, and he's charging at Wardy with the Renetti. Twiz for the clutch, but Wardy, what was that?
What the hell just happened? Yeah, Detain goes absolutely ham in that incredible plays. Wardy, though, playing his life, incredible movement. Did he just channel Shotzzy into that incredible performance? 3-0 Noctum Esports are going to just cement that from a point where they were down by one player off the rip. Zhao Cruz goes in. I'm mind blown, Colin, mind blown.
I think the voice infliction says it all. I just could not believe my eyes.
You went full I hold shift, and I thought you were going to attract dogs to the audience.
I didn't know what just happened, Pablo. Wardy just put him on skates. Twiz, kicking himself that they lost that, especially in a 4v2 clutch. Knocked him going big, coming off of that hard point loss. So that is going to fuel them up. But the bomb going down at B right away. It's a 4v4.
Big moment down. Bomb planted nice and early. Clutch Rain just going to get control of that bomb site and force Noctum into a bit of bomb site control. You can see those purple arrows just starting to edge up towards that B bomb site. Rafi with a big pick. Detain goes into the next round. It's going to be a 4v3. Only 28 seconds. A flurry of kills imminent at any point. Zhao Cruz, though, with a big brain play, manages to go behind and get that pick on Rafi, and that's going to be the big S&D player out. And another big kill. 16 seconds on the clock. 2v2, Colin.
Big eyes on Cobra here. MCW, top AC, Cruz trades it 1v1. Brezi this time for the clutch. 7 seconds, has to wait it out, and Cruz just no time to get it done. Enough magic here from both Brezi and Cobra. They waited out. The time is in their favor, and that is a fantastic way to bring it back. Down to another 1v1. Noctum is making Clutch Rain work for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what we expected. We know that they've got really good S&D players, and obviously that kind of wildness that you get in a hard point is the playing field is leveled almost. So those players that might struggle in terms of big reaction times or having to get two pieces at any kind of like pace, that's just taken away. The pressure's taken off. They just need to hold their angles and get that first pick. A little bit of an aggressive move over towards that A bomb site, and Twiz and Rafi waiting for the kills.
Rafi just playing for Twiz here, stuns out. Rafi doesn't get caught by it, but throws the shoulders. Brezi, now Twiz looking to trade it out. No idea where they are, and oh no, surely not, surely not. Waits it out. Lovely patient out of Twiz. Double kill there on a Cruz, and Rezi. Bomb is down, and here comes the rest. Brezi falls in, Detained falls down, and Wardy 1 versus 3 to clutch it up. MCW in hands. No streak to worry about, so he can fly at this all he wants.
Yeah, you've got to say, you know, whether it's comms or whether it's a newfound maturity in Twiz, but really like ice in the veins, making a decision, gets the two-piece, puts his team in an extreme advantage. Wardy now with it all to do in an impossible 1v3, 25 seconds on the clock. He can't find anyone right now. He's yet to check top red, so I think he's about to potentially just make a move, but again, probably just doesn't want to feed another life. Manages to get a pick. I think he is potentially going to dip from this. Very difficult situation. 10 seconds on the clock. I think we're going to potentially see Clutch Ooh, big fight. Oh, he's going to finally get dealt with. I think that's what he was trying to avoid, is just feeding another kill. But Clutch very deservedly so into the lead and off the back of a very mature performance from Twiz.
Yeah, it's just not something you would see out of Twiz last year, even in MW2. I definitely would play that a little bit quicker, but he's definitely shown improvements here in MW3, and plays like that just cemented in my mind. Pablo 2-1 here for Clutch Rain. A very good defensive side for them. Uh, could have been a 3-0 here, but knocked him Clutch up back in round 1 in a 4v2. So back onto the defense for Noctum. Now, how can they answer back? It's going to be a triple stack to B, but this gamble is wrong. Detain is all alone at A, and he is going to have to go big for a couple kills.
Yeah, I think he's read that and he's decided to just wait for some support, make sure that he's not going to get first blooded. And you've got to feel that if Clutch were able to get Rafi off his donut, which is really unusual for a player of his capability in S&D, that this could be a more dominant performance out of the team in blue. He's going to get bombed down, so it is going to be Noctum Esports going to have the post-plant retake. Twiz going to get that kill again, just firing on all cylinders. An incredible performance from him so far. Jed Detain tries to jockey, can't get the kill. Brezzy manages to take them. It is going to be 2v4, 30 seconds on the clock.
You do it again, time against them this time. Rezzy's going to be caught climbing the ladder. That is 4 in a row for Twiz. Already 1v4 this time. 19 seconds left to do it as well. Up the stairs, Twiz. That's 5 in a row from Twiz so far on Karachi S&D. 3-1 Clutch Rain go. Big performance out of Twiz here. 7-2 inside of this map number 2. I mean, Pablo, this is a team that just decimated. Knocked him back on Skid Row Hardpoint, and they are not slowing down.
No, not at all. They think they've got the momentum in there. Looking like it is going to be a reset, though. One of the players looks like they potentially lagged out. So it's going to be 3-1 to Clutch Rain, guys. We are just going to have to get the lobby resorted. This could take a few seconds. So it is Clutch Rain looking dominant, but again, issues potentially with the connection. We do get this from time to time when we have a split across EU. We are going to head to a break, and we'll bring all the action back to you as soon as we can. A big first engagement. Xiao Cruz goes off, puts Rafi into the next round as the kill feed goes back and forth. It is going to be advantage. Noctum Esports, Rezi all on his own in a 1v3. Rezi with bomb. And it's going to be a big kill though as he brings it back to a 1v2, Colin.
V2, and he's making the noise. It's a double setup. Back cafe. Rezi to break this with the Rifle 9 in hand. It's going to be a tough gunfight, especially with Rezi posted up with the MCW. Peeks out. Rezi puts it to rest. And what a way to bounce back is it, Poplo. Heading back off of a small little break in that Karachi Search and Destroy, and they get the first round to bring this to a one-round game.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you're talking about a little gap, but, you know, it's enough to let the hands go a little bit colder and let the mind wander a little bit more, but the boys are on point concentration right in there. Noctum Esports not letting that slip at all. Now it's just a one-round cushion for Clutch Rain. It's back to leaning forward, engage the gears, and try and get that deficit back to 2 rounds. Clutch Rain playing very, very strong S&D before the break, but it is going to be Noctum who's just going to start to fire back. The question is, can they bring it back to parity? It is going to be Twiz with bomb, looking to get a little bit of bomb site control. But already, Colin Rezi at the back to apply that pressure.
And Twiz looking to get his back. Cruz is going to spot this one, and he's ready to absolutely push this, but rightfully backed down. Looking for maybe a different angle, but Cruz is truly playing with fire right now. Poplo dancing quite literally with death. As the push comes up, Cruz still going to find his. Rezi in the back. 2 versus 2. Getting pressured out and lives with 20 HP, but not able to escape the sights of Cobra. Wardy racing on the flank. The bomb yet to go down. A little bit of time here for Wardy to check this, and he's going to spot Rafi, but now Rafi knows, swaps the Renetti, and snaps onto Wardy.
Yeah, a little bit of a hesitation there from Wardy towards the end, something that he wouldn't see him do last year. He'd normally just get that kill, Rafi would be put into the blender, and it would be a 1v1, but the Renetti just proven how powerful it is at close range. It's going to be 2 kills and only 1 death for Rafi again. A player who was actually on the struggle bus a little bit in the beginning of the round before the break. He was 0-3 at one point, and just showing just his caliber, and is you know, he's a very elegant S&D player at times. But Clutch Rain going to bring that back to a 2-round deficit. You have just joined, guys. There was a break. It was 3-1 to Clutch Rain. So now we're at the 4-2 stage. The precipice potentially for Clutch Rain, but it is only a 2-round cushion. Do not write Noctum Esports off at your peril.
This is going to be Katsoda. Second one, Rafi looking to minimize the damage here, and Cobra just below him finds the kill into Rezi. So bomb in the hands of Cruz, looking to make a dash over towards A, but the thing is, Cruz hasn't been spotted. Fortunately, Wardy gets caught looking for the rotate, and now it's going to put Cruz in a 1v3. Surprise, surprise, Rezi has pushed through Scrap, and Cruz jumps right into his welcoming arms.
Yeah, you've got to say, Colin, since the break, Wardy's gone off the boil a little bit. Just seems to be a little bit like his reaction times just seems a little slower than normal. Again, S&D potentially not his favourite. He is very much a respawn player, but again, really surprised. He's lost some one-on-one gunfights that you would expect him to win. They'll train on the precipice of taking this S&D in some style as well. Despite the break, Noctum Esports with a long way to go. 3-round cushion secured. And for the guys who are just joining, that's match point of Clutch Rain. We went into a quick connection break at 3-1 to Clutch Rain. Big job now for Noctum Esports, Colin.
It's a big job. And Noctum claw their way back here, though. Poplo, it's going to be a tough road.
You know it.
By one, Cruz top AC. Oh, this could be the play. Nobody's seen this at all. And Cruz is gonna know. Right above. Cobra still alive. Finally cleans it up. Rezi gets one with his nade. Twiz gonna bring this into a 2 versus 2. So trades. And now advantage. Rafi 1v2. Pushing up in towards Crumple. Spots out Cruz. 1v1. Snaps over. Detained. Tagged. Chowing it out. And Rafi looking to put this one away, but we are going another round.
Oh, I love the confidence from Jed Detain there. You know, he gets tagged up. You know, he just sits jockeys AC, and he's just got the confidence to go back in with that MCW. I was literally about to say when Xiao Cruz like missed his shots, you can have the high ground, but you can also have like way too higher ground. You know, you're trying to shoot them directly on the top of the head. Well, Jed Detain just proves me wrong. I'm just going to stay quiet for the rest of the time as I eat my words like every other Sunday. But Clutch Train still one round away, guys. I think it is now. 5-3, 2-round cushion restored, but it is Clutch Train with the advantage. Xiao Cruz with bomb.
Good trophy there. Picked up. And Cobra now going to have to watch this one for the cross. 240. Interest there. Cruz backed off, so the bomb doesn't get over towards B. Pablo's smoke. Not going to be able to allow this to plant the bomb. Cruise missile called in from Rafi, going for the kills, but it doesn't hit. They're still alive. Backbridge and Brezzy now using his smoke to see if he can close this gap. Smoke goes away, and so will Brezzy.
Yeah, that was a big kill. First blood goes the way of Noctum Esports. Brezzy is potentially either going to see himself into the next game or into the next round. Noctum Esports with a slender advantage. Xiao Cruz with bomb, but again, little tentative steps out as he wants to get bombed down, but he knows players have got the angle. Support is on its way, so expect to see Wardy, Rezi, and Jed Detain just trying to get a little bit of an angle to make sure that he can get bomb. It is going to go down, so advantage with Noctum Esports. They're going to have control of the time and the geography, but that is not going to help Rafi and Twiz go absolutely huge.
2-3 now. Things have turned around. Rezi going to be able to equalize. Lost the player top bricks and not able to get the gun up in time. 1v2 for Wardy now. Looking to right his wrongs from the past couple of rounds. And I don't think he has an angle onto the bomb, but he is going to be able to spot the cross there. 17 seconds. And silence going to be popped. Wardy going to have to check this one in. Lovely patience here. 10 seconds left. Swings out. Gets the kill. That's the round. Wardy ice cold here to bring this to 5-4 round count.
Incredible plays, Wardy, in a really difficult 1v2. We've kind of like given him a bit of a crap earlier on in the game, saying that he'd gone off the boil a little bit, but that is the Wardy we expect to see. Big reactions, super accuracy, manages to get the kill and the 1v2. Really big moment for his team. Can they restore parity in this S&D, though? That is the question. Or our Clutch Train just about to flex hard, lean forward, and be done with this game. It could be 2-0. We could be heading into a control at 1-1. Again, everyone across the board contributing to what has been exciting S&D. No one really in the struggle bus territory just yet. It is going to be Twiz just going top red, and it's going to be a full stack over towards this A-bomb site.
Like this play out of Detain, but a little bit uncertain of his timing. He's going to back down into the bus and maybe feeling a little bit stuck in this position. Calls for Rezi to back him up with the MCW. Slowly peeking his way from that back alley. Detain still quiet as a church mouse inside this, but the bomb is going to go down, and Detain's going to have to make his move. He will. Slides out. Trades there. Brezzy stays alive with the ball planted in a 3v3.
Yeah, this is a big moment now for Noctum Esports. They've got to get some control. Number 4 then, Xiao Cruz with a big potential 1v1. Is he going to read it? Rezi gets a pick. It is going to be Xiao Cruz who sees himself get killed. It's going to be a 2v2. Rezi and Wardy up against Twiz and Cobra potentially. A very interesting matchup. A couple of very cracked players. Cobra can go huge. It is going to be Wardy. Looks to get that trade. Not getting the trade. Needs to go huge. Gets it with the Renetti. Changes over. He's got to chase this on. Is he going to read this though? I don't think he's got his back to him. Oh my days. He turns. He can't get the kill. Clutch Train able to see it out just about. And they're going to take the S&D and go into control 2-0. Call an incredible performance towards the end.
The fact that Wardy almost turns on Twiz here as well was just insane, but Twiz, an incredible start to the search and destroy before we reset, and an incredible end to it post reset. I think that was 7 kills in the post, and Pablo, if I remember, prior to the reset, he had 7 kills as well, so that's a 14 kill game from Twiz to win that search and destroy. Just absolutely incredible numbers coming out from himself. So 2-0 for Clutch Train, like you said, heading in towards the control. We're staying with Karachi and Noctum Esports. They need to dig deep now to figure out how to fix things.
Yeah, not an easy game as well for Noctum going into what is essentially a respawn, and we know how kind of the much vitality and energy Coltrane are going to bring to this. They are very big players in this demand, but again, that S&D, potentially Noctum were looking good at times, but we talked about it at the start of the game. We talked about Twiz. He seems to have ironed out that inconsistency that we'd seen flashes of brilliance over the years, but he could go off the boil. He's had an incredible series so far, and we're going to be heading into Control potentially. It's going to be the end of Noctum's run, or it's going to be the boys making the reverse sweep. There's a long way to go yet. We are going to be heading to a break, guys, as we look to bring you all the action. We're going to be back very, very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EU Challengers Cup 1 coverage. We got Clutch Rain, Noctum Esports, Karachi Control. My name is Seymour. With me is Pablo. And it's Clutch Rain up 2-0 after Twiz putting on a masterclass in the Search and Destroy. It's Brezzy following up here in map 3.
What's that? Resi just decides to go absolutely ham, Colin, just as you're about to pass it over. 3-0. Looks like Clutch are trying to get to grips with this control as early as possible. Looks like they're going to try and pen the poor old Noctum boys in the chicken coop. They're going to count all their eggs at once. It is going to be a slender life lead, though, after all those kills for Clutch Rain. Only going to be, in fact, it's going to be restored to parity as the boys from Noctum able to get Resi on there. But Twiz, you called him out, mate. He's absolutely flying right now. Twiz, you know, he's channeling pure shots here at the minute. And are they going to be able to get him under control?
I think Twiz just looks so comfortable right now, and the rest of the team making it so easy for him to do what he needs to do. Twiz, though, goes down, and here's a moment for Noctum. They're on A. They got the first segment locked in, and now they're looking to slay out and hopefully secure this A zone. Add another minute to the clock, and lives dead even, 23 each. Resi looking for an angle onto Cruz. The damage is there, but here's the help. Resi, Cruz, they find two. Twiz inside. Can he get all three? He cannot. And Detain gonna finish things off to see if you can finish off the zone.
Yeah, it should be enough time. Hopefully we can get some support, potentially. Just going to be on the precipice if he's not able to hold it. Brezzy does read that, able to get the pick, didn't get the support in time to see that final zone over. So you're going to see a play there. Just dip off, not going to drain it back. Number 3 in Wardy. He's going to look to get that pick, potentially look to transition and make sure that scrap is cleared. And again, this is going to be a big moment. Only 23 seconds on the clock. The boys have Noctum making it difficult for themselves to get that extra minute. Again, a big cover from Zhao Cruz. Wardy goes in, and that is going to see that A zone ticked over. B zone just required now, but it is going to be 15 lives, plays 16, and Colin, his Clutch boys are looking on fire, but Noctum going toe-to-toe in the kills.
Twiz here. Watching the flank, the read out of Cruz. And that is going to be step 1 in the 4-step process on stacking this B zone, getting rid of these kills and spawning out Clutch Rain as best as you can, though Detain goes down and Twiz is already back, and Brezzy finds a second one. So Cruz, albeit he's in a great spot to spawn Clutch Rain out, he just has done nothing with it.
Yeah, really good score though from him, 5-4 at the minute, but he's going to struggle on that wall heady. He's going to get taken down. Kill feed goes a bit worryingly blue as they stretch out that life lead to 3. It's going to be 12 plays 11. Big kills there from Resi. Big 2 important piece. And it's going to be Wardy gets away that really big power position. Is he going to set it up? No, Cobra is going to get there to drop him. And again, a little bit of an advantage now towards Noctum as they take some geography. Resi's got to do better though. And again, someone we highlighted during the break. Resi is a player that needs to go big if Noctum want to do better in this series.
I mean, that was Wardy on 5 in a row, too. 11 seconds does not seem like enough to get to this control point, especially considering everybody is now set up for Clutch Rain. So it's easy pickings for Rafi here to find the first one, and that should be nail in the coffin for round 1 of the control. There was a moment there where I actually thought Noctum got the kills necessary to break into B, but the player for Clutch Rain, who was sitting just over towards that yellow car alley, finds that 1 kill onto Wardy, slows the whole push down, and Pablo, that chance quickly falls away on a map like Karachi. Probably my favorite out of the 3 control maps that we do have. But even still, it is not an easy map to win these offenses on.
Not at all. No, it's not made easy on any of the maps really. But yeah, Karachi is definitely, you know, you got to look potentially for a confidence building set of strategies. You got to, you know, you very rarely see anyone push B straight away. You might see some of the bigger sides do it, but tends to be this very standard strategy of get your A as quickly as possible, get yourself, you know, covered, make sure you try and get, you know, 2 minutes of time, and then push over to B. Knocked them very close at times. They just weren't able to get the right player over towards back B in order to take it over or get any kind of control of that geography. So Clutch Rain with the advantage, they got a slender life advantage, and it is going to see one player onto the zone. Very slow progress being made halfway through that second tick. Big kills coming in from Resi, so we're going to allow him to move up, potentially get sights onto that hill, but he's going to get taken down by Cobra, and you're going to see that time start to fly over. He is going to dip off though and just let the other player in Rafi take control as they look to try and get over towards that B zone.
I, it seems at this point, Noctum Esports are trying to kick it up to 10 and match the pacing of Clutch Rain, but they're just unable to do so far. 24 playing 26. That A zone is cemented. 2 minutes to break B now for Clutch Rain as Twiz is able to elude the action. Top red turns around, burns Brezzy. That's 2 down for Noctum Esports. Clutch Rain a chance to hop onto B, and they do. So the time is stopped at 1:46. Cruz looking to see if he can find this kill on the inside of B. He's going to be working around towards the closet. Contest comes in. Brezzy's going to fly forward, but Brezzy's going to pick him up from the half wall.
Yeah, nice play by Xiao Cruz there. Just able to touch the hill and able to just distract the player. Nice and turn around, gets a nice pick. And this is the first time they've been able to get some kind of control over towards B. But it's going to require them to go big in a fight there. Rezi able to drop Rafi. But again, only a slender bit of control that's being dealt with, though. Even though the kill feed is purple, it is going to be Clutch Rain who managed to see them off that hill. And again, you can see those blue arrows just looking to cause as many problems as possible. Cobra 10 and 5. We've talked about the capabilities of Twiz, but a player in Cobra that we often talk about in the same breath as Linz and Abuser. Colin right now 10 and 5, double positive and looking very, very tasty for his money.
Yeah, and moments like that for Rezi, you need to finish those kills, especially when we're down to the wire like you are now. Rezi in the half wall burns Twiz off that heady. And that's going to put some pressure onto the player inside B. Rafi, though, here with support. Already continuing this trade game. And the collapse is in. Cruz in for the contest. Third segment getting worked on. Cruz looking to stay alive on 13 HP. The help is in, but the nade's going to clean up Cruz and detain only player here to really stop this one. The B zone now looking to get locked in for the second round of Clutch Rain. The last contestation is just around the corner, but it's not going to make it. Clutch Rain go big to help out the players inside of the zone, and that is going to be a 2-0 lead on the door of a 3-0 series.
Non-player more deserving of seeing that through is Twiz. Incredible performance between him and Cobra so far, largely pushing the team in blue to their march forward. 2-0, 1 round required to see this out. 3-0, and at times Noctum Esports look like they could hang with them. They've, occasionally been able to go at the same pace, get the same level of kills, but overall just not looking like they're in the same game at all. Clutch Rain looking very, very solid for the money, and you just got to fear if Twiz and Cobra able to maintain this kind of performance. Noctum Esports are going to go into losers with a tail between their legs.
Cruz going to open up the third round with the kill. Twiz and Cobra, they immediately answer back, and look at this Twiz climbing up towards AC, looking to get an angle. Rezi's not looking this way. Tag onto the player inside, but he's not able to get some serious damage. Rezi turns around, finds the kill, and now Cruz set up to watch the cross. The A zone is already gone with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to break B.
Yeah, big plays there. Big moment for Noctum. Really good that they've been able to get that. Gives themselves the maximum amount of time. But again, now they've just got to break what has been a really difficult puzzle for them to solve and get over towards this B site. And you can see already those players. Number 6 in Brezzy already posted up for the defense. Number 8 in Cobra just getting into that power position as well. Those blue arrows, very static, very secure. Big fight over towards Scrapyard, and it's going to be Rezi who gets that pick. 14 and 15, he's doing everything he can. Brezzy's just going to clean him up, though, and that's going to put them back on the back foot, but it does leave Detain in a potential position to leave an isolated player over towards B. He's going to get onto that time, and he's going to have a few seconds, but he's going to have 2 big gunfights on his hand as well.
Just look at the time for Detain to get there, already down to 1:20, so this is a whole minute off the clock since that A zone was captured. Clutch Rain doing a great job at keeping Noctum Esports at arm's reach from any potential of this round win. And now down to the last 60 seconds. This is where Noctum are starting to sweat a little bit. Clutch Rain were happy to give away that A zone and bunker down onto B. They know they can outgun them. They know they can outclass them. And that's exactly what they're looking to do. Cobra gonna look over towards the balcony, and that's going to be another 2 down. So player starting to work their way over towards the zone. Cruz and half full, waiting it out. Couple players going to be over this one, and Cruz is going to be immediately cleaned up. So Wardy on the front lines, gliding across, feeling the chances of a hero play in and amongst himself with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, not much time. Maybe one, maybe two pushes at best. But when you've got Twiz coming in behind you, but his shots are so windy, he's allowed that player to just get out behind him. And Resi is going to be there. Again, just a really, really crazy plays that are going to determine what the outcome of this game could be. But it is going to be a point on there. The contest goes in. But again, are the team in blue going to be able to deal with it? Some big kills. Wardy gets a two-piece shout cruise. It's just waiting for that moment, but he's not quick enough. Wardy does get the kill on him. 23 seconds remain. It is going to see Wardy on there finally taken off. And that clock is going to tick ever towards the doom of Noctum Esports.
Yeah, 16 seconds left. Cobra finds Detain. Cobra, a second one. And Noctum, they have to fly. There's no time to think about this one. Cobra is shrieking and watching this cross. He's doing it all. Cobra finds 4 in a row. Rafi looking to sweep them under the rug. So with the help of Brezzy, that's exactly what Clutch Rain do. It's a 3-0 sweep in the semifinals as they have guaranteed top 3 in Cup 1.
Yeah, it's what we expected. We've talked about, this Clutch Rain side and how they can start to throw the cat among the pigeons against these two big teams in Team War and in the Dev Knock guys. And this is their moment right now. They've managed to put this very difficult, very tricky side to bed, and they march on. It is going to see the boys over towards Noctum Esports drop down to that losers bracket and see if they can make a run against some very, very tricky teams indeed.
I'm just so impressed with this Clutch Rain team, Pablo. Every single time I see them, it seems like you can genuinely see the improvements. You can see how much they've been working on their game, and when they put it into effect inside of the server on tournament days, they seem like they have such a high ceiling in and amongst each other, not only as a team, but even as individuals in their own rights. I mean, you saw Cobra at the end there turning up with, 5 kills in a row. Brezzy finding multi-kills around the map, and Twiz doing whatever the heck he wants to do, whenever he wants to do it on Karachi. So many moments there for Clutch Rain, making them look so good inside of the server, Pablo. And for Noctum Esports, their journey gets just a whole lot more difficult now, dropping into the lower bracket. They made it to the semifinals, so they got a little bit farther than the last round teams that we did see, but now they have to take their, I guess, challenge a little bit farther.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them. There's a couple of big teams that are going to be in that losers bracket, so big moment for the boys from Clutch Rain. This is their opportunity, and what a time to do it as well. We've had some great cups in the lead up that have been hosted by the community, but now that we're into the thick of it, the proper challenges level stuff, this is a great moment for them to try and cement their abilities and make sure that they get the maximum amount of pro points available to them in order to maximize their chances of being seeded well going into some of these lands and elite. So huge moment for them, and we think they can push it through, but it still requires them to go big against two very strong sides. Guys, we are going to cut it to a break as we look to get the next game ready. There's going to be some incredible Call of Duty for the rest of this Sunday, and we've been so excited so far. I'm just worried about whether our voices are going to be able to hold out.
Well, I'm just looking into the bracket right now. 5 Media Clan, 3-0 Team Moon in the lower bracket round 1. So they're going to be awaiting. I'm not sure which side of the upper bracket it should be. So, I think I just heard from one of people in production that it was a 3-2, not a 3-0. So Team Moon putting up quite the fight inside of the lower bracket. Pulsar playing Falcon, still waiting for the winner of that. Devious X Notorious versus Team War. Last time I heard, Pablo, it was a 1-1.
Yeah.
And Clutch Rain defeat Noctum Esports to move in towards that winners bracket finals. So still awaiting the victors, still awaiting the finishing of a couple of these matches. And when we do find that out, we're going to be jumping into the next set of matches ASAP, folks. So stay tuned. We're watching the EU Challengers Cup number 1. We'll be back with more action.
Festival Van Beats.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EU Challengers Cup #1. My name is Seymour. With me is Pablo, and we are heading down into the lower bracket now, Pablo. And our match to look at is going to be what seems like the Noctum game versus Team Pulsar. So both teams that we saw lose inside of the winners bracket, now we get to see meet in the lower bracket and go head-to-head.
I mean, this is going to be a big matchup, mate. It's been a long break while we try and regain ourselves and get fighting fit for what is going to be a tight game. Noctum Esports have struggled a little bit in Respawn, but they've been looking reasonably solid in S&D. A couple of players, though, Colin, going to need to step up because they're facing a Team Pulsar side that can beat anyone on their day. So, guys, if you are just joining us, look out for players like FDOT who can go big in any given game. Pax had an incredible day so far, just not able to see his team through in that winners bracket, but they're going to face Noctum right now. And again, watch out for the likes of Detain and S&D and Wardy just across the board, whether he can maintain the kind of skill level he was at last year. He's been a little inconsistent in Modern Warfare 3, but this is going to be a great game, Colin.
Oh, I mean, Team Polestar, they have nothing to prove in my mind. I mean, this is the team that I expect to move forward. It's Noctum Esports playing from the back foot that need to step up in this series and show a better life than what we saw in that 3-0 loss we saw just prior to the break. And other news that we can talk to as we head into the Skid Row Hardpoint update from the winners bracket is Team War loses to Notorious X Deviants, and they drop into the lower bracket as well. So the first time they're gonna have to play through the lower bracket this year, Pablo.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time. We've talked about trying to break this stranglehold they've had on the EU scene in Modern Warfare 3, and Mr. Inevitable does it. It's Steve Vortex who puts them into the blender, and it's about damn time. But this is going to be an incredible, and you already see how much commitment Team Pulsar gave to this P2 as we approach the end of P1. Only a little bit of scrap time. It's potentially going to be tied up, but number 7 in Pack has just been feet up, just chilling in P2 for the whole time.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he is going to die to Wardy, who's sitting in garage, so feet up for a little bit too long is Pac, and that is going to force Team Pulsar in a little bit of a chaotic scenario now to flood through a ticket. You see player number 6, Dizzy, trying to work his way through tunnel, so a split push now for Pulsar and Dizzy, a second one through tunnel. That's going to force Wardy and Detain to be in a little bit of a pickle now, though. Wardy wins his one, and Detain is going to feel a little bit more safe and snug up top, but here come the kills for Pulsar, flooding on top and not able to get a single one as the break from Pulsar with 31 seconds left.
Yeah, if you're a Team Pulsar fan, that's exactly the break you want. And what is a very difficult P2 to try and get to grips with, almost a fortress-like, performance right there. But yeah, big moment for Team Pulsar, able to add a little bit more time. They're not going to be in a great position for P3, and you can already see number 6 in Dizzy is looking to try and make some headway down that middle lane and try and get his team into that position to get some P3 action on the go as those red arrows start to fire through. A couple of purple skulls appear on the map, and this is going to leave number Rezi and Wardy in that position where they're going to have to defend stoutly right now.
Well, Rezi not going to be fooled by Dizzy, still falls. 2 kills for Dizzy. Cruz looking to do some damage control, but won't read FDOT around the corner. Pulsar break immediately into P3, and look at the backup from Linny in 4 in a row. Looking for the cruise missile up next, drops the trophy. So a little bit of self-support here, but the trophy is gone, and now here comes the backup from Noctum. Linny on 5 in a row, finds the cruise missile and gets out. Back in for more. Linny can't get the 7th, but Pulsar still in control, and FDOT continuing to gain this time.
Yeah, FDOT just being a bit of a turret over towards this bin in Ali. Incredible performance to just stretch that out to 40 seconds. He's going to be on a little bit of a streak himself, just totaling for 14 Pulsar. Really, really big plays as we head into this more difficult P4. And this is going to be all about breaking from one side or the other. And you can see Colin Noctum Esports already set up, so they're just going to have to get a quick defense in. Detain Wardy do that, so a little bit of ground to cover for the team in red. They know that a player in Wardy is still out and about, so it is going to be number 6 and Dizzy just looking to keep that play down, but not going to be able to do it. Wardy with a big kill there as those red arrows start to fall, and that is a very purple kill feed.
And some signs of life from Noctum inside of this P4 rotation. Some lovely help from Rezi to allow Wardy some freedom back over towards P1. But inside Barber, nothing but smooth sailing here for Noctum Esports. It's another 3 down. As you see the spawns from Pulsar all the way back over to P5. FDOT already setting up on that P2 head glitch, hoping to cement this rotation for his team. As Noctum, they should be able to get this scrap time. You can see that Dizzy is going to spawn all the way back over towards apartments, but so will Noctum, and this is going to cause for a little bit of a troublesome rotation as Dizzy's going to clean up the small room. That's going to slow down Noctum even more. But on top of that, you can't forget that, you know, throughout all of that, it was a cruise missile acquired for Linny. So even if Noctum do break, they have that cruise missile to break back in.
Yeah, it's going to be vital for them right now. They're in a prime position. Only 10 seconds acquired. It does feel like Linny has been on the hill for an eternity, but it has only been a few seconds and a big break required. Number 4 is going to be coming around. Wardy with more big kills. Is he going to finish off? Yes, he is. That is CDL quality coming out of Wardy to break into the hill. But as you pointed out earlier on, is Linny going to bring the Hellfire raining down on him? It's a very solid setup from Noctum Esports, so everyone into double figures with the exception of Detain, who's 4 and 8 right now, double negative, but he has been trying to largely get into that hill and get those points. But again, it's back and forth right now. You can see how tight the game is. Colin 97 plays 113 as Team Pulsar get back onto P5. It's a crazy game so far.
I know you're losing going into the second set of rotations, but I mean, if you're Noctum, you couldn't have asked for a better P5. That break.
Yeah.
So influential now to what is a very manageable comeback now inside of this rotation. Big kill from Wardy back over towards P2, but in control. Pulsar looking over towards this P3 break. Pack ready for it. That's going to be a 6th kill locked down, and 141 and counting so far for Pulsar. Still 42 seconds collected this hill. The push coming in from balcony. Cruz wiped away. And the rest going to be following in suit. The setup for Pulsar, it is deadly. And nothing is getting past this impenetrable wall. Pac gonna double kill inside the long haul. Pac looking to get the rest, but Cruz and Wardy, they fight back. And now we look to P2.
Yeah, you've got to talk about P2. We were in the midst of P1 when Wardy gets demolished by F-Dot, who was waiting, able to get set up for it, but he's been dealt with from long as well. I do think it was Zhao Cruz in the end who deals with him. So big moment. Zhao Cruz, one more big fight on his hands, and he's potentially going to save his team. A whole lot of problems, not able to do it though. Linny goes big in P5, and the race is on. Get your running shoes on, boys, because this is going to be huge. 40-second game. T-Pulsar are going to be into P2. There's going to be F-Dot as that turret just watching long and making sure no one pushes in. This could be a make or break moment for Noctum Esports as they want to try and stop Team Pulsar from getting any further ahead in this game.
It seems like it's such an important setup to break for Noctum, but not the end for them at all. As you can see, the kills coming in yet again. 3 go down. It's all up to F-Dot here. Has to hit the deck. Cannot go down, but the nade from Resi lands. And Noctum Esport, they break with 20 seconds. Only a 70, now 60-point lead.
Yeah, 8-foot races on. Linny and I believe it's Cruz just trying to make the way to P3. Zhao Cruz is going to be set up, so Portuguese Wonder Kid is going to be waiting in that alleyway. You can see how patient Linny's just going to wait for that support, see what happens over towards mid, see if he's going to be able to push. Not going to get any support just yet, so he's just going to hang fire. He knows that it's going to be a very difficult push. If he does go to kill Zhao Cruz, it's going to be off a heady. So some big kills remaining. Detain puts him into the blender. Resi puts him into the blender. Kill feed going very, very purple. We're back to a 34-second game for Noctum, who've turned things round. Rather like the performance that we'd seen out of Team Pulsar in that first hard point of the day. Incredible performance from the team in purple.
Linny's going to burn that Shriek, give him a little bit of space to hopefully work back in. But off the back of the Shriek, it means absolutely nothing. 4 down clean in favor of Noctum, and a 5th there for Resi. Off the spawn, he finds Pac. Rotations over towards Barber. Pulsar are racing to get set up, and they do find Cruz inside of that transition. Dizzy's going to clean up 2, and this should solidify Pulsar inside of this barbershop setup, something that they struggled to break last time.
Yeah, this is going to be big for them. They really didn't hold on to it well at all. It was largely the beginning of the Noctum resurgence as they clawed points after points. It's going to be a big kill there. Dizzy able to put them into the blender. Can he get the third? No. Detain is going to plow through. That's going to give them the information they need. They know they're only going to get potentially pushed from one way now. So whether that's going to change that dynamic, but it's going to be huge. Number 6, the timing is perfect. Perfect for Team Pulsar as Dizzy maintains control. Again, those purple arrows come flooding through. So now it's their opportunity opportunity potentially to break through. Big skulls, red skulls, purple skulls everywhere right now. 2-12 for Team Pulsar, only 30 seconds away. They potentially just can't do it from this. They need one more contest from Noctum Esports to keep this game in the fire.
And Tane looking to break for the scrap time, but Lenny's going to hold on over towards P5. F-Dot set up onto the pallets. Pack is going to be found through mid. 40, a double kill. F-Dot, can he hold here? A little bit of a cheeky spot. He is going to be able to spot this cross and just waiting for the right time to pounce. He peeks up, finds one. Over to the second, Detain, shuts him down quickly. And that is a huge pick up there from Detain, Pablo.
Yeah, huge. Wardy again in this power position has absolutely caused Team Pulsar no end of problems. Now they can not only tie this game back up, they could potentially sneak a little cheeky lead as well. Only 12-second leads for Team Pulsar, so this is vital for Noctum Esports to be able to maintain this moment. Certain Linny, did he use the Predator in the previous round? I don't know. It did. Well, it's going to be out of the back pocket, and it's going to be advantage Noctum Esports as they breach the 200-second mark. And those red skulls are not what you want to see if you're a Team Pulsar fan. They're not going to be able to win it from this P5. Colin, we're going to be heading to a third rotation P1 to see what happens between these two sides.
What a trade here on Skid Row. A third set of rotations between Pulsar and Noctum. Rezi are so thorough in his corners, but it's going to be Cruz to find Dizzy through Graffiti Alley. Wardy inside of the small room. Pac just looking to play on edge right now. Off the respawn, Dizzy looking to come to the aid, and he will. Wardy gets dropped 1-for-1. Detained on the inside, pinched out by 2. 3 go down. Rezi has to go big. 8 seconds left, and Rezi's gonna fall. It's a race back through P3. Cruz and Wardy looking to hold on. Cruz is in with the rifle 9. The contention is out. F-Dot dies to the hands of Liddy, and inside Noctum Esports, they have broken the hard point.
And with his advantage, Noctum, the red arrows are going to need to converge quickly and be accurate, but those kill feed is no friend to Team Pulsar. 6 seconds away, Noctum Esports to do the unthinkable, to turn this hard point round. Can they get 1 foot on it? It's on the contest, it's on, it's not enough. Noctum Esports are going to take the hard point 1-0 in incredible fashion.
250 to 244, Pablo. I don't know if it's is it me joining into the broadcast or what it is, but these hard points are giving me an absolute heart attack right now. I mean,
we start off,
we start off the day with a 7-point sub base and now a 6-point Skid Row inside of our losers round 2 between Noctum and Team Pulsar. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, Pablo. I have to say, this is some good Call of Duty for a major tournament heading into what is our first LAN of the year. I mean, this Challenger Cup #1, it might be for seeding, it might be for pro points and everything, but I mean, this is a good litmus test for what to expect next week.
Yeah, this is exactly the teams want to prove a point. There's no more excuses. There's no more Pub Cup this, Fun Cup that, Community Cup. This is the real deal now. This is teams sitting forward trying to win games. Team Pulsar largely the favourites in any hardpoint situation like this, and they just didn't. They were inconsistent, so aggressive at the beginning, but they just cannot maintain that hyperactivity. And Noctum just slowly but surely started to eke it out. They got Linny to use his Predator. They managed to get onto P5. The big key for me in that game was the break of P2 consistently. Not an issue. You know, you can go and sit in P2. Wardy's just like, yep, I'll take care of it. I'll get back in. And then when it came to protecting P5, again, Wardy go huge. But when you look at the stats, Rezi was the player we pointed out in the previous series that got them into the losers bracket that wasn't picking up kills. And he's gone huge in that game. Incredible performance.
That's exactly what you needed from Noctum Esports. A little bit of a slow start to Skid Row, but they slowly crawled their way back into it in an explosive finish inside of our third set of rotations. They win it out 250 to 244, and that is going to bring us to our Search and Destroy. As we take a look at our map set, we get a double dose of Skid Row to begin this series. Then we head into towards a double dose of Karachi for the control and the hard point for map 4. And if needed, this does go the distance with, I mean, you look at the score in map #1, it very well could go all the way down to this map 5. It's an invasion, search, and destroy. Pablo, thoughts heading into this Skid Row search?
I mean, we've got to say that from the outset, we thought that the boys of Noctum have got a slight advantage in S&D over anyone they played. They're a very solid S&D side. But again, you know, the reaction times, the crazy capabilities coming out of individuals in F dot, in Dizzy and Pack is the key. Sometimes can be that key factor in turning the game round. It's going to be so difficult to predict. I'll be honest with you, Colin. We stopped planting flags a while ago because we just consistently getting them wrong. But again, Team Pulsar, I would say it's for them to potentially have to go big in this. Noctum have got some really good S&D players. Look out for Jed Detain. I think he can dominate an S&D map.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one because I mean, you think about this Team Pulsar squad back inside of our first series of the day. They win out on that hard point 250 to 243 on the sub base, a monumental comeback for them. It skyrockets them into a terminal search and destroy, and they almost double down on the series. They almost go 2-0 up. It's all the way to around 11, and you know this Team Pulsar squad is very dangerous when it comes down to their search and destroys. Very explosive, very fast paced. But when they're met with a team like Noctum, who are almost hand in hand, still on the rise, quite like some of these Team Pulsar members, it's like a perfect match, I'd say, Pablo, when it comes down to the pacing that we should expect in a search and destroy between these two. Very young, very spry, very energetic players inside of this server, and I expect the Skid Row to be a very fast-paced one.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a weird one because we know the Team Pulsar are going to be aggressive. We know that they can play. Their nature is to play super fast, super aggressive Call of Duty. Even in S&D, we saw them do it. Even though they got beaten at round 11, we saw they just kind of never gave up on that kind of strategy. On the other side, I expect Noctum to just be a little bit more composed. I think they're going to have the likes of Resi and Detain just kind of trying to control what can be two crazy players in Shao Cruz and Wardy. And whether that happens is another thing, but I would expect them to be a little bit more controlled. So it is kind of like two totally different stratagems coming together. But again, we are going to just knock it to a break while we wait for the lobby to get started and get everyone to get back into position and get this game underway. We'll have all the action for you very, very shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EU Challengers Cup #1. Pulsar Noctum heading into the Skid Row Search and Destroy. It is going to be round #1 and a playthrough mid from Team Pulsar. They lose 2 members, but they do get the trade. 2 versus 3. They make it into the apartments, or at least Dizzy does. And now they're going to have to win this one out, being down a player.
Yeah, make that down 3 players, Dizzy. All on his lonesome. He is just on top of B, but again, I think those players just going to get themselves set up. I think they're going to be confident going into a 3v1, no matter where he goes. They're going to send a player on the search, number 7, Entertainers, just going to try and figure that player. Dizzy, really smart player, though, someone we really like to see in S&D, can be very elegant. He's going to switch things up and see if he can get any more information. Quite a loud reload there, Colin. Don't know if he's going to have given the game away, but very circuitous. He's playing the time really well, looking to see if he can find anyone. He's just going to open that sneak right behind. It's going to be a free pick. He's going to wait his time, though, Dizzy. Another player with cool and calm, collected ice in the veins. Is this going to be a big 1v1? Has he got the place in the reaction? No. Unfortunately for Dizzy, not going to be it. And Colin Noctum Esports going to take the lead.
A valiant 1v3 effort there. At the end there, Wardy just clutching it up, playing it so carefully in towards the staircase, anticipating the possibilities of where the clutch is forming from. But even still, to bring it down to a 1 versus 1, not many players can do this, and very, very elegantly, Dizzy just flying around the map. There's a chance there for Pulsar to take that round win, but Noctum start off strong after a clutch in the hard points. So following up into the Search and Destroy with the same success. And now, inside of their own offense, we can see exactly what they want to do. It seems like they are setting up for a push through tunnel. F-Dot's going to be here. They swing out. F-Dot finds one. F-Dot gets both. And why not all 3? That's going to be the bomb down in a very tough spot for Wardy in this 1 versus 4.
Yeah, all on his lonesome. It's all cold out there over towards P2, and he's got a lot of work to do in this S&D 1v4 with 55 on the clock. Could be a long wait, and he's not really in a great position to find himself a route. This could be a problem whichever way he goes. Potentially now got young Dizzy waiting for him again. You've got to check every corner. Dizzy just a little bit too unaware that Wardy with a pretty easy kill. He's going to make it a 1v3. He's still got a ton of work to do. And, you know, Colin, that bomb is a long way away.
Surely not. Surely not. Fox going to spot this one on the staircase. Wardy now, position is known. The bomb, I mean, you look at the way that players number 1 and 4 are playing, they definitely know that it is down at the bottom of the God stairs. So 17 seconds for Wardy to make the impossible happen, and Pak is literally playing with his food right now. Spots him on the shoulder, immediately runs away. Wardy a little bit hesitant to even, feed a kill over toward them right now, Pablo.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised for him to just stick it out to the end, not give up his life, and allow Pulsar to tie it up 1 apiece.
Yeah, that would have been one of those moments back in the day where he'd have yeeted himself off the map, but it is going to be 1-1 Team Pulsar, just playing that smart, getting the kills, and just put F-Dot largely putting the entire team into the blender. So big plays from the dot, 3-on-1. Yeah, anything that the Noctum boys can do, F-Dot can do better. Again, you would suggest in a slaying capability, the boys of Team Pulsar have the advantage, but now expect to Noctum Esports to try and apply some big brains. The stun check is out, though, so they're going to know players are going to be over towards this ticket area and potentially gone top fire, and it's going to be big kills, and you know that stun check works in the favour. Resi goes huge, the Titan goes huge. I can't even get it over to Colin for the segue because they've already done it 2-1 to Noctum.
I mean, Dizzy had a little bit of information paralysis there. He didn't know who to shoot at. I mean, 2 players in front of him. Rival 9 is a god gun, might I add. Best gun in the game. But even still, when there's 3 people, 2 people standing in front of you, it's hard to, determine which one to shoot at first. And it just seems like he just couldn't figure it out in the end. And that's going to be Noctum with a very quick second round under their belt. Back and forth we go for the defenses. And yet to see an offensive win, this is a interesting wrench in the plan. It's going to be a flood through tunnel right now from Noctum. Last time it blew up, all 3 down. This time they're going to get through safely in towards these god steps, and F-Dot is waiting for this door to open, feeds the information away, and they sit in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to love the confidence. They got absolutely blended over towards stairs before, and now they're like, yeah, we'll go back there. We'll go. We think we can deal with F-Dot from here. Well, again, no first blood, but a very confident push from Noctum Esports. Four Blaze 4. Again, we just gone into a little bit of a cautious mode. The setup from Team Pulsar, very, very solid. I'm sure they feel they can get enough information, but this is going to be a very cautious approach. First Blood going to be everything in Colin. I expect a flurry of kills almost immediately as soon as they decide on which bomb they're going to go for.
I expect Lenny to swing this one out. A couple of shots down, a little bit of damage. Will back knocked him away. I see he's going to give him the time of day, and that's the smoke down. They're going to flood this one apps, and Lenny, a bad call to just hide in a corner here. Pak running to aid his teammate. 16 seconds left. Is beer bust right now for the side of Noctum Esports, and Lenny's going to be the first one to fall. Dizzy trades it out. Pak running away towards fire. 7 seconds. It has to be the plant here. Dizzy cooks this nade, has to throw it in, but it doesn't reach it. 2 versus 1. Cruz with the bomb planted. Time in his favor. The information is known from Pulsar and where exactly this last player is going to be, so we're going to play it together and trade out effectively. Cruz with the door closed. He opens it up, finds the kill. Backs on down. 24 seconds. Back in. Cruz with the tag. Cruz with the clutch 1v2.
I just wasn't expecting him to have that level of confidence. He looked so unsure while he was outside the bomb site, just hitting bins. And then you think once he gets into that gunfight, it's like his perfect place. It's chaotic, it's close quarters, and he gets the two-piece. Xiao Cruz, someone we've wanted to go big since last year, just starting to show signs of improvement, that kind of, potential just being there. Incredible performance from the Portuguese wonder kid. And it is going to be Noctum Esports 3-1. We said that they got a solid S&D background, and they are proving it. Wardy 5-1, Cruz 4-2. Big plays out of those guys. Got to say, Colin, though, you feel that if Linny and Parker started, it could make any contribution, just pick the pad up would be a start, that this could be a completely different scoreline to Team Pulsar with it all to do.
A lot of noise going to be made. Tane going to group up with the rest of his team. Lenny, early shots at the rival 9, has to hit the reload. Slide in for F-Dot. He's going for the plant right off the rip. This is so dangerous. But it's going to play off for the bomb plant. Won't pay off for his life. First blood over towards Noctum. And a full collapse coming out for the rest of the team. Resi on the flank. Lenny's going to fall. Resi's going to pick up a free kill onto Dizzy. And that's going to put Pak into a 1 versus 4 for the clutch. MCW in hand. 27 seconds. And he's going to find the bomb diffuser right away. In and out he goes. And that's this one. First kill up is Wardy, and he won't get past him.
Big plays there from Noctum Esports. Really confident as well. Stand the grind. It's a difficult one. You think he might transition, go somewhere else, try and find another pick before the bomb is, attempted to defuse, but it's so difficult in that position. And Wardy, confident, strong, 6-1 right now. A definite player on fire. Someone we pointed out, is got to be that talismanic figure for this team. He's got to put up big numbers. He's come with the reputation from the CDL, and it's someone that I'm sure Noctum really want to do well for them. Xiao Cruz, though, this is a play that can be so hit and miss. He had an incredible, MW2, but it's just really been a little bit more inconsistent. But this is the old Xiao Cruz that we're used to seeing. So 4-1, Noctum looking strong. And I'll tell you what, if they're able to see this S&D out, this is going to be a very, very difficult series for Team Pulsar.
Yeah, and F-Dot just overstaying his welcome over towards the God stairs. He's going to give up his life. First blood to Noctum once again, Pablo. And I feel like Pulsar, where we kind of talked about their aggression and how good it can be, a little bit of a double-edged sword. They just cannot catch a timing right now.
You're absolutely spot on. This is the thing. They're so aggressive that a team that holds its angles or plays a little bit more caution have got that opportunity to get the first blood. As soon as you've got the man advantage, that it gives you that confidence and the ability to take control of an area. Right now, it is going to be advantage again to Noctum Esports. Linny can't get off the mark. He's really struggling. And again, it's not where you want to be if you're Team Pulsar. We can't write them off. They're going to go into another respawn game and control. They're going to, they're going to write off these 2 games. But, they're still up there, 4-1, 25 seconds on the clock. Bomb still isn't down, and they're going to be heading straight over to an expectant Pak.
Expecting absolutely nothing. Pak's gonna get caught through the back door. It's Cruz. Now Lenny. 1 versus 3. Bomb planted at B. MCW in the hand, but has no idea where anybody is. Without that information, Wardy is free as could be to hit that flank through fire and clean up that last kill. 5-1 Noctum Esports just sailing through this map number 2 with surprising take after what we saw in the hard point, which was just neck and neck, so back and forth.
Yeah, some weird decisions. Normally, you would see players try and transition out of top fire. It's a popular spot that people try and get to in order to get that coverage. But again, just holding tight and it gets him killed 5-1. I think you used the word earlier on in one of the previous series, surgical. This is what Noctum are looking like in this S&D. They're just, very confident, very precise. There's not a lot of fuss in the game, and they're finding themselves getting the trades. All the fundamentals are there, which is encouraging to see. That is going to be that aggression that we see out of the teams, but is that going to lead to Tate to be able to get a couple of kills? It is going to be a trade out, so Xiao Cruz left all on his own. A player who did clutch up before for 2, but this might be one too many, and indeed it is. Team Pulsar finally putting one on the board off the breadstick, but it's still a 3-round cushion to Noctum Esports.
They stay alive in Skid Row, Pablo, and that is the big takeaway from this round. And they make it look decisive, too. They play together. They don't even need to trade. They just overwhelm, and they take control of P3 Alleys. So, yeah, it's a long road ahead to bringing this one back to even or even find a win here on Skid Row. But one round at a time as they move back over towards defense. They have to string these together.
Yeah, I think at this position, it's like you just chalk off what the score is and you just try and win each round as best you can. That's a big moment. Dizzy gets 2, but he is going to get taken down, and it's going to leave Linny in a 1v1 against Wardy. Linny is going to be there. Colin, is it on? Team Pulsar, I've got another round. It's only a 2-round deficit. Can they do it?
Of course, they can do it. But down to 1v2 here for Linny. A little too close for comfort, I will say, Pablo. But, these players, they've been around the block many, many times. And they're going to be used to those clutch scenarios. And Linny there winning out on such a crucial 1v1 to keep this map alive. 3-5 we go. Like you said, 2 rounds needed to tie us up. Send it to a round 11. 3 rounds for Pulsar to tie us up in the series, one apiece. And looks like they're going to go for a quick hit up towards small window. Nobody is here, and the bomb's going to go down right off the bat.
Yeah, and that's a big opportunity now. Number 3 there is going to have an angle. Whether he's going to play it, the stun check is in, so those players are going to back up, and bomb is down. This is a huge opportunity. Despite being in a 3v4 situation, they should be able to get at least 1 pick. Now, it is largely going to come down to Pack with that information, you would hope, but already you can see number 6 making his way up those stairs, and this is going to be huge. And it's going to be Pack just making sure that he can get into a tradable position, and it's all about protecting that bomb now. That is huge. 3v3, Colin.
On planted for F-Dot. Spots the slide away, tags up 2 members, and this flank forming from Wardy is going to be able to pick up Dizzy. Wardy gets away with 17 HP, but F-Dot still being quite the issue. Wardy's going to clutch up with the player towards stairs, and a 2-0 lead for Noctum Esports now in the series. Pablo Noctum with the bounce back.
Mate, I would say, but I think the bomb got exploded before they had a chance to jump on it. F-Dot just did enough in order to keep them off the bomb. It was so close. You jumped the gun, man. It happens. Mate, you've had no sleep, brother. You are holding the EU community together by your bare hands. So don't stress. 4-5, they by the skin of their teeth. Noctum Esports. 1 round cushion, man. I'm starting to get the feeling this could be around 11. Team Pulsar though got to go big. It was so close. They were so close to staring down the barrel of a 2-0.
F-Dot, bad situation. Caught with a stun, detained. First blood. Dizzy's looking to react to this one, but instead, it seems like Pulsar just gonna double back and pull down with this A hold. You even see player number 3, Pac, just grouping up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, this is going to be quite some big balls of steel coming out of Team Pulsar. 5-4, facing down the brink of a 2-0. Very, very cautious play out of the boys in purple. Really not what Team Pulsar enjoys. They like that more aggressive, more hyperactive kind of push. I think Noctum Esports know that, and just trying to play them, bait them a little bit, make sure that they can get the picks. But it's going to be Dizzy. He dips, gets the kill. That's going to tie things up. Can he play? It's like, oh, he gets shot in the bum. It's going to be alive. I hear playing with fire right now. Colin, 3v3.
3. The bomb gets back in towards the God Stairs, and Pac has that information. Dizzy has joined the team back in fire, and he is going to spot the player back Barber as well. 21 seconds. Can Dizzy make this play? Wardy providing a little bit of overwatch for the bomb to safely move over towards B, and Pulsar, they have to just give this one up. Resi tucks into the corner. Linny's gonna swing it for the bomb later, but instead he dies. 2 versus 2. Pop.
Bomb is down. It's insane.
One
Insane.
even. The Tane
Great.
now gonna tuck himself in the corner and towards Laundry. The stun. He's gonna find that, but the real issue is gonna be Wardy top apps.
They've got to get control of this. Is they going to be able to do it? Detain with a big kill. It's a 1v2 Dizzy. All of a sudden, he manages to get one. Is he going to force him to come and find him? He's going to lay down and bomb, make it look like he's there. Is it going to be big brain plays coming out of Wardy? Dizzy just playing with fire. He knows he's only got a handful of seconds. He needs to get this pick. Is he going to be able to do it? He gets the shots in, gets the kill. Can he get on the bomb? 8 seconds. He's going to do it. Dizzy brings it back to around 11. Incredible plays from the in-game leader.
I can't believe my eyes. 0.8 seconds to spare, and we're going to round 11, Pablo. I counted Pulsar out. I called the 2-0 lead. I thought Noctum had it, but here we are, and they are still standing. One of the most resilient teams we've seen on the day here in Cup number 1 for Europe, and they are never going to be out at all. So here we go. Round 11, Pulsar. They win this. They tie the series heading into the control. Noctum, they take this round. And that is a 2-0 lead.
Big moment right now. Noctum going to need ice in the veins. Or is it going to be the hyper-aggression, that ability to just get those kills so quickly? You can see the geography already taken up. Bomb is going to go down. I think this is something they've seen before. But can F-Dot play his life out of this position? It's something that he wasn't able to do last time. It is going to be Dizzy on the bomb plant. He's able to dip. Just going to find himself transition around. Get shot, though. It is going to be a 3-for-4. Dizzy is the first blood. Advantage Noctum Esports.
Trying to go for the Serpentine, but now they're 2 down. F-Dot feeling the pressure, weighing down behind him for the flank. And through Barber they come. Resi's going to be spotted. F-Dot playing his life. Lovely damage out, but he needs some help from Linny. F-Dot finds a second one. Linny still tucked away. 16 seconds left. Linny in small room, being chased down. Wardy's going to find it. F-Dot is down and knocked him. Esports, they've done it. Avoiding the 1-5 comeback. Cementing a 2-0 lead in the series and putting themselves on series point with a chance at losers final.
Well, take a bow, Wardy, because you went absolutely huge in that game. 6-5, you snatched victory from the jaws of defeat more than once. 13-4 for the win. 5 non-traded, incredible performance out of the talismanic player that is Wardy, back down from the CDL. That class every now and then just shines through, and that's what knocked them Esports 2-0 in the series. Go into control with their tails up, but this game is far from done. Team Pulsar, legendary comeback kings. They're going to be heading into 2 back-to-back, potentially back-to-back if they can get control respawn rounds. So we could be on the precipice of a 3-0, or we could very likely be on a game 5. Control over to Karachi is going to be the real tell-all, and I have no idea how it's going to go, Colin, but we're going to head to a break while we wait to get into that game and bring all the action back to you. I'm speechless at times, mate. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say about this Noctum team rather than they have just been clutching up when they need to? That Skid Row, they were losing the whole entire map, and then in the end they miraculously make this comeback. They break P1 and they win in the 3rd set of rotations. Then 5-1 up in the search and destroy. They almost slip up, Pablo, but in that last round, some very necessary 1v1 wins, and they overwhelm the last 2 members to win it out in round 11. So, I mean, Noctum Esports, it hasn't been the prettiest game, but a 2-0 lead is a 2-0 lead, and they're on match point now for this series. It's got to sting if you're Pulsar for sure, but with this little break between search and destroy and control, let's see if they can regain and come back with a better mentality for the chance to reverse sweep in the series for the tournament life on the line. Pulsar, they're going to need it. We'll see you in a bit with control. Welcome back, everybody. We got control on the docket for both of these teams. Noctum Esports leading 2-0 after a round 11 clutch. Back on the Skid Row Search and Destroy. That brings us into Karachi and Team Pulsar on the chopping block. Pablo of a potential elimination.
Yeah, this has got to be huge for Team Pulsar. They're a very solid respawn side. I expect them to go big on this, but Noctum Esports really knocked this out the park. An incredible hardpoint victory, and they looked solid towards the end of that S&D. Again, they did make it kind of hard work a bit, but really big plays. Zhao Cruz going to get on there, not quite captured that first point. He has got an opportunity now as his players look to back him up and get this 8 zone done. We're a little bit away from that. He's going to get some support. It's going to require some big kills, but that's going to be a start for FDOT as he gets a little bit of coverage. But number 3 then, Entertain, manages to get picks again. Column's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be very time consuming for the boys of Noctum to get that A zone.
I mean, just like remember, like 30, not even 30 minutes ago, when we were talking about how Team Pulsar should feel comfortable heading into this game after their performance back in the winner's bracket, but they've turned up a little bit flat in some very key moments, some important clutch scenarios where just Noctum Esports have walked away unscathed, or at least on top. And I think Team Pulsar now might be a little bit worse for wear. One of our highlights back in the winners bracket as well for this game, or for this team, was when they are hot, but when they are cold, they just struggle to get the ball going. And I think that's the worrisome part about this Team Pulsar squad now.
Yeah, I mean, you're incredibly accurate. You know, when they haven't got that rhythm and momentum, they completely fall apart. Now, Noctum Esports, you know, we've kind of done them a disservice. We've said that Team Pulsar should be a better, you know, respawn side. You expect them to go more cracked. Well, we're going to be made to eat our words. 15 and 12, a 3 life advantage, looking solid over towards this more difficult B zone, and that's just going to leave them with the 2 ticks needed towards A. And while they're frying like this, a 5 life lead, they've got every opportunity to do it. This could be, you know, a very surprising first round win, an attacking round win, which is difficult to do on this Karachi. Noctum flying at the minute,
and they just cannot get anything going. It's all purple in the feed. The stack's going to be on A. FDOT trying to get there as quick as he can, but the second tick is in. And the third one is being worked on. 3 players inside of the zone. No chance for FDOT to even look at the control zone. That is going to be a very swift round 1 coming out from Noctum Esports on the offense.
Yeah, this is huge plays from Noctum. You know, they've got the opportunity now to go into a strong defensive position, which is usually, it gives them slight advantage in the game. But they're going to go with their tails high, knowing they've got that attacking round, and who knows what that could mean if we do end up in a round 5 in this control. But Team Pulsar really got to pick up the pace. Some of their players, the big name players, Dizzy, not doing too well. 3 and 7. FDOT, someone we expect to dominate a map. He's 4 and 7 right now. Literally, Linny, just the one player trying to drag his team through this game. So big moment, can Noctum maintain this momentum? It is going to be 3 stacks straight towards A. Pac, Linny and Dizzy going to be doing their work. Going to have to be able to get these kills though, and that fill feed very purple right now, and they're going to clear it out. No one on the kill for Team Pulsar. That's not a great start with a 2 live disadvantage. Colin.
They just seem like they've lost all momentum. Somebody's got to trade Detain. Finally, Pac's going to get that in the back of Cafe. And that is going to allow them to stop the clock at a minute 3. Wardy has to be cautious of jumping up in towards fire. And there's no stack on B, so it's not red alert right now for Pulsar. Or sorry, for Noctum Esports to rush this zone just yet. But they are getting in towards that danger zone. Now the stack's going to be about. It is going to be the first stick worked on. Second one on its way soon. Wardy has slipped the line, and he's going to find the kill into Dizzy. Wardy's going to find Linny as well. It's all to the Pac inside B. Everything's falling apart. Pac finds the second one in and out with the Brunetti. Almost a third as well. It is only Dizzy and FDOT going to be here in the back of Cafe. Wardy still alive. Cruz here to help him out. FDOT once again in a sink or swim situation. And they will be the first of the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. F dot just turns his back at the wrong time, not able to get the rest of B down. A really stellar defense from Noctum. Goes a little bit wild, but I thought Pack was going to go on to get that 4-piece. He only gets the 3, puts himself at 7 and 9. Incredible bit of performance. Finally, that B is going to go over. That's going to give them 144 on the
Three
clock,
dead.
while the life count is tied at 17. Make it 17-15. Apologies. Took too long to say the sentence. This game is so quick, Colin, at times. It's incredible, and it is going to be one player, F dot, over towards that A zone. Right now, it's looking like potential that they could tie this game up.
Dot is spinning on the zone, and he's going to find another one. That's 3 in a row. This could be enough for them to break the lines of Noctum, and Pulsar rising to the occasion inside of their offensive round. And they sneak one away from Noctum Esports, quick as ever from B to A, almost mirroring their exact setup.
Yeah, really nice plays by F dot in the end. A player that we look to in Team Pulsar to get big numbers. He's 9 and 9 right now. I'm sure he's not going to be happy with his performance and across the board. Team Pulsar just a little bit off the boil. I mean, you might have to check the pulse. A little bit slow at the minute. 9 and 10, 9 and 10, 9 and 9 and 6 and 11 for Dizzy. He's not going to be wanting to do that. On the other side, we've got Jed Detain and Wardy, both rocking double figures. Total 28 kills. Way more interactions, and we are only into round 3. Resi with the first blood. A headshot over towards Linny, and again we can see that stack from Detain and Wardy. Nice defense comes in, and it's going to be huge, big kills there for Zhao Cruz and Wardy, and they're going to get that A done really quick. Potential for that maximum 220 right there. What an absolute play by Noctum Esports, Colin. Only the B zone remain, and they've looked so fresh on this attack.
Yeah, it's lovely right now for Noctum Esports and their offenses. They just look so good at overwhelming one of the sites and pushing Pulsar into a very tough situation, though. Linny wins his one, top red. And it should slow down this offense from Noctum, but they trade onto Pac, and they're going to have to try to weed Linny out of this situation. It looks like they're going to jump in towards the ladder. Linny flies at them. Not sure what the call was there, but it doesn't warrant Dizzy to look to follow it up. My eyes are on player number 1, Cruz, who has snuck through the line over towards this half wall. Chance to do some real damage here with Wardy on the flank.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. I think Wardy's just kept them busy, and I think he's passing that information over towards F Cruz, who's just going to be able to pick players off this wall, allowing his team to get a little bit of control. They do need to start just tailing up towards this wall and managing to get the picks. That's going to give them the control they need and the confidence. 3-stack this. This is absolutely huge, and if you're a Team Pulsar fan, those ticks are going to fly through progress. Absolutely decimated. How are they going to read this? Everyone's got their backs to F dot. Can F dot go big? Dot go big? No. He's going to get taken down. Wardy and Resi able to do this. They're going to pinch this over. They've got to get rid of this player out of the contest spot, but Linny will not have any of it. The contest is in.
Big worry was Linny today and how he'd perform. 13 and 14. It seems like Linny has found his flow. So far, Linny has not disappointed. And the cruise missile is going to be called in from Wardy. And it's aiming right towards this back alley. Finds one player. It's F dot. And that's going to open up things for the side of Noctum. Just flood into this. 3 players down. It's all up to Dizzy. 43 HP. Hiding in the corner. Finds one. Snaps over. Low HP is detained. Renetti's out. Dizzy won't find the kill. The stack is in. And Noctum solidify another offensive round.
The end of these games are insane. The amount of interactions, the speed of the kill feed, and Noctum Esports, they don't care. They're just hanging with everyone right now. From the top rope, he gets absolutely annihilated by Resi to see that game off. Huge kills, but incredible performance right now from Noctum Esports. I'm sure Noctum Jap is absolutely enjoying every second of this, but huge kills coming out of those boys. Wardy 21 and 8. He is a quarter above everyone else right now, dragging his team through this. They are 1 round away from 3-0 in Team Pulsar. Or is this the moment Team Pulsar start the resurgence?
This is night and day from the Noctum we've seen prior to this series. Getting 3-0 swept to looking to serve this revenge. Right back, 1 round away on this defense. They're looking good. Wardy's going to peek up from the church alley. Jumps on in with Renetti. Won't be able to finish off Dizzy, but here comes Detain to trade it out, and he will. Trades out from Pack, back and forth. He's going to jump back in. It's F-Dot. Resi spawn trapping a few of these kills. Whittling down the lives of Team Pulsar. Still that A-zone. That segment is going to be captured. And Pac, what a shot there. 3 down for Noctum. Pulsar, this is their chance to stack A.
Yeah, they need this as well. Time has largely been torched at the 59-second mark. And it was a huge job by Resi just stopping that ability to be able to flank round. And he gets a big kill as well. If he sees them out of this, Xiao Cruz does the job. This is going to be so difficult for the boys of Team Pulsar. 55 seconds left on the clock. You're going to see that third zone drain back to nothing. And they're going to only have 2 zones. This is absolutely huge. Team Pulsar need to go big. Jed Detain in the back. Cause a murder. Can he get the third? No, he cannot get that second or third kill. But the team Noctum Esports right now going huge for life advantage. Dizzy on the hill.
And he's going to find his way into A. 36 seconds. Jed Detain in the full wrap through red. Could be able to conform this kill onto Pac, and he will. A zone's going to get secured. Now up to 1:30. Detain's going to find yet another one. This is Dizzy going to fall. 19 playing 13 over the top is going to be Detain trying to find this kill, but he's just being such an issue. Slides out. Lenny finally shuts him down. Even still, the lives are starting to become quite an issue here, Pablo.
Yeah, Detain rolling back the years a little bit there with some fine movement and big kills. He's going to continue that. Xiao Cruz, those big 17 and 15, with Detain 23 and 16. Incredible performance, starting to match up with this mucker in Wardy. Team Pulsar with a lot of work to do. No one really been able to get to grips in this control so far. Is this their time to turn? No, Detain's going to be there. Maintains that momentum and sheer accuracy. F-Dot tries to do it, gets the 2-piece. Is this the resurgence they needed? Are they going to do it off the back of this F-Dot 2-piece? Still got no control. Xiao Cruz goes in, punishes them for their mistakes, and it is going to be Lenny and Pac who get the 2-piece. Can they get through Jed Detain? No, he's been absolutely on form all day. Nearly gets TK'd in the process.
Things falling apart quickly from Noctum, and it's all down to Resi here. Finds a big 2-piece. The last 2 remaining.
No.
Stacked to the side. Resi for 3.
No.
Resi with the Renetti clears out the zone, and Resi continues to keep Noctum alive here on their defense. Back over with the MCW, and that is it. Noctum Esports, the nail in the coffin. They send Team Pulsar packing from the EU Cup 1.
Unbelievable from Resi. You can see Rage quit out to Team Pulsar. Resi goes huge at the end, 21 and 17, but those last few kills push Noctum over the edge. And we'd said earlier on, we
It is time to push forward in the winner's bracket. We got the winner's bracket final ready to go. Terminal Hardpoint to start things off. Seymour and Pablo on the mic, and we got Devious Noctum versus Clutch Rain. This is going to be a banger match, and Cobra is leading with a 3-piece to begin.
You've got to love to see that, haven't you? Things you love to see a Cobra absolutely flying around the map, starting the game so aggressively. There's going to be the DevNot boys just starting off with a little bit of a hold on P1, getting a tiny bit of time. We expect this to be reasonably contested, but this is going to be all about that P2 control and holding spawns. We know Clutch Rain are not going to want to allow the DevNot boys getting around the back, but expect to see Steve Vortex starting to make that move. Number 4, it is going to be actually Harry and Weeman just starting to try and get a little bit of a sight over towards lower Eskies and trying to get that P2 control. Mate, this is 2 of the biggest teams in Europe, and it's a pleasure to cast over them one more time.
I mean, we talked a lot about Twiz when we were watching Clutch Rain 3-0 Noctum, but we didn't talk a lot about Cobra. I don't think we talked enough about Cobra, who dropped a 1.47 across that 3-0 sweep that we saw just previously on stream. So already starting off with those 3 kills is a fantastic start, but Devious Noctum not too far away as they get a flawless break in P2.
Yeah, nice plays from the boys of DevNot, and it's going to be Clutch Rain struggling. They've got the spawns, but they just cannot break in right now. 45 plays 20. It's a simple 25-second lead, and Clutch Rain able to utilize the advantage of those close spawns and get that. You can see already just trying to get a little bit of geography between that hill and those DevX-Not players. It's a big moment right now, and we talk about some players going big. We want to see Ben Mythics. He's a player very much in the same mold as Cobra, can go huge in the game. You want to see him start to take over the game if you're a Deviant Notorious fan. It's a huge moment for them. It is going to be tied up very close anyway. It's going to be about 4 seconds in it as we hit P3. This is a very difficult, very open hill. It used to be such a money hill when it was based inside Gift Shop, but this is all about control right now, and it's going to be the Deviant Notorious boys. It's such a mouthful, Colin. DevNot boys with control.
Yeah, DevNot starting to rack up a little bit of a lead here. 70 points, playing 40. Flood in through the mid windows. It is going to be slide across. Harry lines up too. Bressy not going down without a fight. And Rafi there to back him up. Vortex, a little bit of a Hail Mary play through mid. Slides in, finds one, snaps to the second. And Vortex feeding the rest of the team some scrap time.
Yeah, that's huge from Steve Vortex. That, you know, we'd like to, you know, apply the moniker of talisman to certain players, but Steve Vortex has been an incredible player in Europe for a long time, going huge. But for me, Colin, the big player that we really need to look to in Clutch Rain is Twiz. 3-10 right now. He's a player who needs to maintain the kind of momentum and the kind of confidence that he's had in the previous series. This is what we used to talk about, Twiz. A little bit of inconsistency, sometimes struggled against the really big teams. He's got to win as 1-1s, 1v1s. 81 plays 56. Sometime going the way of Clutch Rain, but this is a money hill. Burger Town is such a difficult one to dig people out of.
It's only gotten harder with the changes of the spawns. So many split spawns between the two, and Clutch Rain are capitalizing off of it, winning so many crucial fights. Twiz is going to double up inside of that hard point, make sure he can take these long-range fights against DevNot as best as he can. Weeman on the contest spot. They line up for Cobra. That is going to be the last 10 seconds, giving Clutch Rain a narrow lead heading into P5, which you can see the lock and key on the minimap. That is going to be the brand new P5 out in the open, just outside of Plane.
Perfect for Predators if you've got them in your back pocket. Cobra on a 5-spree. Is he going to get the last one? No, he can't get it down. He finally gets taken down. So no Predator for this P5, but they have got control. But please look how Harry in the back, waiting to be a problem. He is just going to be able to play his life. You can see how keen Twiz is to be able to get over the back and get that kill. Again, though, they're going to cost him a few lives. So it is going to be Mythics with that view over the top. He is going to get taken down by Twiz. Again, we want to see the big Frenchman go big in this game. Right now it is 82 lives, 83 seconds plays, 102. Clutch Rain with the slenderest of advantages as we head into the second rotation. This has been a crazy hard point so far. You know, one player we haven't really brought up all day, we haven't had a lot of opportunity to cast over them, is Weeman, that strong AR. Right now he is just about doing well, 12 and 11. We do see a player lag out, though. It looks like the French guys have gone as well. Potentially going to see this go to a break, boys. But again, Harry 14 and 8, a player on fire. Guys, guys, this is what happens. Welcome to EU Call of Duty.
I don't know what to say. Lag out. We have no updates for what happens or what's going to be the verdict on that one. It was a 10-point game between the two teams, Pablo, heading into what was the second set of rotations of Terminal, which is to be expected between both of these teams, the best teams in Europe here in the winners bracket. We haven't really had a chance to really set up this matchup at all, Pablo. And I think one thing that we do need to highlight that we didn't get to see on stream is this DevNot team finally putting that monster in their closet to rest. They beat Team War in the winners semifinals. They finally hand them a loss this year, and that is such an influential moment for this DevNot team heading into what is the start of their Challenger season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been, I would almost say, the first few cups, the boys from Team War dominated, and it become a bit of a psychological problem. I think people went into it with lacking the kind of confidence that it would take to beat them. But, Steve Vortex has been up against these kind of teams for the last few years, and his experience tells all. Me and Major were talking about it in the past, where we know that he works so hard on strategies. He makes his teams work so hard at dealing with players of this caliber, and we've long argued for him to have a place in the CDL. So even though we look at the players like Bance, who've got this incredible history, they played so well for Toronto, we look at Beans at Boston, we look at these great players like Nasty, we know that a Steve Vortex side can cause an upset. He's a very clever player, and again, I almost feel like Clutch Rain are on the precipice of being able to do the same thing. It's going to make Europe that much more exciting, but more than anything else, it's going to make the lands, once they start meeting that enormous talent pool that is the American northern scene, that's what we want, more European talent being able to go up against the likes of Exceed, the likes, Eric Boom's over there with teams in America, be able to deal with these big NA sides. And right now it is essentially a two-horse race, but we want that broken. We need that mold broken and shattered hugely, and that's why there's so much passion from us for the likes of F. Dot and Dizzy and the likes of Noctum, and that we want to see them go big, but it's all got to be proven in LAN. Right now the advantage is with the DevNot boys, but we don't know how this hard point is going to break down on the reset. Could be interesting.
Now, well said. Vortex, one of the best minds that there is in EU COD, but on the other side for Clutch Rain, it's just these French players, how good they have grown, ever since, the end of Modern Warfare 2 into the start of Modern Warfare 3, and now here they are. I mean, you compare them to the likes of your Hydras or your Linzes, and the ceiling of these French players, Pablo, is so far, it's hard to comprehend at times, the possibilities that these players can have for Clutch Rain. I think that's why it's so exciting to see them playing, because you can see the inkling of these players just starting to blossom inside of Modern Warfare 3, and that is going to lead to a very, very fun year of EU challengers. So heading back into this terminal hardpoint as best as we can. No updates just yet on what the score is going to be like, so it sounds like we're going to be doing a full restart now. I just got the update in my ear, Pablo. So coming back into the terminal for the full reset, nothing's really going to change because it was pretty much a tie game anyways. So, I mean, I feel like that's the easiest way to go about things.
Yeah, absolutely. When there's such a small margin between the time, it makes no difference. Just start again. Let's just see if we can keep the lobby stable. There's obviously a bit of an issue for the boys over in the EU. We've got 3 players from Clutch Lane playing over in France. So, we just got to accept this is we're a European area, and we want to see the best from Europe. We love casting over the Spanish lads. We love casting over the French lads. And, it's just, I need occasional. We get a Belgian, we get a German, and we get a Portuguese as well every now and then. So it's a real nice mix of players, but we roll with the punches because we want to see them. But again, this is it still nags in the back of your brain. Team War aren't out, right? This is the thing that annoys me, right? You think you've solved the puzzle, like Steve Vortex is like, right, we've put them down and now we're going to make our way through the winners bracket, but you just got this little worm in the back of your mind going, Team War is still there, they're still making their way through the losers bracket, and you just feel if they get into grand finals, there's something about that side they need to, I think that's the key. Steve Vortex needs to break that team down in a grand final and like stamp that authority going into this big LAN, because let's not kid ourselves, there's a really strong opportunity for the DevNot team, for Team War, to be in the latter stages of that LAN. They're going to have to deal with some big American sides, and we've seen it before loads of times at these LANs. They end up playing each other. We fume about it in the EU, but it's like, why are they playing each other so early in the LAN? It should be separate, it should be easier in some way, but there's that possibility as well. And for Steve Vortex, you don't want to go into a potential LAN scenario against Team War where you haven't got the psychological upper hand.
We haven't really put it to rest. We haven't really beaten them in their territory. And I feel like, we've seen close games in the winners finals before from, this Team War squad against Devious Noctum, but we haven't seen a close game in the grand finals yet for Team War at all. I mean, they've just been lights out in that moment. So I think I'm right there with you. Team War, they're still fighting through the lower bracket, and you definitely can't count them out until they are eliminated full in full. It sounds like we're getting back into the game, but at the same time, it sounds like there's some lobby issues. We're going to have to do it once more, Pablo. So this is a call for you and I to step away and allow them to handle that behind the scenes. And we'll be back with some more EU Challenger Cup in just a moment.
dead.
A chance for him to go. Nick's up top. He's stunned. Oh, but he turns, and the trophy system allows him.
And we're back. Told you just in a moment. Got them lobbied up, and we are back in terminal. Just as a refresher, if you're wondering, it is a full reset heading into this terminal. So we are back down to 0-0. Clutch Rain versus DevNot winners final. Pablo, let's jump back in.
Well, mate, we've got a lot of hard points to get back through. It was so close before we had that restart. I believe Cobra did have some issues with the server connection, but Clutch Rain going to have to fight just as hard as they did at the start, at the very height of this first hard point, and that is exactly how it's going to be as Brezzy and Twiz able to get those kills. And Colin, we talked about that one player, Twiz now with a real second chance now to go big in this game. He had a little slow start, slightly off the boil, but now he's got that opportunity to bring it back. And for me, he could be the X factor for Clutch Rain, especially when you consider the start that Steve Vortex had in that before the restart was so hot, and now he's 0-3.
Yeah, I mean, same could be said about Cobra, who started off so well back in the first go-around, but now 2-2, now 3-3, sorry. DevNot able to clean him up, and their transition from P1 to P2 is near flawless. A split spawn for Clutch Rain, so they're going to be able to pinch this hill. Two flooding in through Eskies. Twiz going to jump on down, and with the help of Raffi and Cobra, that's 4 down for DevNot. They spawn over towards security. Clutch Rain now rotating to P3.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, this P3. We can see it's 51 plays 18. Clutch Rain, again, in a very similar position before the restart, where they do need to pick things up a little bit. They've got themselves the remaining scrap time. It's going to put them in and around 40-second mark, so it's going to give them about a 10-second deficit, but it's going to be absolutely huge for them if they want to control this very open kind of outside makeup hill. And it's not the money hill it used to be because of how open it is, which does change the entire dynamic of this map, but it's a big moment out. It's going to be Devex not who get that slender control, but you can see that push potentially coming through Gift Store. Number 1 and Steve Vortex is going to have a big job to do. Looks like the Clutch Train boys have decided to transition and push from the front, but they don't know if they're going to get surprised from behind as those spawns kick in, and it's going to be Devex not just slaughtering players left, right, and center.
Oh, Mythic starting to find himself a little bit of a streak here. 3 in a row. Wee Man posturing over towards Burger Town, immediately eviscerated by Cobra, but next up to bat it's Vortex, and he's going to turn around before realizing Rafi was soon after. Wee Man back off spawn, trying to get things going back over towards Burger Town, but Brezzy again going to deny him of that spot. And a member of Clutch Train has already snuck through in towards Burger. That's going to be Rafi in the back, just looking to play his life. He has the trophy, and he has the cross being washed. This is a good setup for Clutch Train.
Yeah, huge moment for them. They did get this early hold on Burger Town, but they just weren't able to hold it. So Rafi's going to have to go big here. 5 and 5 right now. A player probably a little bit more at home in S&D, but he's going to have to get these kills, and he's going to have to go big as well. Mythics is going to get taken down. That kill feed, if you're a big Clutch Train fan, that kill feed's going to look really nice. As you can see, it is going to be largely blue. And Harry just not able to dig Rafi out at all. They're not able to push across because of that suppression coming in from those 3 blue arrows over towards that atrium area. Clutch Train, 3 arrows do fall. It's going to allow Harry to get in, and that kill feed color is very red.
Oh, very, very red, Pablo. 95 to 65, a 30-point lead, and there's still 20 seconds on Burger Town. So a nice break there from Defnot to hold this lead in what seems like a non-comeback scenario, but we've seen worse. I think we've seen worse today for the comeback. So Wee Man's gonna be swatted on the cross towards back lane. Turn around as Rafi. The read onto Harry is good. Fortunately now, you got to deal with Wee Man in the back, and they're not even looking at him. They're saying, all right, Wee Man, you can sit tight. We don't need to pay attention to you. Twist is gonna come clean you up. Another 2 down for Defnot. Make it 3 as they're gonna go hunting for this 4th player. Defnot have not had a chance really to play this P5 rotation.
Yeah, it's been a really solid hold. Twiz doing some glorious work lower plane, just causing problems and giving Dev not a headache. It is going to be a 27-second game, so a long way to go for the boys of Clutch Train. They are going to need a solid hold on this. And really, look at number 8 there. You've got Brezzy just looking to get pushed up, looking to get prepared for the second rotation, and just trying to get as much geography, give his team as much opportunity to bring this game back. And not only bring it back, Rafi's on a 5-speed. They're potentially going to be able to see the lead changed out, and we're going to be hitting the second rotation any second now.
Bookstore is going to be on the minds of these players. Rafi's going to open up with a kill in through that. Twiz trades. Rafi, a second one. This is all the way from top AC, so these shots are clinical coming out, and all Wee Man really has to do is sit down and wait as the flood going to be set up through mid. The slide across towards Vending, easily swatted away by Lucifer, Wee Man, Vortex, and Harry, all chiming together to find a 4 down, and isn't their call to fly, but Clutch Train, they do get a split spawn. 3 spawning up Esky, 1 spawning towards security, and that's going to help them for this rotation.
Yeah, that's a huge kill on Steve Vortex over towards plane. It's number 7 and Twiz. Goes big, is going to keep the spawns for Clutch Train, and when that P2 pops, they're going to be in a really good position to bring this back. But they haven't been able to set foot on this P5, so P1 apologies, and that's not looking good for Clutch Train. That's going to be a solid hold. Wee Man being the hero of the game. I mean, some really interesting stats coming out of that, though. Steve Vortex 5 and 12. Now, you know you've got a great side when you've got a 40-second lead and you've got players who are approaching triple negative. This is a big game, though. You feel that if Wee Man and Steve Vortex can start to contribute with kills, this could be a very different game. Right now, Clutch Train just trying to maintain, just trying to make sure that they can get hold onto this hill, and you can see those red arrows. Number 6, Colin in Rafi with another big job to do.
And the lead started to whittle down to 27 points. Brezzy, nice shots here, looking to clean up the last. It's 2 for Brezzy. That has brought them to 147. Up the escalator he goes. Nice shots there onto Harry. And in the back there, Cobra just looking over towards Mythics. Twiz is going to clean up that kill, and you can take a look at the minimap and you can see the spread from Devnot. They're going to give up this scrap time.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they're going to read Rafi in that position. So this could be really interesting. You've got number 8 and Brezzy just going to be attracting them over towards front plane. That's going to allow Rafi to get in behind, get a couple of easy picks. Is he going to get the other one? Yeah. And that's going to largely see these boys in red in a very difficult position. But the support isn't going to be there. Despite the heroics from Rafi, the support in those blue arrows needs to come that little bit quicker. It's not going to be there. Dev not going to be the potential get onto that hill. That was a really big opportunity for Clutch Rain to start to see a big lead out, and they've not been able to do it. The resilience from the Steve Vortex side is just incomparable to anyone else. They just keep coming at you, even if they're not killing, even if they're not slaying, they just keep coming.
186, 172, flood from the front. Wee Man lined up. Nice shots though from Rafty, and he's got back up to Twiz from a terminal. He is going to find the trade there. Going to break back in for Defnot, but all the focus right now from Clutch Rain is this rotation over towards Burger. Good time to be had here, and Brezzy playing on the front line has to regen his health. Trophy's going to help him on this angle, slowly creeping his way around. Ravi's going to pick up the player mid-halls. Wee Man laying down. Wee Man not able to find a second one, and that is Clutch Rain set up.
Yeah, really brave from the boys of Clutch Rain. Brezzy forcing his team out to take the bait and get the kills, and it works perfectly, and that's going to be Cobra. Dug in of all the players you don't want in there. It is going to be Wee Man with the Predator trying to get a few kills and some information if he's going to put Rafi and Brezzy into the blender, and that is the signal to go for the boys in red. It's going to be huge. Mythics is straight in there, puts away Cobra, and that's going to be a solid bit of break from the boys of DevX Not, who's well past the 220 mark and on the precipice of winning this game. Only 25 seconds needed. Clutch Rain, Colin, gonna have to go huge now.
All lines forward. Wee Man in for the contest. Pops up, finds Rafi. Vortex on the cross. Twiz, nice shots. Wee Man just looking to play his life. He's got back up, and he's going to be able to find the second one. Doesn't look like Defnot can win it here, but get damn close. And Mythics is already on the rotation up towards PE top third. 192, Clutch Rain. They really need to dig deep here, and those kills are going to help them out.
Yeah, they need to stay in solid control, take up some geography, manage to get some kills, and make sure that they don't get pushed too hard. That is not a great start, though. As Harry puts Twiz into the blender, you can see all those arrows watching that transition across plane, across tarmac, just trying to get those picks. This is a huge moment for the boys of Clutch Rain. They themselves head into the 200-point mark. 2:13 this game, so close on the precipice. Only 3 seconds required. One break needed for Dev Not.
This could be it. This could be it. They could win here. All they need to do is deny Devnot of this time. Deny them of a chance to touch. Twiz set up in plane. Wee Man looking to work his magic. Setting up for the slide in. Brezzy watching the cross in, and Wee Man's gonna touch. We're going back into another set of rotations. They can no longer win on this hill, so Harry, all he needs to do is watch this one. Vortex beats out one. Brezzy's gonna fall as well. Over into the next, it's Cobra, but he drops, and Devnot wins. The Clutch. Wee Man barely getting into P5 allows the rotation into the third set, and a 250-248 win on Terminal Hardpoint.
I do not understand these hardpoints today, Colin. They've been absolutely wild all the way to the nail-biting finish. Incredible plays from Devnot to hold out. And you just got to look at some of them kills. And the one that stands out for me is Steve Vortex going 11 and 23 for the win. You know that man is pulling the strings for his team. Big plays coming out of Wee Man. We said he needed to step up, and he does indeed. Devnot, if you're a Devnot fan right now, you are absolutely overjoyed with that. An incredible performance. Clutch Rain gonna have to go big in the S&D.
Yeah, but I mean, that game is as close as you can ask for once again in our hard points. I don't know what it is, Pablo, today, but the hard points are absolute bangers every single time we jump into it. I wish personally, me in my ranked games, I wish I could go 11 and 23 for the win. But I'm not Steve Vortex. I don't got a mind like that. So it's a big takeaway for Vortex to trust his team enough for a lot of those rotations. I mean, big shout out to Wee Man, that last little contest into P5, giving them the rotation, and everybody else focusing on that bookstore. Some key wins in that bookstore rotation. It could have been a Clutch Rain win in map 1, but it is not. It's going to be Devnot leading as we head over towards this terminal search and destroy.
Yeah, it's going to be a big moment for the boys of Coltrane. They're going to have to prove themselves at the very highest level. Now we've seen this kind of matchup time and time again. We know that they've got the capability to do it. They just need to get the first couple of rounds. I think, and the problem they've got is that, the Steve Vortex teams can lull you into a false sense of security. They can go 2-3 down, and they just regain. They become stronger after that midpoint in the game, and it becomes very difficult to see them out. They become very difficult to get first bloods on, and so they just got to be wary. For Coltrane, this is about finishing what you started, maintaining that aggression. Very similar in many ways to Team Pulsar, in that if you're going to go out flying and get a huge lead, you need to maintain that level of pace, level of concentration. Don't make mistakes, punish the other team for their mistakes, and it's something that Coltrane haven't quite nailed 100%. But if there is one team that can put this Steve Vortex team under pressure, it is going to be these French lads. So big moment for them.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're going to be able to do it in the S&D, because we just want more Call of Duty, let's be honest.
I don't know what to expect. Every single time we go to a hard point, it's a 2-point game, it's a 3-point game, or a 7-point game, or something like that. Every single time we go to a search and destroy, it's around 11. I mean, we just almost saw a 5-1 comeback, Pablo, previous to this one. And, earlier down the line, when we saw Def Not before, it went to that round 11. So, at this point...
EU just loves long Sundays. We love long Sundays.
I'm just expecting this to be another 5 hours of a tournament to go through. So it's gonna be this terminal search and destroy. And my big question is, again, who's gonna be that highlight player? I know we talk about so many different members inside of both of these teams. I think too, though, I would like to point out is going to be Weeman and Cobra on both sides. I feel like Weeman's been having one hell of a series for his team, 24-18 in that hard point, and then Cobra, not the shining star of the terminal hard point for that loss, but he's so influential, and he's such a key player for a lot of these rotations. And even back in their series prior for Clutch Ray and having that 1.4 KD at the end of the 3-0 sweep over Noctum Esports, you look at Cobra to just be that playmaker, frag out, find those first bloods, and be a little bit of an issue for Deviants.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Cobra is that player that you want at the end of the game. If there's going to be a 1v2 moment and you want to play it to clutch up, you want it to be Cobra. You don't want to be there with potentially, Twiz or Brezzy trying to do that more difficult job. You want a cracked player of extreme reaction ability, extreme accuracy, who just seems to read those 1v1s so well, or be able to snap onto that second player. For me, overall, though, Rafi is the big player at this moment for Coltrane. Between him and Brezzy, they need to be able to counteract the strategies that are going to come out of this DevX Not team. And the other big one you pointed out is Weeman. Now, this is a player who can go huge in S&D. He's largely looked at as being a really good AR, great respawn player, but he can go absolutely monstrous in S&D, completely take over a map. He can have a really quiet hard point and then just drop 13, 14 kills in an S&D. So big moments. And again, what's freaky about this team is Steve Vortex goes negative, wins hard point. He could quite easily go negative in this S&D and still pull the strings for his team to win. So this is why they're such a difficult team to fight and play against. But yeah, it's going to be huge. We're absolutely hoping for a game 5. I want to see Coltrane go big. We've got a ton of French support watching the Coltrane channel. We've got a ton of French support watching our channel, and we've got a ton of French support just in Twitter in general, just looking out for their team to do well. They couldn't have asked for a better group of players, and this is a big opportunity for them to stamp their mark in this cup.
It really is. I like that you put some focus onto Vortex there. The fact that he could go negative like that and win in the hard point. You can look at Vortex in a search and destroy, and he could draw 14 kills for all we know. I mean, he did it earlier today, and I mean, he's just such such an X factor player when it comes to the mind of Steve Vortex. You really do not know what he's planning, what's up his sleeve for this team. So it's going to be tough for Clutch Rain to really pinpoint DevNot for sure heading into this terminal search and destroy. But for us sitting here, I know we've been rambling for a little bit, getting things ready for this map number 2 to start. But it doesn't seem like the players are in or ready just yet. So we're going to set things back. We are going to take a little bit of a break. And when we come back, we're going to have this terminal all set up and ready to go, folks. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. The Search and Destroy took a little bit to get ready, but we're here. Terminal Search and Destroy. We have landed at the airport, Pablo, and now Clutch Rain are looking to, I guess, find a little bit of a bounce back after a 2-point loss in the hard point.
Yeah, it's another difficult Sunday for them. Clutch Rain needing to go big in this S&D, but they're up against one of the premium S&D teams in the world at Challengers level. And it's going to be Steve Vortex with Bomb. It's what we usually expect to see of him. He does like to try and traverse the routes himself. There's a little bit of geography being caught up, as we see number 3 there in Mythics is about as far pushed up as he can be at the minute. And again, you can see that fight's going down towards long. No one's going to get tagged up, Colin. No first blood as well. Very cautious game so far.
Well, Cobra just chilling in the back. Twiz going to be the front line of defense. Can't find the second one. Mythics in and out. That's Bomb down, though, in such a bad spot. And now it's only Mythics. He's got to take the fight to Cobra. That is a very ominous body laying inside of that plane, but that was an insane round from Clutch Rain. Cobra's going to be able to put that away at the ends, and a very clean defense.
Yeah, I think the thing is that always concerns me, right? Clutch Rain, solid, get the kills, get the trades, right? But the Steve Vortex teams are like the aliens that land and just prod your defenses and learn about how you do things. And then when you think you're in a position to destroy them, they go absolutely off. And that's what you've got to be careful about a Steve Vortex side. They just take this information, they assimilate and execute so well. So Clutch Rain going to have to go big. Mythics is going to get pushed up. The stun check means they know he's going to be right up close. He's going to take that position again that we saw in the previous S&D when we covered in the previous series, where he ended up getting further and further back. It's going to be a team nade though from Brezzy. It's going to be not the first blood, it's going to be the second blood, as Cobra and Twiz are going to have to face a 4-man.
What just happened? The stun kills Vortex. Or sorry, the stun kills Rafi.
I'm so confused.
The team nade kills Brezzy. Twiz is gonna get cleaned up on the outside, and Cobra's like, guys, come on, what are you doing? Where'd you go?
This is the moment where the whole of the team are like, Zuta Laws, what has happened there? It's 1-1
like,
though, either way.
I feel like Vortex just cast like a spell or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't surprise me if he'd been learning spells on the side. That wouldn't surprise me at all, just to add it to his arsenal. You know, bringing a bit of fantasy and mythology into the Call of Duty community. It's what we've needed for a long time. Crazy plays, Colin. And welcome to EU Call of Duty, by the way, brother. I know you've cast an absolute ton of it, but nothing changes. It's always insane. 1-1.
It's always an absolute blast over here.
Well, no first blood again. We're going to be heading into a cautious attacking round for Dev Not, and the boys are going to have Bomb. It's going to be Mythics with Bomb this time as he tries to push up towards some plane control. No real presence over towards plane, and then Steve Vortex just going to have his way, get back into the plane, drop his luggage off. Perfect timing for Twiz.
Little cheeky angle there for Twiz, and now Rafi's going to be able to find a second one. Peeks up, Renetti. Disgusting gun to have in the back pocket. Cobra's going to have a third, and Harry now giving himself a chance. 1v2. Would be a 1 versus 4 clutch, but Cobra denies that. Beautiful shots all the way from bottom blue, and that's going to be Clutch Rain taking their lead back to 1.
Well, it was really interesting strategy. Like, they didn't push plane. They just held their angles. They held that really awkward angle where you're outside and you can see Bomb. And they just maintained a really unusual off-angle presence. And it's worked. And that's something that we don't see from a lot of teams. Trying something really unusual against the Steve Vortex side. And Clutch have pulled it off. And, you know, we've got to remember, you know, Brezzy is, I mean, I like to refer to him as the European Kismet. The guy is an incredible player. But, you know, he's got to be at the same level as Steve Vortex. He's got incredible experience, and he just goes to show him. You know, we talked about Cobra, Colin, at the height of the game. He's 3-1 right now. He's the kill leader in the game, and that's the French player you want to see going off.
Yeah, Cobra, another one too. That's first blood onto Harry. Put a little bit of a run for their money back in the last round, but isn't able to close things out. That is going to at least thin out the line, and Cobra finds another one. Vortex down, so doing absolutely whatever he wants. Wee Man almost lines them up, but Cobra on the flank doing everything for Clutch Rain.
3-1? Where did that come from, Colin? Where has this come from? 6-1 from Cobra. Unbelievable. Dev X not dons le trash. It's like to say, in the bin for the boys of DevX Not. They've got to come back from 2 rounds, but we said it before, you know, Steve Vortex side, you know, they one of these teams that just learn your information. Do not write them off. You do that at your own peril. Do not be surprised if they make this comeback, but Clutch Train looking really good. And, you know, again, we talk about this feeling that, you know, players who aren't quite contributing as much as you think, you've got Brezzy at 1 and 2, if they start getting kills, this could be, you know, an absolute annihilation. And it's something we've seen time and time again. It's these, you know, 6-1, 6-2 slapbacks. Clutch Train a long way to go before that. It is going to be Steve Vortex back with Bomb. No first bloods just as yet. Each team just kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah, a little bit of a gamble here for Clutch Train to stack over towards B. It's the right call, though, as it seems like DevNod are favoring this bomb side. Vortex waiting for the call to fly through mid, and that's definitely not it. Rafi's going to open up with the first blood. Almost a second. Ooh, Cobra on the 5 in a row. Doesn't want to give up that chance for the strike, and he's going to tuck away in the corner. But Lucifer, it's his chance to strike, and that's the equalizer onto Rafi. Mythics now making a play bottom plane. He has to be worried about Twiz all the way in the back of plane. Twiz can make or break this entire round, but the same goes for Mythics, and he doesn't go all the way. So Twiz wasn't spotted, and Twiz is going to get the kill.
And the nades are out as well. It's going to be huge. Is he going to get the pick with the nade? No, it's gone too far. Harry able to take out Twiz. It's going to be a 2v2, and the bomb is down. This is huge for the boys of DevNot. Brezzy just looking to see if he can get side down. I don't know if he's seen that player. He finally sees him. Not able to get the picks. He's got information. Is going to go out, but that spreads the team quite wide now. But it is going to be a 1v2. Harry all on his own, Colin, with a big clutch job now.
And Brezzy, he knows exactly what he has to do. Sets up on the bomb. Cobra gonna be able to get that cruise missile off the bomb plant. No way he's using the score streaks too. We talked about this all year in Modern Warfare 2. Score streaks or kill streaks. You know, some teams like to use or some players like to use the score streaks, and it did pay off because the bomb plants in Search and Destroy. But he had 6 kills anyways, Pablo. He would have had it if he had kill streaks on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it, isn't it? It is what it is, but we've got to roll with what we have, and that's it. It's a wild time at the minute in Call of Duty. We know just how crazy things can be, even weeks before the LAN as well. So Twiz with Bomb 4 and 4 right now. Cobra 7 and 1. What is going on with that kid on a 6 streak? Clutch Train totaling for a 7 right now.
They could use the cruise missile and just open this round up, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Force the players indoors again. It's going to be tricky. They're going to have to get those picks, and again, the stream just goes a little wild. No picks, though. It is going to be Rafi, though, who gets the kill, uses the suppression of that Predator to bring the kill and the pain down, but Steve Vortex is going to be there with the trade as we hit that 50-second mark. Oh, my days, wee man's woken up.
Cobra still looking to be quite agile here. Sniffs out the player in bathroom, gets out. 1v2. 43 seconds. The bomb back over towards Burger, and player up in towards top third. Cobra's going to spot it. Vortex has to be careful. That's exactly what he's going to do. Just teasing Cobra at this moment. Forces him out into the open, and that is going to be an easy cleanup for the 2 players. 1 in play and 1 top third, and DevNot, they avoid that map point, Pablo, and they get their second.
Yeah, absolute work. I got completely distracted in that round. We live in the quietest area in the area we live in, and like 50 billion police cars just went past. It was so weird. So yeah, I had a little bit of a moment then, but it's all good. But yeah, again, big moment for DevX Not. They need to get around on the board again. You know, as much as we say they are not to be underestimated, a solid 3-round deficit, 4-round deficit changes the shape of the game, changes the way you play. You start to play a little bit more vanilla, and you start to kind of under-strategize to an extent. So big moment there. Clutch Train gonna have to go big if they want to see this round out, because DevX Not, Colin, gotta say, I'm feeling like the momentum is shifting their way.
Cobra's got to be careful, finessing his life bottom plane, and he manages to escape as well. Rafi's been spotted in blue. Information for DevNot to play with, but what their end goal seems to be is just in my realm of understanding. Brezzy peeks out long haul. He's going to find one and tuck away, but reaction to that, Wee Man sneaks into blue, and he's going to trade.
Yeah, 3v3. We're at the 40-second mark. Mythic's still with bomb. No real sight control as of yet. It's all going to come down to getting that extra kill, which they have done, but it's going to be tied up almost immediately. So confidence is going to be removed from that ability to be able to get that bomb down. It is going to be Twiz looking to find himself in a different position. Weeman may have read this perfectly, though, but the COD timing could be entirely off, and I believe it is. Weeman just going to head over. Twiz just going to wait, and I think they're just going to hope that that bomb is going to go down and look for that A retake.
Bomb being planted at A. Twiz gonna move in through terminal. The top one, but Weeman with the beatdown and gonna put Brezzy against the odds here. One on his right, one on his left. Brezzy's gonna have to make quick work of both players and make it snappy as well. As soon as he makes some noise, the pinch comes in, and no chance for Brezzy to even find one of those kills. So DevNot, they're going to piece together 2 rounds in a row, and that is going to cut this lead down to 1.
Yeah, it shows you how strong that plane hold is. If you're in that 1v2 position, it makes it very, very difficult for you to take someone off that bomb, but also you've got to be wary of so many different ways. Someone could be end of plane, someone could be at the front of plane. You don't know whether they're underneath, and they've already seen you kind of push up towards that that inflatable. So again, 1 round deficit. It's slowly but surely coming back the DevNot way. It's what we expect to see sometimes, but Train just gone off the boil a little bit. A few players, particularly Cobra, slowing down immensely from that 6-1 2 rounds ago. Twiz trying to get the shots out. Twiz gets a play, but he is going to get taken down by Harry, so it is going to be 3v3. The 110 bomb is going to be in the hands of no one. It looks like it's just being dropped. It's not in the worst position, but again, it is going to be in a very open, very difficult position. Harry just waiting for that opportunity to pick a player as they transition across.
Watching like a hawk. Rafi does not know what he's getting into. Into rights, and now he's out. Harry, that is a job well done. So now with 38 seconds left, 3 versus 2. Clutch Rain, they're going to have to be the ones to make this play. And Brezzy, a little bit of noise is made, a couple shots down lane, and that's going to be the bomb recovered. As it's wrapping all the way back to Burger, and you look to Cobra to make this play. Had a fantastic start, but been shut down in the past 2 rounds, and almost getting shut down yet again. Brezzy 1 shot, Cobra also 1 shot. Smokes are out, and Weeman just not able to connect with any of these shots. Things are getting a little bit chaotic, and Cobra's made his way through. Cobra 1v1, 5 seconds left, and Mythics, he's just running. He's running away.
Impeccable play there from the boys of DevNot, and you've got to look to Weeman playing his life so impeccably. It allows both Vortex and Mythics to just bring that geography closer and closer, get the opportunity, and that's going to give Mythics the chance to get that kill and dip. Incredible plays, but hats off to Weeman essentially winning his team the round on the back of the time. So big plays for all. Where does this come from? You just can't put any paper between these 2 teams. It's crazy. Clutch Rain, though, on the back of a 2-round loss, parity restored, but the question is, can they see these rounds out at all?
Almost 1v3'd. On the escalators, so much pressure, he feels it, backs on down, and this is some good space for DevNot now to work with. The stun is going to give things away. The nade keeps Vortex away. We come to a little bit of a standstill here. Rafi's in a great spot to maybe fish this kill, but shots don't fully connect.
Yeah, it's a big play that. Again, a little bit of sight control, though. It's going to give them that opportunity to get bombed down. So you can see those arrows. Number 8 in Twiz is just trying to find an angle. He's got to get the kill. He's not able to do it, though. Huge reaction kill from Steve Vortex on Twiz is going to give them the advantage. It's a 3v4. 2 players on bomb, just waiting for that push from Eskies. See the head. Head is gone. Steve Vortex books him into the next round. Is he going to get the second? Of course he is. Steve Vortex finally gets dealt with, and it's going to be Cobra all on his lonesome, and he's into the next round. Incredible plays from Defiance Notorious.
And easy cleanups towards the end. Just no variation to the retake there. Everybody flooding in through the escalators, and Harry's going to find his 7th kill of the game. 5 for DevNot go. That is 4 rounds in a row coming out from this team. And now on match point, they've completely turned things around. And I mean, you said Vortex You can go negative in the hard point, still be a winner. Go negative in the search and still be a winner. But here he is, 7-7. Absolutely turns up in that last round. And I like this from Clutch Rain. They're going to turn the dial up a little bit. They dropped that smoke. Twiz already on planters. That dead silence is popped, and he's just waiting for his chance to pounce on them. Fortunately, the stun check's going to give away a little bit of information. Twiz finally makes the play, but he doesn't get anything out of it. Pricey's going to find a kill, but I don't think one is enough.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, 2v3. Cobra with bomb, but it's not going to be advantage to them. They've got a little bit of side control, but you can see already Devex not just looking to try and rearrange and potentially get a little bit more of a power position. You can see knows he's got the opportunity to get that bomb planted, but is this going to play directly into the hands of Steve Vortex and co?
Cobra, I like this call. Top third. Get some good timing onto the player, jumping up ACs, and he gets away. 2 versus 2 spots. Vortex won't be able to get the kill. Now Brezzy. This is a tough spot to be in. At range, hasn't had the best game, 4 and 6, but this clutch would be everything. Into around 11. Mythic's gonna be spotted. 1 versus 1, and he gets away. Vortex gonna have to cut this one. 15 seconds. Pricey on the run, tucked in the corner. He gets it done. Round 11. We are on our way.
Trey BN Brezzy, incredible plays. He takes it to around 11. The Fridge Maestro absolutely goes ham with the bullets there. 6 and 6, not had the greatest game himself, but he is there right at the end. Ice in the veins. It's going to be around 11. This is either going to be a 2-0 to the Devex Not Boys, or it is going to be parity restored and Clutch Rain on the ascendancy. A big, big game as we head into the latter part of this 2K and what has been an incredible day of Call of Duty. Pleasure to watch, really, Colin.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly with this one. Round 11. And it's going to be reset here. Okay.
Well, I did not see that coming, so maybe someone's lagged out. Again, we've had some issues in the broadcast. We had some issues in the server with players who were struggling. Maybe there's a bit of packet loss or something, I don't know, but it has happened in the past. We've seen some complaints coming out of Twiz and Co that they do struggle in some places, but it is going to be around 11. I think they maybe just want to reset, make it fair. But again, we'll get that information over to you. It's wild. They're just trying to keep us going for more glorious cards. Ramp up the tension though, and this is this is an interesting moment. We talk about game management. We talk about especially when it comes to when you've got deal with teams who may have connection bias. If they've got hosts, they're going to be frying. If they haven't got hosts, you're going to be frying, which can lead to an interesting way of managing the game. But now we're in a round 11 with this gap. Players put the pad down, they're trying to sort things out, whether it's issues with the PC. This is all about the experience, all about the ice in the veins. And right now, where are you going to plant your flag, Colin? Where are you putting this win?
I don't want to plant my flag anywhere.
No one
I'm not
does.
going to touch that with a 10-foot pole, Pablo. Ain't no way. But what I will say is I do not want to undervalue, this moment right here that's been given. I mean, you talked about the tension building. Well, it's just all released. I even felt it in myself as soon as I saw it draw. It's just like a breath of fresh air. I'm like, oh, okay, now I can breathe right now. And I'm sure the teams, they feel that way going into this round 11 now, with the chance to kind of sit back, reset everything, catch your minds, and actually formulate some kind of a strategy going in towards it. This is a completely different round 11 than what we would be if we just were tossed into it with no time to think, no time to deliver, just go, go, go. And I think that adds a little bit more of an X factor here, a little bit more of a question mark on what to expect between Clutch Rain and DefNot, because on one side you have a Clutch Rain that in an instant they can dial it up to 11 and rush you and completely overwhelm you with the hands of Cobra and Twiz. But for DefNot, you look at Vortex and he's plotting and scheming right now. He's thinking 10 steps ahead inside of this break, Pablo. So when we go back into this round 11, anything is on the cards. Anything is on the table right now.
I think it's going to come down potentially to the big reaction plays, those crack plays that you talked about, like Cobra, like Twiz, and I think on the other side it's going to be a wee man moment. Is he going to clutch up? He always seems to be there at the end. I do think they're lobbing up. Did we get that Majors in the ear? No, we're going to potentially waiting to lobby up. Again, though, this is about the ice in the veins and which players are going to be able to handle this kind of pressure now. And the question for me is, Twiz, Cobra, big moment for them. They could potentially go absolutely ham. And as you say, anything is possible. We could end up with a Brezzy Vortex one-on-one for the round win. Either way, I really do hope that the French boys are able to do it so that we get that game, potential for a game 5. But this is huge right now, and I'm sure, both team owners, the Clutch Train guys are brilliant. We've been, in touch with those for years. I was in the Clutch Train Discord for a while. Really friendly organization, one of the best websites any organization can have at this level. And obviously the Defiance Notorious guys have been supporting the community solidly since the start of this Modern Warfare 3 and earlier again, and they've done everything they can to provide us with plenty of cups. We started so late with these 2Ks that we had this huge swathe of time, and we've been able to get a couple of really solid, really good community cups that have given us an idea of where these teams are in the pecking order. So we're getting to the point in the day where we're starting to see the last few games, Colin. This has been your first real opportunity in a while to dig into the EU scene. Any surprises that have turtled up today that have brought to your attention?
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise heading into Boston is how close in contention the talent is in Europe. I think last year you started to see it towards the end, but I feel like majority of the elite stages, majority of the cups, and even I would say towards the end with Notorious and the way that they kind of pulled ahead towards champs, EU was a little bit dominated last year. And right now, as it stands within this cup for cup number 1, we have 4 strong teams that can contend for that grand final spot right now. Obviously, you have Team War, Noctum, you have this Clutch Rain and Devious, the Notorious team. 4 really strong teams with talented rosters that have just completely shown up and impressed me on the day, Pablo. So I think that's my biggest takeaway from today is that it's not a one-stop shop here for EU, and a lot of regions are starting to catch up here. I mean, not the best day, I would say, from 5 Media Clan for sure, losing in round 2, but just weeks prior to this, we saw them taking down or going head-to-head with teams like Clutch Rain and taking them to a map 5. So even the Spaniards are putting up quite a fight here inside of European Challengers. And I think that is my biggest, I guess, joy to see this year inside of EU Challengers.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's been a pleasure to have you cast your eyes over it. You've seen quite a lot of talent over the years. So I've been casting at LANs and online as well. And Spanish lads are a bit of a mystery to us. Obviously, a large proportion of the really, the great Spanish talent is now in the CDL. Even like Severic Boom is just waiting for his moment to be able to strike fear into every team. But we've still got 4 guys there. Sucre, super experienced player. He was part of Heretics team that was so storied in the CWL. They've still got Super, who can at times be one of the, if not the best AR in Europe. He does seem to have just consistently fell off.
Super and Lucky are like 2 Devious Notorious. We're heading in towards this round 11. And at the moment, round 11 is going to be a high-tension scenario with the bomb leading over towards A. Only person here to stop this is player number 4, Twiz.
Big moment this round 11. So much riding on this. It's either going to be parity restored, or it is going to be a 2-0 lead to DevNot, and it's going to be no first blood as we breach the 1 minute mark. So much caution. Everyone's so concerned. Don't want to get first blooded. Don't want to put your team on the back foot. It is going to be big shots from Rafi. He's going to nade out. I don't know if he realizes there's a player that's dipped over to the right. Big moment there as Twiz looks like he's potentially going to get into a gunfight over with that. It is going to see Brezzy go down. Weeman falls as well. It is going to be a 3v2. My days, DevNot fell apart. It's going to be Harry all on his own. Oh, it's going to be a 1v1 column. This is insane plays for a round 11.
Twiz. Sitting down P2, waiting for the plant to come out. Harry sticks it, and he's going to look to run over towards Burger. He gets away. Twiz, no idea where to look, and here's the fight coming out. Twiz takes it head on, and the delivery in round 11 for Clutch Rain to equalize in the series. We go 1-1 heading into this control, and Twiz just not backing down from the fight.
Wiz safe, fantastic, incredible plays from him. We expected him to be the X factor for Clutch Rain. It was going to be him or Cobra, and it's going to be Twiz in the end. We've talked about what a mature performance he's had today. He's come on leaps and bounds over the last year. An incredible performance, and he's got his team restored back 1-1 as we head into the control. I don't even know how to break that S&D down. It was wild. A 4-game bounce back from DevX. It's toe-to-toe. The excitement either end, players going off, and in the end, it is the heroic actions of Twiz to see it through.
I don't really know how to break it down either, because in the middle of the round, Vortex jumps down into the tarmac, hiding below Blue over towards the stairs, and he is playing his life. He is fighting for his life out there against the player back plane. I'm pretty sure that was Twiz at first, and he was sliding back and forth between plane and Blue, somehow staying alive for a long period of time. And I think all the attention on Vortex allowed for that push in towards B from the rest of the team of Clutch Rain, or sorry, from Devious Notorious. And as soon as everybody was like, okay, wait a second, we let them on B, we got to deal with it. You saw Clutch Rain, they reacted to that. Things got chaotic, trades all over the place, and that 1v1 towards the end, Harry had the right idea to kind of play that challenge, I guess. Moving over towards Pillar doesn't give you a whole lot of cover compared to Planters, Pablo, but Twiz, in the end, just right place at the end there, solid positioning, and just a clutch to give Clutch Rain now a chance back in the series.
Yeah, I mean, you think about, he goes back playing, they push for B. He's just kind of like a loose end, and then Everton transitions over to B, and that's why he ends up being the final player, and that's his interaction in the game. You know, it might not be a strategy, it might just be fortune, but there he is, and he's on the big plant ahead, and he gets that pick again. You probably expect, you know, if that was Vortex, he might not have made the chal, he might have run through books, or just to put that little bit of doubt into his mind. But again, it is just, you know, you've got to beat what's in front of you, and right now it's parity restored. We go into a control which either team could potentially win. This is going to be a crazy series, Colin. I'm really excited to see how this pans out. I really couldn't tell you about this Karachi control between these two teams. They've both got incredible slayers in the side. They're both very aggressive teams that look to go for the more difficult ones, so expect crazy pushes over towards Diner Zone. You know, it might not necessarily be that kind of standard push towards the A zone in that central position. Anything is possible. Again, this has been a wild day of Call of Duty, and again, we're just going to see what comes of it.
Yeah, I mean, Karachi control coming up next. Clutch Rain, a team that, you know, highlighted in the past, a very momentous team who likes to ride the highs of clutch scenarios like that round 11. So heading into this control, you look at them to continue with that success and see if they can ride that wave into a potential lead into the series. And Devious Notorious, a team that you can never back down from or never count out from a series at all. So we're gonna have to wait and see how things pan out in map 3 as we get these teams set up into the lobby. We're gonna take a step back into a break, and we'll see you soon with some more EU Challengers coverage. Welcome back, everybody, as we're heading into the Karachi control map number 3 between Deviants, Notorious, and Clutch Rain is underway. As we're going to be starting off with Clutch Rain on the offense, Deviants, Notorious on the defense. What do you think of this, Pablo?
Well, it's going to be huge for Clutch Rain. We know that they've got the firepower. We know they've got the capability to be able to put Devex under pressure. Question is, are they going to get the kills needed? Vortex with a pretty simple nade over towards Cobra. That kill feed goes a little bit red, but there is going to be a quick response. Clutch Rain with a slight man advantage. They have had a player over towards A zone for quite a time. 2 ticks progress over towards A, yet to be able to be dug out of there. It's looking really good. If you're able to get this, that's a solid 2:21 on the clock for Clutch Rain to potentially go and get that B.
Might I add, a cap at A would have been huge for Clutch Rain after their round 11 clutch in the search and destroy, but big win there from Weeman to now neutralize that 3rd tick of progression at the A zone. Vortex getting aggressive into B straight and hiding underneath scaffolding, where you can see the rest of Clutch Rain grouping up to see if they can finish off this A zone. Double swing over to Vortex. He goes down. Weeman top breaks, wins out on not just 1 but 2 big kills, and Mythics finds a 3rd onto Brezzy. That's going to leave last alive Twiz inside of this A zone. Weeman here to collect. Unfortunately, that won't be the case. Twiz finds the kill, collects the A zone, and now the transition to be in progression.
Yeah, 3 life lead for Devknock, and really nice bit of play by Twiz is going to give them over 140 in terms of time to be able to get. We see that kill feed go back and forth as the players jockey for control of this very difficult B zone. Raffi and Twiz teaming together to put away Mythics and give them a slight advantage. It was going to be Twiz on the hill, but maybe a little bit speculative that he was going to be able to get any time. Again, we're looking at this huge fight for control towards the back end of Diner, and this is all about can Clutch Rain put the boys of Devex not into the blender. Right now, that's a no. That's a 5-0 sound, but Twiz goes absolutely huge. Almost makes me stumble over my words. Big kills. Finally gets put to bed. It is still going to be a 3 life lead, though, but that lead being eked away in terms of lives. Very close to control of this zone. Colin, this has been a wild control already. You can feel how much the boys in Clutch Rain want this.
Yeah, I mean, they are firing on all cylinders right now. Just their feet and their guns just aren't connecting in the same pacing of each other, and they are caught all over the place. The timing is right for Devious Notorious, and that is a full 3 down, only 2 lives left. Raffi has snuck his way to bottom red, trying to find some semblance of timing, but 2v10 is going to have to be what is on the menu, and Vortex should be here to clean up at least one of them, if not both. And Twiz, he is long gone, all the way back over towards top castle. So this last life, Pablo, I don't imagine this is going to be a round win.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't get more difficult. 8 plays 1. If you could eat yourself off the map, you probably would. He's not going to feed them any more kills. Steve Vortex is on a 3 streak, so they're going to minimize any chance of him being able to get that into the next round. It is going to put Deva not into the lead, 1 round to the good in this control, but Clutch Rain at times looking really good. They got that A zone with some ease, but you know, player, we did mention that it could be the X factor for Deviants Notorious is Weeman. He's having a really good control so far, despite only it being the first round. And again, once he starts to take over a map, it can be very difficult for a team to fire back. So advantage with the team in red, but we are a long way from done. 1-1 in the series. It's been a fascinating spectacle so far. I'm sure it's going to continue.
It's not only that, you know, Devious and Torres were able to win that out. They win that with still like 9 lives, not even giving up a single tick at the B zone. So it's something to keep in our minds, just in case this goes all the way to round 5. It is a very comfortable round for Devious Notorious, and looking to transfer that now into the offense. It's 3 down, and Raffi, who pushes up towards Junk, won't be able to stop this A zone from being collected. In fact, actually, it's going to be a straight game of TDM. They don't hop onto the zone right away, and has allowed Brezzy a way back in to possibly fight for A.
Yeah, he's going to be pushing top mosque. He knows there's going to be a fight out there. Tivo's just going to get himself back into church. He's going to get tagged up, though, Twiz, with a pretty simple kill in the end. It's just going to not quite get that player in. Harry off the tick. He's got two ticks of progression down. Raffi's just going to be trying to hold the 40, and he does exactly that as he puts Mythics and Stevo into the blender. That tick is going to go down towards A. This is going to be a 2-12 if they're not able to fight back, and it does look like they're going to try and just sit on their haunches a little bit and try and make this a game of TDM over towards this more difficult B zone.
2 life advantage for Deviants Notorious. Brezzy inside Hotel, getting flanked out by 2. Swings, and Mythics is going to be the one to win it out. Back and forth. Kill feed. Twiz at range. The Rival 9 connects, and he is going to be able to walk away with that kill. Now hopping on the flank right away. Twiz just tucked away, tagged by the stun, and that should be an easy win from Vortex, which it is. So player down for Clutch Rain. Everybody looking to tuck away in a corner and see if they can win out on maybe 1 or 2 kills here and there. But Cobra, lots of the players rotating over in towards Fire. Vortex is going to jump in to stop that time, and nobody giving up their life here for Clutch Rain. A very patient round out of them, but here comes Vortex in. Time stopped at a minute 22. Vortex jumping around the outside. 2 members there. Twiz cuts him down. 3 down.
Oh,
now it's Lucifer to try to make the hero play, but only able to find the 2. And Twiz, finding that kill in the Wee Man, completely stops this attack.
Yeah, if Twiz doesn't get those 2, I mean, Steve-O took on quite a bit of kills there. He thought he was going to get the lot, but wasn't able to do it. A couple of players did line up, and it was looking solid for Dev not to be able to get onto the hill. But that has completely changed the scope of the game. 57 seconds left. It's a 2-life advantage to Clutch Rain, and the attacking side proven as difficult as ever to be able to get it. Harry not realizing there's a player out there, and it's going to be number 3 in Twiz with a big job to do. I think he's just transitioned too late. He's going to get taken from behind, does get felled in the end. Still no control for Dev, not though. They're not able to get as close to the hill as we like. Rafi doing a great job, and it's just putting them back into the blender. And again, Colin, this is all about, you know, sensible commitment. They're not able to just get those players across, and they're slowly but surely feeding the Clutch Rain boys kill after kill.
I mean, Deviants, they just can't find their head. They've lost the plot here inside of the round. 13 lives to 7. Clutch Rain are so annoying on the map, just rotating all around in circles. And I just, nobody on Deviants could catch a break towards those last couple of gunfights. It was nothing but blue in the feed there. You saw 2 spree for 2 members on Clutch Rain, so it wasn't flawless, but it felt like it was pretty close to that.
Yeah, I think you were right to say that they kind of lost their heads a little bit. A little bit of the momentum had gone. They started to feed individual kills, the players, and I don't think they could deal with the fact that, and of all players to say this, Rafi was kind of in that, like, thorn in the side mode. He's like in and around the area. He's not taking up a position. He's just looking to cause as many problems as possible, and he did it to great effect. He's 18 and 11. This is a player we usually attribute to an S&D kind of performance, and he's playing like Cobra right now. And we look at Cobra 8 and 12 completely off the boil. In fact, you're 2 big players in Clutch Rain. You're looking at Brezzy, you're looking at Cobra right now, not having a great game. You feel if they're able to start to contribute, this could be huge for the boys of Clutch Rain. And Brezzy, with the first blood, is hopefully going to go a long way to be able to get this team on the right track.
Rafi inside of A. Lovely shots there onto Harry. Cobra trying to finish off the kills in his spawn. Brilliant shots onto Wee Man. That's 3 down, and that player on A is just going to soak up that zone best as he can while everybody else slays out around him. Cobra, bottom red, spots a player, jumps out. Gonna ward off these members, goes back in. Rafi finds yet another kill, this time onto Harry. Cobra looking for a second one. Vortex, Twiz, you're gonna pick up the slack onto the rest. He is on the hunt for these members. He just cannot find them. And finally, he's gonna get the better of Vortex. There's so many players dropping here for Deviants. It's a 6-life lead. Have to be careful here if your Mythics not to go down, or else might be a time to stack the point.
Yeah, this is huge now. You've got Brezzy over towards the back, just making sure that no one pushes over wall. It looks like the boys from Definite have read that. They're going to look to try and push through mid, maybe push through red and try and get those kills. But right now, that is going to be a 3-stack, and this could fly as quickly as you believe. A big attacking round on the cards, and the boys Devex not have got to be careful, because this is going to fly right now. They're on the precipice of going down. Finally get onto the point. 2 players get on. It is going to be Mythics on his own. Is he going to be able to clear it out? Shots go out, but it's not going to be enough. A big shot. Cobra goes huge, but he's not able to do it. That is huge plays right there. Twiz, is he going to be able to see that tick over the line? There's still quite a bit to go. Twiz fires out, Rafi fires out, and there is going to be that progress taken down. Clutch Rain are going to take the lead. They are on the precipice of going into the lead in this series. Insane plays.
Off of a round 11 clutch out of Twiz, a 1v1 versus Harry. That momentum has driven them here into the control, and this life that we are seeing from Clutch Rain, they are not going down without fighting for it. Deviants and Notorious, ever since that attacking round when they just didn't seem put together, that defense seemed quite the same, very individual chows, and Rafi, Cobra, Twiz, Brezzy, they want that. They want those individual one-on-ones because they are so confident to not lose them.
Yeah, it's huge moment for DevX not know. They've kind of gone off the boil a little bit. You got Weeman 12 and 16 who had a flying start to the game. And Mythics again, a player that you expect to go big. You know, we want to see him go toe to toe with Cobra, 14 and 19. Weeman with a big opportunity. Those bullets don't meet, and it is going to be Twiz who's absolutely been the talisman of this team so far. The Clutch Rain going huge. Rafi though, 26 and 13. What a performance right there. One of Clutch Rain's best players. It's been a huge performance. Steve Vortex just looking to jockey around, and oh, I wish my SMG did that. Incredible shots coming out of Steve-O. Big opportunity for him to get it, but the MCW from Cobra just going to see him off. Capture it. Mythics just about to get the second point. This could be huge though. 106. It's still potentially, if they're able to get that A, is potentially going to give them over 2 minutes of time. Colin, it's only a 2-life game. Make that a 3-life game.
Looking to make it a little bit more, though. Lovely shutdown from Weeman and Vortex. Twiz, you can maybe catch a couple off rotation, and he will get the one, though. Weeman hurrying himself over towards the point. Maybe collect a few kills here on the half wall. Weeman decimates Rafi, and he's going to jump in right away. Unfortunately, the nade from Brezzy is going to be the end. The rest, we're going to follow in suit. The nades from Mythics. Vortex is here. It's another 4 down. The stack onto the zone. And Deviants, Notorious, they should be able to put this one away. Lucifer, top AC, only able to find the one over the half wall. They're marching in, but as soon as they do, they fall. And we are going all the way to round 5.
What an insane game, DevNock. You can never write a Steve Vortex team up. They are incredible. The 3-stack goes hard. They had 2 minutes to do the job, and it comes down to Steve Vortex and Weeman protecting back wall. Incredible plays to put them back to parity. It is going to be 2-all. And we're going to go into that round 5, and who has got the knives of steel? Who's got the veins of ice? It's going to be someone big. We've seen it from Twiz twice now. He went huge in the S&D. He went big for that first attack round that they were able to get it. Oh my days, Rafi is nearly double positive on a 30 and 17 right now. Yeah. Incredible statistics. The interactions alone are incredible.
It's something you don't normally see in a Rafi either. I mean, This is usually the brains, not the bronze. And the fact that he's bringing this caliber of play into the control, you just see how much this means to Clutch Rain. And here's the SMGs going to be starting off this 5th round. Weeman should be able to get a free B onto Rafi, and he will. It's going to open up a lane over towards B. He's rushing in. Twiz slowly taking behind, but so is the rest of Deviants. Notorious. Twiz just looking for an angle in, though. Vortex going to catch him, shoot him in the back. Weeman holding that front line. 3 down. A zone or B zone being stacked. That's 4 down now. And 3 members on Deviants. Notorious going to be on top of it.
It's insane plays. We know Steve Vortex does like to favor every now and then the obtuse strategy. Go to the more difficult zone, get that ticks over, and he does just that. This is going to become a massive game of TDM, cat and mouse, however you want to describe it, over towards the A zone. And this is the kind of gunfights that we're going to see. Rafi with a big nade, though. The dying nade as the kill feed goes back and forth. This is going to come down to who gets the geography around that A zone and how quickly DevNock can stack that point. Vortex just playing this back area. It's going to be Twiz who deals with it right now. This is on the knife edge. 18 lives, plays 21. It's too close to call.
Over going to be up top. No players going to charge him. Top third. Play coming out from Rafi, but the beatdown from Lucifer. 3 go down, 4 Deviants. And suddenly, a little bit of worry inside of their play style. One member, player number 4, Brezzy, tucked away inside red, waiting for the players to push up. over in towards Coop. Lucifer gets cleaned up. Mythics is going to sniff out Brezzy, and Vortex looking to work his way up in towards Church. Close spawn to B Street. Clutch Rain, they should know something is up, and they will. Brezzy gets the revenge onto Vortex this time. And Wee Man playing his life on the inside. Rafi, an incredible win over towards Fire. The collapse is out. Only one here is Harry, and Cobra finds him in the corner. 50 seconds left in a 1 life differential.
Incredible right now, and it is going to be Steve Vortex looking to get the higher ground, looking to get that pick on it over towards. It is going to be Cobra that he sees out, looking to just maintain some control over towards A. We know how smart Steve-O can be, looking for those potential problems. It is going to be Brezzy though, going to take that player off the hill, so only 1 tick and 1 partial, and that's going to leave 35 seconds for this team in red to try and stack the hill. Have Clutch Rain been able to read this though? This is the question. As you see those red arrows in every single corner of that map, and the stack is on. Wee Man, Vortex, Mythics gets taken off. It is going to be the 3 stack though. This is going to go so quickly. Can Clutch Rain get onto the hill quickly enough? No, they cannot. It's going to be 2-1 to Devnut, and we are going to head into an incredible hard point.
That's the woes of Control, Pablo. If you're not careful, you go 4 down. You blink, and it's gone. And Deviants Notorious, it felt like they were battling from behind that entire 5th round from start to finish. They capture that B zone, and it's the harder of the two to capture. It leaves A completely open for them to run routes around, and run routes they do. I mean, Deviants Notorious, they never gave up, and that 1 break, 4 down, spawning Clutch Rain far enough out that, you know, this team can just bunker down in the hill.
It's wild, mate.
And there is
wild.
no chance for them to make it at all, Pablo. An absolute wild way to end it on the Control. A photo finish once more. I mean, let's just highlight what we've seen so far inside of this series when it comes down to these maps, because we're guaranteed a map 4. We're going to Invasion for this hard point, but look at these scores, Pablo. 250, 248, 6-5, 3-2. This is one hell of a winner's final.
The margins are so tight at this level. It's been an incredible performance from both teams. And you know, you get to this point where, you know, you feel like either team could do it. This is going to be huge, though. Invasion, hard points, and at times this game has swung back and forth with incredible scoreline stats to talk about for the ages. And you look, Rafi, 33 and 23, 26 non-traded, loses the game. Where do you see that? Well, only against the Steve Vortex team. Incredible performance coming out of that team in red. But this is going to be all for naught. They're going into an invasion against the Clutch Rain side that can go absolutely off in respawn. They're going to want revenge for that map 1. A 2-point loss is going to be there in the back of their minds. And we're going to again look to the big name players like Brezzy, like Cobra. But you know, today it's been all about Twiz. Can Twiz continue? Now this is where we want that mature performance. You know, a lot of inconsistencies in players come at the latter part of the game when the concentration starts to slip and their inability to be able to, you know, make the right decisions as they get tired and get into the long part of the day. This is a huge moment. Is this going to be the mature performance from Twiz that we know he can do?
Yeah, it's a big moment for Clutch Rain. I mean, you even look back at that hard point. They should have won that hard point. Wee Man with a very clutch contest at the end of P5 in Terminal gives them that chance to win it out. But, I mean, I want to kind of rein it into what we just saw towards the end there. You were highlighting that scoreboard. No one person is at fault for that loss for Clutch Rain at all. I mean, you just look at, well, I'm looking at it too, and it's basically both teams on the scoreboard are mirrored basically in their performance back on that Control. It's split seconds, just the smallest of margins that separate these two back on that Control, Pablo. And heading into this hard point, I don't think the tensions could be any higher between both of these teams. So with Invasion coming up next, we're going to cut to a quick little break, get things set up, and we will be back with the hard point, folks, very shortly. Innovation Hardpoint, we've reached a map number 4. Devious X Notorious have taken the lead after a clutch control win in round 5. Clutch Rain now, they need to dig deep if they want to see that game 5 search and destroy. Seymour and Pablo on the mic, and I could not be more ready to see another Hardpoint potentially go to a 2-point game.
Yeah, insane. I think that might be our third, like less than 10-point deficit in a hard point today. It's been an insane set of games, largely very close. Some incredible performances across the board, particularly between these 8 players. But it is time now for Clutch Rain to step up, put on their big boy pants, and do some dealing with these boys in red. They're incredible so far. Vortex a little slow off the mark though. 1-1 manages to get a breadstick, and it is going to be a slender lead about to be usurped by Clutch Rain. So this is all going to come down to this very awkward P2. We can already see the team in red, fat and set up over towards Forks, ready to finish this construction off and get themselves map 3. It's still very close, Collins. A long way to go. Clutch Rain with a lot to do though.
A wee man. Gonna be watching the push through dark. See if he can line up a few of these kills. The timing does not go his way, and there's an opening now to flood into this hill. No time being gained here, but Mythics is gonna piece together a quick little 2 in a row, and Perry there to help him out is gonna give him some wiggle room now to be add up on the time here. The Renetti not gonna finish off Rafi, but Mythics will finish it nonetheless, and Cobra and Brezzy still fighting for this one. A very scrappy start to this game, only 25-12 right now.
Yeah, we talk about that ability to, kill to hill time efficiency, and right now it's on the back foot as kills are the priority. Gaining control right now. This is a good sign if you are Clutch Rain. No, you do not want the boys in red to start to eke away a big lead. It is something that they can do. So big moments they can get onto that hill in P3 though, and this is where you start to worry for Clutch, as every single hill has largely been dominated by the DevX Not boys, but they just haven't been able to yet transition it into a big lead, and that can only be round the corner. Brezzy just puts bullets into that player in DVDs. He is going to just try and play and jockey for position. Finally gets dealt with. Weeman and Harry doubling up there to put the team in blue away, and that's just going to give them the first bit of air column we've seen in this rotation as they get themselves approaching a 40-second lead.
I mean, this DevNot team, light as a feather, but they hit like a truck. As Lucifer 9-3 to start off this hard point, still surrounded by at least one more member. Twiz takes the challenge with the Renetti. I respect it, but it's not the gun you want there. 10 seconds left on hold as race now over towards Courtyard. You can see the setup is there for DevNot once again. Mythic's going to take an egregious chow over towards that B control. The Cobra Now looking to sit here, won't be able to. Harry is just beaming today. 10-4 now.
I think one conversation we haven't actually had, and it's something that he hasn't really done himself, but Steve Vortex over the last few cups has just shown how amazing he can be with an MCW. Largely known for his SMG capabilities. If you remember Gavutu, when he stuck out a 13 streak against one of the best sides, well, he's gone absolutely ham with the MCW as well. That lead is going to be eked away as Brezzy does manage to get onto the hill. A solid 30 seconds remaining. Mythic's just going to apply a little bit of suppressive power over towards this really absurd courtyard kill. Well, it is going to be those red skulls just littering the map, and it's going to allow Clutch Rain to get within 20 seconds of the Defiance Notorious boys. And you can see those red arrows, Colin. They're just going to bully them back off the kill for the remaining 8 seconds. They'll take the scrap time and just keep that lead ever so slightly ahead.
Yeah, but Cobra, not an easy kill to get. He's going to find 3 to close out that hill 4, and all the way down B Street. Raffi and amongst here, tucked away in Treehouse, and gonna find one onto Vortex. Get away, Wee Man, Mythics. They find 2, and that's the opening that you're looking for if you're DevNot. Unfortunately, Wee Man does go down, so still a little too scrappy for the liking here of DevNot. But I say that, and that's 3 kills in a row. 3 separate gunfights won. And you look at the spawns over towards gas station. Clutch Rain have to fight from behind.
I think this is one of the things that Steve Vortex teams, they make everything look kind of scrappy and difficult, but they get the kills, and I sometimes think maybe this is what CDL teams get put off by. It's not as elegant as some teams, but it's so effective. Right now, they've managed to maintain a 13-14 second lead. They've got themselves a little bit of scrap time. They're going to stretch that out to 20 seconds or more, and Clutch Rain are back on the back foot, having to now think about the second rotation. And again, you know, they've done well to maintain, you know, keeping it within 30 seconds, but they've got to go better. They've got to look to some of their big players. Raffi and Twiz right now. Raffi double negative. Twiz is 3 off being on parity. They need to do better than that, especially when you've got Mythics on a 4, Vortex on a 2 streak, and Wee Man adding to that. They've got to put him in the blender right now.
I don't know what the call is here for Clutch Rain. Not a terrible disadvantage as P1's going to open. 3 seconds left. Mythics 5 in a row. Make it 6. Snaps over towards Cobra. On his way to 7. Brezzy denies it. That's 3 in a row for Clutch Rain to at least deny a little bit of time. Vortex will look to get this time back in through P1 Old as really edging his way in, but it's Harry to find the kills as the flank works out and as the break for the old scrap time, but Clutch Rain doing the right thing and challenging over to New.
Yeah, it's going to be Brezzy just trying to defend at the back of this forklift. They're not able to do it. Steve Vortex is going to see him off. Right now, Steve-O, 7-12, and we talk about a player who can go negative and his team can absolutely dominate, and it is exactly what's happening right now. Wee Man's going to get a couple of picks. He does manage to get taken down finally by Brezzy, but it is going to go back and forth with no real control for Clutch Rain. And we talk about how they can, it's like a 1,000 cuts almost, you know. They've got a little bit more time. They're going to get onto the hill. They get a few more seconds lead. It's now stretched out to around 40 seconds. Makes it very, very difficult, especially when Steve-O starts popping you from close range like that. 25 seconds remain, so Clutch Rain doing an okay job, but can Twiz finish it all off?
It's a big question. Twiz in a 1v1, and it's Vortex to close that P2. A big win for 12 seconds, keeping this lead far away from Clutch Rain, as far away as possible. Harry all the way down and towards water. How much damage can you do in this spot? The rest of DevNot going to be rotating in towards this blue side. Wee Man all the way up top. To find the first one. Doesn't know one's right next to him.
Woo! Wee Man with the Renetti. I mean, you say he's great with an AR, and then he pulls out a handgun, and then the rain of pain comes down from Mythics, and then Harry's going to jump in and get the kill, and that is absolutely them wiped out of any possibility of getting back onto that hill, and that is the problem. You think you brought it back to within 50 seconds, and then Defiance, Notorious, able to just bully you back off the hill, and that's going to be a solid bit of time. It's a big kill though. Cobra and Twiz team up to take them back off the hill. Twiz is going to go huge. 17 and 18. We said at the start of this game that if anyone plays a pivotal role in this Clutch Rain side today, it has been Twiz, and he's going to continue to go huge, keeping his team within touching distance and on the 5 streak. He is going to need that Predator though. Can he get the next pick? Can he get it? No, it's going to be Harry putting him into the blender. That could have been so vital for the Clutch Rain boys.
40 seconds left between these two. And Bressy's actually getting spotted. Cobra and Twiz go down. 44 seconds on this P4 hill. Nobody going to be inside of it, so that timer at the top of the screen just ticking away slowly. Now trying to work their way back in towards B. You can see that Mythic's just taking shots at whatever he wants to. For now, Wee Man will go down. Lucifer and Vortex continue to keep this one a little bit scrappy over towards P4. And you see Lucifer going to take a wide angle now over towards Palace. Finds one. The player in Jeep. A second one on the half wall. And with the help of Mythix, Twiz goes down as well. This is absolute shambles to be seen from Clutch Rain.
Yeah, that's huge dominance from Harry over towards the front there. 26 and 15, applying that suppressive pressure and absolutely bodying Clutch Rain. This is going to allow them to get the lead out. Twiz is going to just try and push them indoors and out of that hill and give them the opportunity to push down that main street. But number 3 and Steve Vortex, very clever, played himself inside, gets back onto the hill and starts to eke that time away. He's going to be more than happy to jump on and off that hill, retransition, get picks, kill feed a little bit blue, but these are largely irrelevant kills unless they can turn this time into an advantage. And right now they are not able to jump on. Twiz with a 2-piece though, that could be huge, especially if they can pick up Colin, the effervescent Steve Vortex, who still hasn't been dealt with.
And he's still showing so much success for the team. 30 seconds left on the time clock. Regulation might not even be needed to finish this game. 177 to 115. You need a monumental comeback here for Clutch Rain, and you can't even contest the point. You can't give up the point. It has to be a full hold into P1. Mythic's going to be here, pushing through dark. You have 2. One over towards blue as well. And the nade from Vortex actually going to land right into dark. That's Twiz and Rafi going down. Inside TVT, Lucifer's going to find Bressi. Spawning all over the place. Our Clutch Rain and Defnot, they don't even want to hop the time. They know they can just let it continue to count down. Rafi finds Mythix. Cobra, a second one. Bressi through mid. 3 down for Defnot, but nobody's in the time. 6 seconds left. They have to hold on, but Weeman finds Cobra. Weeman finds Twiz. Weeman through the middle of the map, taking them all down. And Defnot in a 3-1 win. They're going all the way to the losers final.
Incredible wee man in the end, a hero that we may need. 3 big kills, 188 to 118. Defiance Notorious do it in the end. It was a valiant attempt from the French team, but they just weren't strong enough in the end. And Steve Vortex, Mr. Inevitable, marches on. An incredible performance there from Harry. 30 and 19 with 25 non-traded kills across the board. Defiance Notorious doing incredible. It was such a close series at times, some of the most exciting Call of Duty we've seen today. But it is, the march continues. Can anyone stop Steve Vortex?
I don't know if anybody can stop this devious team. It's not even Vortex, because when you look at the Vortex, he's got the Brawn. It is Wee Man right now, who just at the end turns up and just finds 3 important kills to close that game. His team is firing on all cylinders. Poplo, they defeated Team War, and nothing is in their way no more.
Yeah, absolutely. Just some news coming in. Team War looks like they've taken the control. They're 2-1 in their series. I think it's against Noctum Esports right now, and that is potentially going to be them marching on if they're able to get the hardpoint, a difficult side to play. But right now, Defiance and Notorious looking absolutely solid for their money. We're going to be bringing you all the action for the rest of the day. It's been a long old day of Call of Duty, Colin, and I know you've had it particularly hard, a bit of sleep deprived, and we absolutely loved every minute of it. There's a potential that you're going to be going and getting your head down though, brother, I believe. And I can't say that I have loved this cast so much today. Don't often get to hear the dulcet tones of that Canadian cast, but it's been incredible.
I mean, my voice is kind of giving out towards the end there, and I was feeling it. Definitely running on zero sleep right now, but it's an absolute blast. Pablo all the time jumping on here. I don't think I'm going to be gone forever, though. I'm definitely going to be taking a step away for the losers final, and we will be welcoming in Mattman for the cast for the lower finals. So we will see you guys shortly with the next match up, and stay tuned for some more EU Challengers Cup 1.
Let's go. Hey, we are back. It has been an incredible Sunday of 2K action. We were up all day with Colin Moore, but the boy put his shift in and had zero sleep, so he's gone for a lie down. But we are joined by none other than Matt Mancasts. Matt, who is a glorious caster. He's been part of the Clutch GG NA setup for time, helping out with the proper casts and doing some incredible work over there. And you might recognize him if you've been watching the Passion Pit. He's a content creator for Team War, talking to some of the most talented Call of Duty players in the scene. It's a pleasure to have you on board, brother.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, man. Casting some EU COD, man. It doesn't get better than this as well. Losers finals between Clutch Rain and Team War. And as you said, I'm gonna try not to be too biased towards Team War here, but I know you got a little bit of liking towards Clutch Rain, so we're gonna have to balance each other out a little bit here.
You know I'm loving that. Listen, we've got no bias, but if you want to favour Team War, do it. We're gonna go and get ourselves behind the boys of Clutch Rain. Either way, EU wins. We're down for some glorious COD. We expect this to be as explosive as it started to be, and it's going to be Raffi looking to go big, but it is going to be two players dropping on either side. A little bit of time starting to eke the way of Team War. They're going to look to try and get a little bit of control. Unusual for them, they didn't look to go straight to P2, so it is going to be number 7 in Cobra getting control of that P2 nice and early.
Yeah, but they're going to do a good job at just making sure they clean all of this hill time off of P1. And even still now, trying to work for these P2 spawns. Nasty's got a nice little spot up here to be able to get some tunnel control. So Cobra should be up here alone. Breezy will have that cross to tunnel from the bottom garage side. He gets taken out. Now Cobra's all alone. So this is going to be a big break for the side of Team War if they can take Cobra out here.
Yeah, Cobra's going to be a tricky one. No, he's so reactive, so capable, and so able to hold these kind of positions down. You can see there, number 1 in Kixie and number 3 in Bant, just looking across from that P5 area, trying to get those kills. This is our first day. This is our first game, today with Team War, who I think did drop down to that losers bracket. Unusual place for us to see them. Already looking solid for Nasty, though, 6-2. But dude, Beans is off to a very slow start for him, 0-1, while the Team War boys slowly but slowly have that lead taken back as we head towards the second half of that P2. It's been a very interesting matchup so far, Matt, about to be all tied.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just this P2 right on Skid Row. It's been a money hill for almost every single team that's been able to rotate to it first, and Clutch Rain does a very good job at that, making sure they're locked down almost all 60 seconds here on P2. But for the side of Clutch Rain as well, it's going to be about rotating quickly through this P3 plat side area, trying to hit these rotations on, because if they're able to do so, they're going to be able to lock down a nice little bit of lead here. But when you got Hixie just laying down the sub work like that, it's going to be very, very hard to do. We do see Raffi, though, go on that 6 streak, so that should be the cruise missile almost locked in and gets shut down there. But Breezy, Hixie as well, Team War, going to be locked in here for P3 and going to be looking to try to really mount this comeback a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of an important kill there. Twiz just trying to make sure that the flank all the way around the back wasn't available, but he does get taken down. So again, another solid hold. We're starting to see that time eked away by Team War, managing to get themselves almost back to parity. It's been a solid hold so far. It's the first opportunity for Clutch Rain to go big, and it's going to be Cobra and Raffi managing to get the kills, gets the contest, and gets onto the hill. Hixie is going to come from behind, though. That's going to be a big kill. Is he going to get the second? Of course he is. Is the third going to come in? It is going to be Team War looking solid. Still not in the lead, about to flip it over.
Yeah, but we got a quick little play from Twiz there, but Hixie able to shut that down as well on the 3 spree. One more up for him, absolutely up to the chalking block. He might have a couple more, but a good double chow from the side of Clutch Rain there. Nasty will maybe be here in the back, but he's gonna like not to hit this grab, just hit your rotate onto this P4. It's got a nice mixy map going on so far here on Skid Row, kind of trading back and forth hills right now. 71-63, but Team War right here. Timing.
Mixy, man, is the word. It's something I haven't heard today. Mixy is the word, back and forth. No one able to really get a grip of this game so far. You're looking for your big name players to go huge right now. Beans a little bit off the boil. Bant's 3 and 5. Nasty was getting kills, but it does look like Twiz is starting to heat up. 9 and 9 right now, and it's the player we said can be that X factor for Clutch Rain. Cobra 4 and 1. Not a lot of kills, but is KD looking solid, and Clutch Rain looking very, very good. They're going to get this out to around a 20-second lead. This is the first bit of air that we've seen between these two sides as we approach the latter portion of this first rotation.
And Clutch Rain with those nice kind of 4-set dead is going to like to push that out and try to rotate here onto this next money hill that we talk about all the time on Skid Row. And it's this P5, but Bant and Hixie are going to combine for 2 there. Twiz does have ticket side locked down right now, but not a lot of pressure for him up towards the ticket side, so it's not going to be able to help them as well. Clutch Rain going to be on the back foot here, heading into P5 as well. Beans finds a nice one there, but gets shut down. Team Ward locking this hill down. Still down about 40 seconds, but they have a good little bit of time here. About 15 seconds of uncontested hill time. They close out this nice side on here, but the cruise missile coming in from Cobra will take out Team War's Hill's presence right there, and Clutch Rain now should have full ticket side control and ability to push this hill.
Yeah, nice bit of change in the back pocket of this hill as well. 35 seconds is going to go potentially the way of Clutch Rain. Really important how vital that Predator was, because they had no leverage towards that hill at all. Clutch Rain looking like they were in trouble in terms of getting any geography and any control over it. But what they do, Predator comes out able to do it, and they're going to extend that lead out even further. Matt, this Team Water, they're not looking like they're on point. They look a little off the boil.
Just a little bit of a slow start, right? I mean, they lose out on a lot of that P2 and a lot of that P5. And when you lose out on two big money hills here on Skid Row, I mean, you see Clutch Rain already up to 137 through the first set of rotations. We do see Team War ready locked in to go, but it's going to be an early contest coming from the side of both teams here. Just playing it Mixie and Fire. Breezy trying to find a couple of kills here. Nothing quite coming through for him yet. Almost got messed up by the window there, but finds the kill. And it's 3 dead in the feed now from Clutch Rain, lighting up blue. Nasty elects to go ahead and try to rotate over towards this P2, but I'm not sure he knows he has Twiz right under him here. Now the info going to be known. Twiz doesn't also know that Nasty's right above him.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of back and forth. Twiz gets a really big kill, though. Nasty just going to hold his presence. I don't think he wants to give it away too much, but I think the Clutch Rain boys know it is going to be the case. And a bit of a spawn moment there. Nasty's going to have to go absolutely huge now as he melts Brezzy into that spawn, and it's going to be an absolute moment now. Clutch Rain going to have to go big. Twiz is going to be the first player potentially onto that movement, and it is going to be support coming in from Brezzy. So 2 big players going to have to deal with number 4 and 2 in Beans and Nasty. This is going to be a huge moment in this game. I feel if Team War able to get solid control of this P2, this is going to be game on right now, though. Matt, Clutch Rain only 60-70 seconds away from being able to turn this into a map 1 win.
Yeah, they do know where they're all coming from, but the problem is the funnel tunnel right now just completely being abused, and Rafi on a 5 spree now completely breaks open this P2, and they don't know he's here as well. Might find another. Gets taken out there by Hixie. So, but still with Clutch Rain here, well, gonna be put over the 200-point threshold. They can't win it off this hill, but P3 still has to be perfect from here on out, and Breezy continues to be perfect with the shots. 16 and 12 on a 3 spree himself, and now a quick rotation over towards the P3 is in favor of Team War, but with Clutch Rain so close to that 250 mark, I mean, Pablo, it's going to be a tough kind of few rounds of hardpoint here for Team War.
Absolutely. CD a legend. Ben Vance on a nearly double negative manages to get a pick, puts him on 8 and 14. Not the kind of performance that we're used to seeing from one of the big and name players in this Team War side. And you look on the other side, Cobra double positive. He's having an absolute belter of a game. And Paul Brzezinski himself, that in-game leader for Clutch Rain, 17 and 14. One thing we know from experience, Matt, is you can not write Team War off. I don't care if it's 249 to 119. These boys can play some immaculate hardpoint and bring it back. Right now, solid control of P3, making it very, very difficult for the Clutch Rain boys to get in. And Bance looking like he's starting to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just what Team War needed, right? I mean, they just got to start getting some kills together, start kind of working together as a team, kind of clearing out some of these areas, because right now, I mean, they're just kind of getting outslayed on the board. If you look at the scoreboard, 16, 18, 12, and 16, I mean, we've got 12, 10, and 12 over there from the side of Team War. They just got to start finding some kills here as they try to rotate into this P4, but this has been locked down and ready to go for Clutch Rain since about 25 seconds of old P3, so it's going to have to be a perfect break, and it's going to have to be a quick break from the side of Team War, too. At 227 mark, not a lot of time to get into this hill, and it's not gonna help when Twiz is just finding kills like that. But Beans and Hixie gonna combine for 2 right back, so it's gonna be a 2v2 for the hill right now, but they have to go quickly with 2:36 on the clock, and they're just all gonna get taken to the cleaners. 4 dead in the feed, and Clutch Rain should have this one all about wrapped up.
Yeah, there's a little pause there, just a little moment. Beans is going to try and dig them out. He does manage to get 2, and there's going to be Nasto following up, but it's not going to be enough. Too little, too late. Clutch Rain absolutely dominant in that hardpoint match. 164 to 250. You couldn't have written it. The French boys with an immaculate start to this game and just what they needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what the doctor ordered there for Clutch Rain. I mean, when you're going up against a team like Team War, you know the kind of quality talent that they have on that side with Hixie, Nasty Beans, and Bance. You just go out there and, you know, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, and that's exactly what Clutch Rain was able to do there, man. I mean, it was a perfect first hard point for them to kick off this losers finals, and now heading into the S&D, they couldn't be on a high right now.
Yeah, in fact, do we have maps, Major? I don't believe we may not have got them.
I think we do. We have it's 3 invasions in a row, right? And then we're hitting a terminal for the last one. Yeah. So I mean, we are going for the long stay on invasion here for our whole S&D control. And then if we get there, which I do think this will be a little bit of a longer series, at least a 4-game, 5-game, another hard point with with invasion.
Who doesn't love an invasion Big Mac like that? The bread and butter either side, but it is going to be the triple invasion. Going into an S&D, this is going to be a kind of a place Clutch Rain have seen themselves back and forth today. Very, very used to playing an invasion S&D. Again, you're going to need to go huge. And again, I'm going to be looking to those players like Twiz and Cobra to mix things up. We know Team War have just got that ability to sit forward and go through the gears a little bit. Sometimes I feel like they're not as aggressive as they could be, but you know they can just flick a switch, Matt, and then you can be back in this in an instant, and that's why they've been picked up by such an illustrious organization as Team War. 250 to 164 doesn't necessarily do them justice, but what it does do is it tells you a statement right there from the French lads. We are here and we are going to compete. Guys, we might just knock it to a quick break as the guys get lobbied up. It's always a little bit slower when we're across the continent between France and between England, so a bit of an opportunity for us just to head to a break.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to some EU's Challengers 2K. Me and Pablo Cast already locking it in. Team War and Clutch Rain fighting it out here. Already a 1-0 lead for the side of Clutch Rain, though, here in the series. Pablo, I mean, what's Team War got to do to really bounce back here and tie this thing up one apiece?
The one thing they can't do, I suppose, is get too aggressive. This is Team War side is so experienced and so able to do stuff exactly like this. Post up, get a first blood, take up the geography, and put pressure on you. And then when you do get aggressive, they're there to take the kills. So again, Clutch Rain just got to make sure that they get that first blood and just, you know, try not to get too caught up in the mixiness of the game.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Invasion, if you're on the defensive side, just sit back, wait, hold your long angles, and just make sure you don't let a easy plant get off. And already Beans finding his second one here in this first round. It's going to leave Clutch Rain in a 2v4 situation. This is going to be a hard one for Twiz, and he'll take out both of them right there. And Team War starting off on the right foot here in this map number 2 with a 1-0 lead here on Invasion.
Yeah, looking really solid for Team One. Again, well played, very patient play. I think they realised good comms as well because they knew the player had pushed up right the way up that A Street. So really easy kill in the end. But yet they finished that with a plum. And again, we talk about they get that first blood, they get the little bit of geography, they make sure they fill that space, and then they punish you. And it's exactly what's happened. It's going to be interesting to see the strategy the Team War pull out on the offensive. Bomb is going to be with Hixie. 0-0 right now, early doors in this S&D, and you're going to see Twiz, this hyper-aggressive player, going to try and take up as much of this A Street as possible. And again, that was potentially, Matt, going to determine how Team War play this strategy, you know?
Yeah, and Hixie's just going to get caught out in the winds there. Twiz with a first blood. But you're completely right. I mean, it's just so hard on this map, especially when they're offensive side. I mean, the hyper-aggressive defensive plays can sometimes trap you back in your spawn area, not leave you a lot of angles to go through. And I mean, we're just watching Twiz here literally just eating right now. But one thing you're not going to be able to eat there is a car explosion. I think he ate bullets, nades, took a car exploding 2 feet next to him to finally take him out.
Great play by Twiz. He is 1 and 2 at the minute, but it was a big kill, and it put the boys of Clutch Rain on the front foot. It is going to be a 3v3. Nasty still struggling to try and get any kind of leverage over towards that A bomb site. Really nice plays from the boys of Clutch, and that's going to be another big kill. Rezi's going to take out Bance, who has not the greatest start to this game. Rezi's going to be ready for the second one. It's going to leave Nasty not just bit with bomb, but with a 1v3, 19 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, now they know exactly where he is. There's just not going to be any room to work, and he's going to get taken out there. Clutch Rain with a perfect round to really kind of match what Team War did there in the first round. And, you know, Pablo, I don't know what your experience has been with casting some good old Invasion S&D, but defense is winning championships on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, we had these conversations over the years over like Tuscan Control and maps like that where it was so difficult to try and break down that an attacking round that would work. And over time, you started to see the big brains of the game, the Steve Vortexes, find ways to do it. But right now, defense is everything in this S&D, and it's going to take something special. Rafi, a player that we usually attribute with S&D, not off the mark just yet, 0-1. And Rafi about to put pace to his own trophy, which is smart thinking. Guys, trophies are limited in this, but it is going to be Bance just down this B Street, just trying to make sure that no one pushes forward. He is going to come under some pressure. It is going to be Brezzy, just a forward momentum with the bomb. Potentially, Matt, going to see those red arrows begin to transition over as they look to try and support that player back forklift.
Yeah, and they've got number 7 in Beans as well, now going to back him up back street, so Bance no longer here alone, and a lot of pressure being applied here from Clutch Rain on this B Street, but just not able to really forward anything up. Hixie's going to get some good information there on the 1 in CDs, and now here comes the push out of Clutch Rain. They're going to be able to take out Bance there with the first blood. That'll open up the site here. Beans maybe playing a little too far back here, just playing his life a little bit. Now that bomb should be able to go down pretty easily on the B side, but they're going to wait, try to get their trophies down in work here as the stuns and nades come on over. You still got 27 seconds to work with here, so no rush for the side of Clutch Rain.
Yeah, I think they're going to just try and wait. I think they wanted one more kill. That's a really important kill as well for Team War. I think Clutch wanted that secondary kill and wanted to be able to get that little bit of an advantage. So Bomb is going to get planted. He's going to get taken down. No, a little bit too much left over. Cobra with a big kill. It is going to be a 2v2. Twiz with Bomb. Another attempt. I think Cobra is going to try and be that little bit of a deceptive player. Now Twiz in this impossible situation of a 1v2. Going to be hyper-aggressive. Jumping. You hit the Renetti. Get the kill. Put himself into a 1v1. And is he going to read that? No, he plays his life again. Twiz is incredible at the minute.
I mean, and this is a perfect play from Twiz. Both of these players get a little too spread out, and Twiz able to find the first one. Now, Nasty, maybe you've had time to actually hit the defuse by now, but Twiz is on the route. Twiz is going to wrap this all the way through mid-cut. I mean, Nasty has had a year and a half to really get this defuse off, and as soon as he goes for it, the timing from Twiz is perfect, and the 1v2 is clutch. 2-1 up now for Clutch Rain.
Team War just all at sea. They don't seem to be common. There's no confidence. This doesn't seem to be the team that we've been casting over in these community cups. They just seem to be a little lost at the minute. No decisiveness. You know, how many times last year would we shout and stick the bomb? You know, defuse as soon as you're on it. Get the defuse. Sometimes it's so difficult to get that pick, and we're screaming at it. Nasty, you've got absolute eternity. I'm not sure what he was waiting for, but in the end, it is going to be Clutch Rain taking the lead 2-1. Oh my days!
Wow.
Beans goes absolutely. Welcome to the S&D 5-2 for Beans. This is already a first blood.
I mean, he's really been the guy that's been keeping Team War in this, right? I mean, 4 kills from the rest of his 3 teammates here, and Beans has just been that guy, been able to find a couple of first bloods, been able to turn a couple of things around, and at least give Team War one of these rounds. He'll find another one there onto Twiz, and Nasty follows one up on a Rafi, so Breezy will be the only one left here. 1v2 situation. The bomb should be able to go down on the A site. Breezy trying to get timing, but Beans is beaming right now. That'll be 3 for him in the round, and it'll be a second round on the board for Team War. And it was just like what I was saying, Pop. I mean, this guy has been the man who's kind of turning these rounds around for Team War.
Yeah, Big Ben McMillan, absolutely solid at the
Big
minute,
Ben.
7 and 2. He's absolutely frying. It's not what Clutch Rain want to see. We are going to see a little switcheroo. Brezzy 4 and 3. Rafi surprisingly 1 and 3. We brought it up before. And kind of S&D legend among the European talent, and right off the boil. And again on the other side, not too far off, Hixie 0 and 3, yet to get off the mark. So yeah, we're still kind of early days to all this is going back and forth. And sometimes, you know, when I'm casting with other guys, we talk about the waft of around 11, and you can't put paper between these. The margin is so thin. I think it's to consistently see this going all the way.
No, absolutely. And now, especially with both teams having gotten an offensive round and a defensive round on the board, this invasion it just comes very back and forth, right? I mean, now the slow play from Clutch Rain here on the B side. We do have a little bit of pressure as well with the bomb in hand, so it does look like it wants to make its way towards the B side, but I'm wondering with Clutch Rain having these players watching the wrap if they're going to elect to maybe rotate this out at some point with Team War starting to possibly apply the pressure.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how Cobra deals with this. He's just trying to get sights to make sure no one tries to get that back control, and this is going to be very interesting. I'm not sure number 5 and Hixie, who's really struggling at the minute. There's going to be Twiz who gets that first blood on Nasty, and you can see just how stationary while all the action goes over to B. Number 5 in Hixie and number 1 in Cobra, just very static. We're waiting for that push. The timing couldn't be better. It's going to be a big opportunity for Cobra to help Clutch Rain get into the lead. Beans now all on his own. You wouldn't put him past him to do a 1v3, but with only 13 seconds on the clock, this is looking very much like a Clutch Rain win. That bomb is going to go down. Beans does get some shots out, but all he's going to do is give his location away, but he's made it a 1v2, Matt. 37 seconds. This could be huge from the big man.
And I mean, this map is almost flipped around right now, right? I mean, Clutch Rain back on the Palace side and Beans back on this old P1. So, I mean, for Beans right now, 26 seconds left, trying to find at least one of these kills to make a mix. You've got the info onto one that's bridge, but still with both of these players kind of hand in hand over here. And with a defuse needed, Beans is just going to elect to play that streak, get out of there with his life, try to invest for that cruise missile later in the half.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take up some place, investigate the bins, investigate the car park, and make his way to the next round. He's got himself enough distance to not have to be concerned with the protestations of Rafi and Cobra. Another good round goes the way of Clutch Rain. He holds on to the potential for that streak. It's going to be 3-2. It is only a 1-round deficit, so Team War still pretty comfortable, but Clutch Rain going toe-to-toe. Now, we've had this conversation in the EU casters kind of environment with, like, who can break the puzzle that is Team War. Now it just seems to be flipped on its head at the minute. It is going to be the boys of DevX who provide a lot of the difficulty for the rest of the EU talent, and Clutch Rain looking very good, going toe-to-toe, slaying out, and strategy-wise looking really good. But you know what, Matt, at some point, we said it before the game started, you just know Team War, sit forward, go through the gears, flex a little bit, and this game can be completely different.
No, absolutely. And for the side of Team War, though, you're a little bit trapped in this back rugs area. You know, not really being aggressive on that offensive side can tend to hurt you here on Invasion. And now with just under a minute left, I mean, Team War hasn't even left back gas. So the pressure going to be applied very quickly to either get this bomb down or start finding a couple of kills. That's just now under 40 seconds or 50 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. They haven't been able to make the geography up, and it does look like it's going to be a strong push towards A. Again, they're going to need that first pick. Cobra just not as confident from that distance. He's just going to turtle up a little bit. That's going to be a nice big kill for Twiz. Very aggressive, very confident. Only going to make a mistake. Looks to get that trophy down. Does drop it, so nades and stuns expect them to come out. He's going to try and get some little bit of leeway with that trophy. I don't think he realizes that play. The comm is going to go out though, so this is going to be a 4v2. Make it a 3v2 as we do see Beans drop Twiz. So that's a big player going out of the way for Clutch. Make it a 2v2, Matt. 30 seconds on the clock. Game on.
I was about to say it's a huge kill from Nasty here, and now with the info on the CDs, but no, Bean's gonna get taken out from the backside from Cobra there, and now Nasty, the last alive in a 1v2, but he does have his bomb planted here, so they have to get a defusal off. Oh my gosh, he might get timing. He finds the first one, 17 seconds. You gotta play your life here. Cobra, the last one alive, he's gonna hop the bomb here, doing what Nasty did not do. Nasty needs to check this. I don't think Nasty sees him. The Ninja's gonna come in. Oh, there it is! Oh, did he get it?
Yeah, I think he got it.
Oh, he got it! Oh
days.
my god!
Nasty not having the greatest moment in decision making is going to gift around to Clutch Rain again. You just got to question, where's the usual effervescent confidence that comes out of Team War? They seem to be second guessing themselves. They seem to be unsure. They never, as you say, get out of back garage, and they're just not able to get control of this map. 4-2 really deserved right now for Clutch Rain, and if Team War aren't careful, they're potentially going to be in a position where they might be 2-0 down in this series. We can't write them off, but we've got to get to the point where they need to start getting some kills and doing some work. Hixie 0-5. What is going on?
Oh, and he's still not able to finally find one there. 1-5 now. Getting off the donut. Bance, nice play through the backside CDs. Takes out Rafi now. Changes the man advantage up into Team War's favor. Breezy with the bomb. Couple of shots in, but that's the info on him. And Hixie might have to play here. The wrap for Hixie. Oh, how does Breezy not see him? How does Breezy not see him? He finally gets taken out by Bance there. And now Cobra, last alive in a 1v3.
Yeah, it's going to require a ton of work. He's got to get a kill off that, and he's not going to be able to do it. Again, he's got to consider dipping. No one really on streak potential at the minute, but Cobra with a big job to do. 39 seconds left, and he has got to get some picks. People know where he is. Has he got the information? No, goes for the air melee. That was such the kind of thing that I would do, just accidentally punch the air. It is going to be around on the board for Team War. A little bit more of a confused round there from Clutch Rain, and Beans dragging Team War through this S&D right now. Big kill in the end, and now a 1-round deficit. Team War with the momentum, you would say, potentially Clutch Rain, almost imitating that previous round where they kind of lost their heads a little bit. And again, you've got to look to Rafi, for me, just off the boil. 3-5. If he could start picking things up, this would look a lot more solid for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, and I mean, you could say the same thing for Team War and Hixie, right? I mean, if either one of these players really gets themselves into this game and starts finding a couple of kills, it could turn it really on its head here. Really nade out from Clutch Rain. Not going to find any info here. And again, slow play from Team War. But now that might come to bite him, as Twiz has now gotten the info on him. Beans might be able to finally get the info on him. So now a lot of these players kind of knowing where each other are, knowing where this bomb kind of wants to go to. Look at number 5 in Hixie. Actually, with the bomb over towards the A site, kind of away from where his team is. If he gets caught out right here and that bomb gets dropped down backside, that could be a terrible play for the side of Team War.
Yeah, especially if they're torching time like this. They're taking a very slow push, so they are going to look to try and get the bomb a little bit further up towards that B zone and save that potential banana skin of leaving the bomb miles away. Brezzy got a little bit of information. He's going to look to try and get some pre-aims down as that trophy does go down, and you're potentially going to see number 4 in Twiz just start to wrap. Is he going to get that pick? No, the pillar just playing havoc for Brezzy there with those shots. Big moment. Brezzy's going to have to go big. Retains the solid shots. Beans is going to take him down. It is going to be a 3v3. This is a big shot now. It is going to go the way of Bance. Goes huge right now. No one able to get the bomb down. No, this is going to be massive. It's going to leave Cobra in a very sticky situation. Reaction required. Not going to be good enough. Parity restored for all.
Team War, exactly what you said that they could do. Even though they were down 2 rounds, they start finding a couple of kills and they start getting themselves back into this. It was not over by a long shot. Band's starting to pick it up in 7-5, and now Team War tying things up for a piece here. Only a couple more rounds to go. And for Team War, I mean, you said it perfectly before, Pop. I mean, all of the momentum has to be riding with them now, finding themselves on the easier defensive side. I mean, you put this round away, put it on that point, could be looking to tie things up 1-1 heading into control.
I think for me it's really weird is that, like, I almost feel like Clutch Rain are having to play at 110% in order to maintain the pressure on Team War. And Team War, you always kind of assume at 80%, but we both know that's not the case. Both these teams are going for it as hard as they can, but right, Clutch Rain just feels so bad for them at times. They've 4-2 up, solid cushion, and then the boys of Team War just pick up the weights and just start absolutely flexing on everyone. Right now, Beans though just proving his pedigree, 11-3, and he's got to be looking looking at Hicks and you're like, come on, dude, what are you doing? Pick the time, please. Yeah, shot's going to go out. Bant's just going to provide that suppression over towards B long. And again, in and around that area, it's going to be Hicksy looking to provide the surprise kind of in that really, really interesting area. So big moments right now. You would hope Clutch Rain could apply some pressure. Bant is Kobe. He is Kobe. It's been reincarnated.
I mean, just a perfect nade to get the first blood, and now Clutch Rain kind of finds themselves in a tough position here. Bance will get clocked out in the back, though, so it's going to be Clutch Rain with 20 seconds to try to get this bomb down here on the B site. Hixie elects not to hit through the side of mid there. I think would have thought to go through dark, but it's going to be a good plant from the side of Twiz here. Gives Clutch Rain a little bit of an advantage here, but Twiz cannot move a muscle. Finally getting over to that tractor side, and now 37 seconds left with a 3-3 retake.
Yeah, Twiz's movement today has been immense. I literally think he's just been watching Shotzi for the last few weeks, because normally he's quick, but he's been really good at playing his life. He does get taken down, case of the caster, leaving Rafi and Cobra in a 2v3. Big moment though, Cobra's going to match things up. They're going to know he's coming from behind. Is he going to get that pick? No, he's not able to do it. It is going to be the boys from Team War who are going to go into the lead. We said it was possible. We said never write them off. Hixie went from an 0-5, is now 3-6 on a 2 streak. Gets the defuse. Ladies, we are potentially one round away from seeing Team War tie this losers final up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's perfectly played, right? Down 4-2, now bringing it back 4-5 for the side of Team War, 3 straight rounds in a row, and looking to put a 4th one on the board to close this map out. They are on the offensive side, and we've seen Team War sometimes struggle a little bit, kind of sitting back in their spawn, not really having the aggressive play, but last time, picking the right angles, getting a few early kills with Beans as well, 12-3, it never hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't hurt to have an absolute slayer monster in your team. And you know what? They've got a few of them. Nasty is 7-5. We've got Bance who can go absolutely off at times. And Hixie a little bit off the boil. But as we head towards the latter stage of this S&D, trust me when I say he's going to go big in control. Rafi, the player for me, is the one that I want to see get a few more kills on the board. This is kind of a performance we expect to see. This is a huge round, though, needed for Clutch Rain. Or they're going to see this go 1-all, and the pressure reapplied to the Frenchman. Lots of caution, though. Again, we've seen a similar strategy where a lot of attention is played to the B street, but we're looking at potentially that bomb going over towards A. We see some shots from Cobra, so I do think he's seen Hixie, and he's got a little bit of information. You can now see that start to formulate as Twiz just starts to look over mid and see if any players are pushing forward. He's just going to retransition, see if he can get a better angle across courtyard.
Yeah, and trying to get across courtyard as well right now, but Hixie almost eats a nade there, but bounces out. Now in 21 seconds, Beans finally finds the first blood very, very late into the round. But for Team War, they've waited so long that they have to get this bomb down on a site now. 12 seconds remaining. Twiz makes the rotate now over towards the B site. Bomb planter taken out, and that should be the round now for the side of Clutch Rain. I don't think they were able to pick that bomb up quick enough. The shots! Oh my gosh! All you have to do is get down! Clutch Rain throws one in the bin, and Team War steal the last round away and take map 2.
Why has Cobra done that? Why? Just retransition, man. You make your own luck in this game, and that is exactly what Team War have done on the back of a huge Ben Beans and Bance performance, getting together for 24 and 18 non-traded. Unbelievable performance from Team War to bring that back. It's going to be 1-all in this series, and Matt, it has been a wild day so far, but again, Team War, you just can't write them off, and they're looking strong again.
Yeah, and it's what you said in the hard point. You can't write them off, whether it's 170-70, whether they're down 4-2 in S&D. I mean, this team always has the potential and the skill to bring these maps back, and it's exactly what just happened there on that invasion. A 4-2 hot start from the side of Clutch Rain. Everyone was thinking, could we possibly see Clutch Rain really take a 2-0 lead here in the losers finals? 4 rounds later in a row from Team War, we are tied 1-1 heading in again to Invasion. And Paulo, another point to mention, that's going to be the setting for the next couple maps. I mean, where do we think this goes now with Team War having now the momentum in their sails.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's about momentum now. Now, Clutch Rain, no, you as much as you want to kind of fight the fact that you want to say I'm on the same part, I'm on the same capabilities. They know what these players have got in the tank, and you go into this control. You've got to worry a little bit if you're Clutch Rain that the momentum is with Team War now, and they're going into an invasion. They haven't got to worry so much about those high-rise kicksy routes that he's so capable of doing, but he is going to still provide a problem for them. He's going to want to improve on what was the last performance in that S&D. Sorry guys, I'm just going to try and grab the stats from the stream. There we go. Managed to get a major. We're all good. But yeah, it's going to be a massive game, guys. We are going to just bang it to another quick break, so you don't have to listen to us ramble incessantly. It's been a long day, but we're going to bring it back for that invasion control. It is going to be a triple invasion before we see the potential end of this momentum with Team War, Matt, and it's hopefully going to be just as exciting, guys.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into it. Clutch Rain, Team War tied up 1 apiece here. Invasion Control EU Challengers action. I'm the Matt Man alongside Pablo Cast. And Pablo, we've had a kind of spicy series through 2 here so far.
Yeah, of course, we were expecting it to be really tight, but 1-1 and going into the control. It's been insane so far. A really dominant hardpoint performance coming out of Clutch Rain, and then they kind of just threw in the S&D. They had quite a lead at one point, and they were looking in control. You just do not write this team off. They are incredible at times, and now Clutch Rain are going to go into what is going to be a very effervescent, very bubbly, very agile control. 25 lives, plays 26. It is going to be a slender life advantage. No ticks as yet. It's been a solid defense so far.
Oh, and Beans just lays out Breezy there. Rafi will be able to get himself on the hill, but not a lot of help for him here. Team War doing a really good job here at the defensive round so far. And oh my goodness, Beans is just unkillable right now. Starting it off 2-2 after a 14-3 performance on Invasion S&D, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you go, guy's an absolute, he's cracked, he's a monster, he's just someone you've got to deal with. Now, this is the question, do you just go for your own strategy, try and control, you can only do what you can do, or do you try and nullify, crazy players? When you've got such a stacked team as this, is it even a strategy you can employ? Probably not. Brezzy and Twiz are going to manage the team up. It is only going to be 1 tick towards B, though, and Clutch Rain are going to struggle to get that second one in. Finally get some boys on the point. 8.6 seconds remaining. They're going to leave it till the very, very last minute, and it is going to be Twiz just looking to get those picks over towards that sweet. Be secured. 106. Make this pipe come down to a TDM.
Yeah, I mean, it really could. I mean, with only a minute remaining, there's just not a lot of time, and you only got about 2 or 3 good pushes in as well. I mean, they're kind of stacked up over towards the other site right now. A couple of blue going in the kill feed, though, but Beans will take out Breezy there, and now about dead even on lives, and you're absolutely right. It could really come down to a TDM.
Yeah, this is it. It's all about whether they can get these picks, and Brezzy and the boys are going to have to get one solid control of this A area, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do it right now. 35 seconds might leave them one push when you've got number 7 in Ben Beans just trying to cause absolute murder in their spawn. No one able to find them. Brezzy's not going to be able to concentrate on the A point, and it is going to be the boys of Team War just sat on that A zone and potentially going to eke this time away. Very difficult for the French lads to be able to see and to be able to take, but right now that experience and that capability, as you see the kill feed goes red. 10 seconds on the clock, and this is potentially going to see Team War as Rafi, he's a player that we said he's a little off the boil, and he's going to try and go big but nasty. It's just going to nade them off the point. 6 seconds remaining. It is going to be a tiniest bit drained away as the boys not able to do it in the end, and Clutch Rain are going to go to the deficit. Team War with a big 1-0 there. Control already looking very difficult for the French lads, Matt.
Yeah, and that's just that defensive side trying to break into A, especially if you don't have a lot of time left on the clock. You only get about 2 or 3 good pushes, and everybody kind of pushed over to that kind of B, S, and D and B control area over on the B side street. So it's just really tough pickings for Clutch Rain to try to be able to rotate that over in under a minute. And as well for Team War, I mean, you only allow 3 ticks. So even 4 ticks in this round, you could consider it a win for the side of Team War.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the thing. You've got to start to be careful of your Clutch Rain now. You need your big name players to start to pick up and maintain their accuracy, but it's so very difficult when you've got Hixie, who had a slow S&D, start to pick things up at 5 and 4. Beans is just maintaining his dominance, Matt. He just hasn't stopped. He hasn't left off at all from that S&D, just punishing and suppressing anything the Clutch Rain have got. Rafi just trying to be a little bit of a pain over towards the back, but that stack is on. Nasty and Bance are just going to be there to potentially get this second tick over. They're proving themselves so very difficult to do, and the timing for Beans is immaculate. He's just able to beat
they've got both.
gets the next one, and that's going to be all she knew for B, and potentially one over towards A. So distractions a go for the team in blue.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect setup from Team War. You send one guy kind of on a late push to A, you kind of get the push split up from Clutch Rain into being able to hit these 2 sites. You work off B, and you've already got 4 ticks on the board, Pablo. And not only that, you got 2 minutes left to work with and the life advantage in your back pocket. I mean, this could not be a better start to an offensive side invasion for Team War.
Yeah, when you've got the momentum, you've got the capability, and the scenario is stacked as this, it does not look good for Clutch Rain right now. 3 life advantage to Team War. They're heading right over. They've got themselves in and around, and this is going to be very, very difficult as they tag up Cobra outside this A zone. Those arrows are going to try and push across, but it's going to be Beans with an acute angle there, and that's going to give him a pretty easy kill. It is going to see those arrows start to try and flood in, where Hixie's going to be there, not able to get it. Brezzy goes absolutely huge. He finally gets taken out on the precipice of that A zone. Vance is going to be on, but the trophy is down. He is going to stay strong, and Team War, Matt, are going to go 2-0 up in this control.
It's a perfectly played offensive round right off the back of a perfectly played defensive round. I mean, this is just invasion control clinic right now being put on by Team War here. I mean, doing everything they need to do correct. I mean, and it was a perfect play to the start, right, Paulo? I mean, we looked at it. They had the late push onto the A site. You kind of have that one player that just works off a tick, and Beans and Bance, the big B's over there, locking down that B site.
Yeah, absolutely. Way too many B's in this band, Beans and Brezzy, just for the tongue twisters. Yeah, you know, this is the case, isn't it? You've got to deal with some players who, hey, are absolutely cracked as individuals in terms of gun skill and accuracy and all those things. I've got incredible map presence, incredible map knowledge, and a ton of experience. And they strategize effectively and they execute quickly, so it just makes it very, very difficult. You know, Clutch Rain, exactly the same situation. They've got some great players, but already looking very, very rough for the boys of Clutch. They are going to potentially get themselves on that second tick over towards B, but again, they're just going to get dealt with. Brezzy just going to sit and make sure that he's going to be able to deal with anyone else pushing through, ready for that push through DVDs, and the guys are going to try and flood on. It's going to be Hixie as the first player, trying to cause some problems out towards the back, but Brezzy's going to dip. He's going to join on board. Twiz has read that. This could be huge for Clutch Rain. They're going to get that second tick potentially over, but it's not going to be stacked. It is just going to be Paul Brzezinski on the point, just trying to do everything he can. Is he ready? He's going to miss that kill. Gets the kill. He manages to transition. He's going to dip himself to DVDs and jump back in, Matt. Is anyone get him off? Brezzy means business.
No, he's absolutely meaning business and standing on business, but the nade finally able to get him off there from Vance. Team War still have the life advantage, but 2 minutes left to work with. This is an infinitely better position that Clutch Rain has put themselves in than the last offensive round, and now with a chance to possibly flood this B site, they have the A control here from Cobra on the street, and they really just need to work this up slowly, but Hixie able to find one there. A couple of trades go either way for Clutch Rain. Minute 39 left still for Clutch to try to work their way in, but 2 big kills coming out of Nasty. Beans to clean up the third, and now just a minute and 29 seconds, and now all spawning on the opposite side of the map for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, Clutch are going to try and go around the kind of garage spawn route and get control of it, spawn the boys out and try and get a little bit of A site control, but those red arrows are refusing. And, you know, we talk about great players, and, you know, one player might go off the boil for a couple of maps and then start to pick up a Nasty 11 and 9 looking to beat that player. Just seems to be warming up a little bit, but Cobra with a quick response, 10 and 9 himself on a 3 streak. Big moments. Can he get that pick? Yes, it is going to be 4. This could be huge if they're able to get a little bit more site control. So that is going to be the spawns they were looking for, but no number 8 in Ben Vance with the sense to just turtle up a little bit. It is going to be a double stack though. It is only going to make it 2-1 if they are able to get it, but those red arrows are going to start to push through. Nasty gets the nade straight out, pushes out with the Renetti, able to get the first but not able to get the second. That's going to be cleaned up by Kixie, and they're going to add just that bit more pressure as Ben Vance is ready to add that suppression over towards Palace.
I mean, we talk about kind of the COD IQ and the experience of these Team War players, and I mean, it showed right there, right? I mean, it kind of looked like the round was a little kind of on the back foot. Clutch Rain applying pressure in the perfect way towards the A site and just completely shut down from Team War, doing everything they need to do, funneling into all the right angles, and Team War cleans up every bit of kills on that hill, and even cleaning up kills. Did Bance just get one with a stun grenade? I think Bance just killed somebody with a stun grenade. His Team War most likely gonna go up 2-1 here in the series. And Pablo, a flawless control. 3-0. 6 seconds left. One player up. It is Twiz. He's been hard to kill, but right now the time is going to hurt Clutch Rain. And Team War goes up 2-1 in the series.
I mean, where do you begin? Like, you just think this game is close. Like, the Train have got an opportunity to maybe do something special, and then Team War just like, oh yeah, sorry, we've been playing with our food a little bit. We're just going to put you in the blender, and that was just an incredible performance across the board from all of them. Unreal performance. But yeah, again, you've just got to talk about that ability from Team War to just be like, they just put an extra, I don't know, 10%. They go full Usain Bolt and just dominate a team like that. 3-0. That game was just swept by. No matter what Clutch Rain tried to do, there was no answer. And Team War are going to head into another respawn with that kind of momentum, going into an invasion hardpoint and make those helmets right there, those feathered helmets are looking very ominous as they head into that invasion hardpoint.
Oh, absolutely, they are. And, you know, it's kind of the tale of two series right now for Clutch Rain. They get that 250-164 win in the first one, and then they're up 4-2 in Search and Destroy Invasion. 4 straight rounds of S&D then from the side of Team War, 3 straight rounds of Control, and now you head into Invasion again. I mean, Invasion just might be the home of Team War if they're able to lock this one down as well and really kind of complete the gentleman's reverse sweep there in a 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you're going to have the Roman imagery. Invasion is going to be the ideal place for you. Roman's finest for it. I mean, I'll be surprised if we do see a term in Lesson D. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to see a term in Lesson D. It takes too long, but absolute plays coming out of Team War as we go into this hard point. Guys, we are again going to kick it to a break. We might be back in 2 seconds. We might be back in 2 minutes, depending on how the lobbies behave themselves. But guys, we are going to back with all the action of Clutch Rain versus Team War.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome right into the action as Rafi gets hit with a few bullets into the EU Challengers Cup. Clutch Rain and Team War battling it out. Team War trying to punch their ticket back to the grand finals. The Mattman and Pablo cast back on the cast.
Well, I don't even know where to begin. 2-1 to Team War. They've absolutely bounced back in this series from a really poor performance in the first hardpoint, but now big opportunity for them to potentially take the series 3-1, but do not write Clutch Rain off. Hardpoint is their bread and butter. They've got some incredible players in Cobra, just proven how effective he can be already on a 3, and if he can get 3 more, that's going to be a solid predator. Again, we expect P1 to just be as mixy and contested as it ever is, and it is all going to be about that rotation for P2.
All about it, and I mean, 10 seconds already remaining.
I'm losing my mind. We just played the control. It's been a long day, mate. I was just going to reset. Major, give me a slap.
This guy's been casting for almost 9-10 hours tonight, chat. We're gonna give him the benefit here as heading into P2. Team War trying to break this here on open, but Breezy gonna be able to take out one on Advance there. Another kill comes through for Twiz, and it's already 2 down in the feed for Team War. So gonna have to elect to wait for your respawns, try to re-hit this. Still 43 seconds left to work with.
Yeah, this is going to be a big P2 for Clutch Rain. They've managed to get themselves a really nice early lead. It's only going to be about 30 seconds. Beans was on the cheese, but Cobra smells him from a mile away. In fact, it was Brezzy who sensed the big man's presence and is able to put him into the bin. And it's going to be those red arrows pushing from Palace, and it's going to be a solid hold. Oh my days, Cobra. I swear down he was going to get melted then, and he just did not happen. It is going to be Clutch Rain, though, with a solid lead as we look to potentially see them also get some geography over towards P3. This could be a very, very difficult first rotation for Team War if they're not able to bully their way out. Bance with a ratty little position over towards the very back end of Garage there, and potentially going to be able to see some sights and get some picks. Number 2, though, Matt in Cobra, potentially about to see the wrath of Bance, and indeed he does.
And Vance does a beautiful position over there back towards Old B Street, and it's going to get Team War these kind of back gas spawns here, trying to flip this out onto the side of Clutch Rain. They still got 43 seconds to work with, as well as the hill pressure. Twiz taken out in the back. Now he should know where all these players are going to be coming from, and now Team War can fully set up here in P3. A couple of kills go their way. Cobra does find his way into the back with that kill onto Nasty, but for Team War, they will gladly just sit in the hill and take all of this time.
Yeah, they absolutely need this full thing. I think they're just going to rely on the fact that they can potentially bully their way onto P4. It's again a new open kind of kill. It's changed from what it was. So this is an opportunity for Team War. Again, this largely comes down as well when you have a meta change so close to a cup. It's about who can assimilate this as quickly as possible. And can Team War do that? Right now, they've brought this back to within 3 or 4 seconds. It is going to get tied up and give them a slender lead. So it's all going to come down to this crazy courtyard kill. Again, I suppose, I mean, Invasion Hardpoint's just been a mess, but it's just even more insane than it ever has been.
The way Ant put it earlier was, it is a map that exists in the game, and that is a perfect way to put it here about Invasion. And Cobra trying to find a kill on a Nasty, does find one. The second one on a Hixie is good. Maybe the third, not gonna happen. Beans will be able to take Cobra out, and Beans maybe even able to find a second. I mean, I feel like we've been saying Beans' name consistently throughout this series. I mean, obviously 14-3 performance in the S&D, a beautiful performance in the control, and starting out 7-9 here in Invasion Hardpoint. A little bit slower start, but still back and forth and mixy action so far here for Clutch Rain and Team War.
On one player who's just gone into the bin, Bance puts Rafi away. Rafi also playing relatively well. He's 6-6 right now, but it's someone I'd like to see pick up. He has been a little quiet, a little underwhelming today, but Cobra going huge, 13-5. Again, it's still going to be around and about a 25-second lead for the boys of Clutch Rain. That is absolutely nothing when you consider that the boys of Team War are set up over towards this back hill, and it's going to be a really strong setup. You can see already how far forward Bance is. Going to get himself that 2-piece and put the boys of Clutch Rain back into the blender. This is going to give them a solid 20 seconds easy of time before Clutch Rain are even going to be able to challenge to the hill.
Yeah, and it's all about that uncontested time, right? I mean, with 30 seconds left on the hill, I mean, Clutch Rain has barely even been able to make their way up B Street, let alone into the point. But finally, a little bit of pressure being applied now from the boys in blues. Clutch Rain going to try to come through. Twiz finds one on a Nasty. Brezzy with another one, but Hixie immediately taking him out. Twiz with a good trade back on. So Clutch Rain will maybe be able to steal the lead right back from Team War. But either way, for Team War, I mean, it's a great hill out of them right there to get themselves back into the game nonetheless. And not only that, they'll actually be able to take the lead back themselves here, almost dead even, Pablo.
Yeah, this is going to be huge as well because they've got themselves reasonably well set up for P1, although it is going to be Brezzy who's going to be all alone. That's a massive gunfight though, and you feel if Brezzy wins that, that's going to be another solid chunk of time, but not able to do it. Twiz is going to back things up and manage to get back onto the hill, use that bin for a little bit of cover, get rid of the trophy, and get put into the blender by Bance. This game is so back and forth right now. Cobra with a huge kill as well. P1 in the second rotation going to remain largely contested. 107 plays 105. These teams, Matt, going toe to toe.
I mean, and it was 102, 105 at the last hill. I mean, only 3 seconds garnered from the side of Clutch Rain. Finally, Team War able to find themselves back in the hill. But it's like you said, that P1 is always going to be mixy. It's always about trying to back up and play for P2. And it's exactly what Clutch Rain has been able to do here. As you see your mini-map, 4 and 1 going to already be backing up towards that P2 side. Nasty here, kind of on his lonesome on the B Street. 2 kills do come the way of Team War, but with the close spawns from Clutch, not going to amount to much. Team War is going to have to find a break.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Rafi as he just steps out from behind that rubble and gets absolutely bodied by Nasty. So big kills coming in that spawn as well for number 5 in Nasty as he respawns in back palace. Going to just flow, but Clutch Rain largely spawn out to the back so they know they're into a fight. But again, this is going to be huge right now. Twiz has got to go big on the defense. This is a moment, but he has got a little bit of support coming in. And if you can see number 3 in there, Brezzy just got that long side from Palace kind of tied down. If he gets himself a couple of kills, this is going to be some free uncontested time for Clutch Rain just to maintain, but not able to do it. They are going to lose that potential little bit of time. It's going to be 25 seconds that could go the way of the boys of Team War. Again, Beans with a big opportunity. Can he get the second? No. So Scrap going the way to Clutch. You expect the lead to flip over one more time as we get set up for this very difficult P3. But Matt, look to the back. Bance looking to be a problem.
I mean, it's exactly what he did last time too, right? Immediately flipping the spawns out, and it really was how Team War was able to get themselves back into the game. Bance already being a nuisance, being able to find one there, flip yourself around, go through back gas. Is he going to get the kill? Doesn't matter. Nasty will pick it up for him there. It's 3 dead in the feed, and it's Team War right into this P3, and it's Benjamin Bance in the backside flipping out those spawns, who's done that now twice through P3.
Yeah, I mean, look at number 7 in Beans as well. He's just going to be an absolute nuisance over towards mid. You can see the arrows having to deal with him. That's going to get some free time to Team War from a position where they at one point were 30 seconds down. They're now going to be 30 seconds up. And you know what, Matt, freaks me out is that looks so easy. Every kill came effortlessly like butter. You know, Nasty dropping big kills like that, and they're back on the kill. They're just bullying Clutch Rain at the minute. This is a massive moment in the middle of this series right now for Clutch Rain. If they don't get to grips with this Team War side, they're going to be facing down the battle of a much bigger deficit than 40 seconds, and Nasty is frying.
Yeah, not able to get the cruise missile though, so that's at least big for Clutch Rain to keep him off of streaks, as well as we know with the no trophy systems, you know, disabling those cruises anymore, streaks become a big factor once again. But Clutch Rain able to find their way now onto this P4 courtyard. They've got to start getting a little bit of time, start to garner this, and start to try to get that lead back. Good couple of kills there, maybe coming out from Beans, finds the first one on Twiz, now vacant hill time, which Team War, I mean, is fine to play, right? White time is good time for them, as long as they can play for that P5 and really work that down. They're still in a beautiful power position.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a huge fight as we see number 6. It is going to be Pixie looking to try and get into a fight there, and he gets that pick. That's a huge pick on Rafi to get that little bit more control over towards this very awkward courtyard kill, and not a lot of cover. And it is obviously facing down the battle of those palace spawns, so do a great job if they're going to be able to see this out and get over that 200 point mark as those blue arrows start to converge. Big kills. Beans goes down. Traffy's going to get the trade again. Kixie just back far enough to get one, and Nasty's just going to join him, so no one able to get the rest of that tiny bit of scrap time as we look to get set up over towards this P5. And already Team War ready, and you know, they've got quite a lot of the ground covered. Number 6 in Nasty, Hixie is going to get a big kill on Rafi, and this could potentially, Matt, be a lot of time for Team War.
No, absolutely. I mean, and this is exactly what they did on the last P5, right? Much like Benjamin Bance and his back play there on P3. Team War does a very good job at just locking this B Street down, not allowing players to be able to apply pressure to this site. And Hixie right now on the 5 spree as well, looking to get the cruise missile now. And Team War are putting themselves up over that 200 point mark with a just absolutely controlling lead. And oh my goodness, Hixie. 7 streak for him now. The pocket rocket fully acquired, and now Team War, they can't win it here, but I mean, they can certainly do a lot of damage to the side of Clutch Rain.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be very difficult. It's not going to be quite 100 seconds, but it's going to be around 70 or 80-second deficit with only 20 needed. They're going to get the rest of that time and leave themselves in a very, very strong position as we hit the third rotation. P1, this has been an incredible performance, an incredible comeback off the back of a very difficult hardpoint. But the boys in Team War are just unstoppable. Are they just grand losers, winners, final specialists right now? And the boys of Steve Vortex are waiting for them. Only 10 seconds needed. They haven't quite got control of this though. Cobra's going to make it very difficult. You're not going to be able to get that 8 seconds just yet. And Nasty just going to apply the contest. He is going to take a nade to the face and you're going to get a stun as well. He does get a pick. Is he able to take him down? No. So the boys of Clutch Rain able to get on, and you're going to start potentially thinking about getting ready for that P2. With only 3 seconds needed, the boys of Clutch Rain, Matt, have completely tailed up onto this P1.
I mean, and they have to, right? They cannot allow any pressure from Team War. That's exactly what happens. A couple of kills come their way. Nasty's going to be able to lay down on the hill. A team nade, though, comes through. Team War still going to be able to lock it down and punch their ticket to the grand finals once again, 250 to 156. They win 3 straight maps after dropping that first Skid Row hardpoint. And Pablo, I mean, I think it was something you brought up. Even with that loss on the first hardpoint, you could still see Team War maybe ending this series in a 3-1 fashion, and it's exactly what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we smell it from the beginning. These guys are so talented, and sometimes you just think they're playing with the food a little bit. They're allowing teams to just, trial strategies. I don't know, but when they want to, they can just absolutely dominate. And I think that second rotation P3 was a great example. Clutch Rain looked solid. They got a little bit of control at the start, and the guys, they just waltzed in. It wasn't even like some real effort, concerted push. It was just 1 kill, walk in, 2nd kill, walk in, and they get control. 3-1. It is going to be to Team War. What an incredible day of Call of Duty, and we're going to head into the grand final, potentially that we knew all along. Always a bit of an inkling that it was going to be this. But first things first, we've got to give a massive shout out to the Map Man himself. Incredible for you to drop in an incredible performance, some great play-by-play casting. And guys, please go and drop him a follow on Twitter. Go and follow him in the Passion Pit as well for Team War, providing some top tier content. We are going to be back with Colin Moore, who's going to pick up the mantle, just get himself a little bit of rest. Big day for him. Get him onto the grand finals, and we are going to be back. Matt, thank you so much, brother, for stepping in. Just want to say as well, you guys, Ant does such a great job at the rotation, but this Matt is one of the guys that supports him over in NA, making sure that those cups happen and they are casted thoroughly. So thank you so much for supporting the scene. You know what it's like. It's a community effort, and we'll catch up with you soon, and I'm sure we're going to see you in another EU Cup soon.
Oh, absolutely, brother. Thank you guys for having me. It's been just a wonderful opportunity. And again, shout out to Ant for making sure that all of these maps get, casted and make sure that they can show you guys the gameplay. But Pablo, shout out to you and shout out to Seymour hopping back into the cast. It's just been a great day, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. We're going to wrap things up until the grand final. We're going to hit it to a break, and we're going to be back with Colin Moore, and we'll see you very soon.
Petit Van et Van Beat.